Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of This Space and a new edition of PEPAGANDA. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's go this space. Yes, let's go this space. If you guys can do me a solid and hit the like button on your way in, let's get this stream started strong and let's carry it all the way to the end there, folks. If you guys can also just a quick little shout out to the mods. I appreciate everything you do, but just one little ask is make sure that you guys consistently do ask people to hit the like button. And also, if you guys can share the stream, that really helps us out. And this is the weird one. If you can access this stream through your subscription list, I have shown this on my own stream. Let me show you guys real fast how that works. So you see this? Ooh, majority report, and we even got a nice touch video there. But you go to where it's next to you, you hit your subscriptions. And then you go to the, you go up here and anywhere you see the little red circle, live channel. Go from that specific link. For some reason, that helps us. So just a heads up, this goes for pretty much every creator on YouTube that benefits from that right now. So if you guys can help out, that I really do appreciate that. So now that that's out of the way, I kind of want to address something. So for anybody that was on my show yesterday, and if you guys weren't, you missed a doozy. Specifically in that I had what I considered valid crash out, but it was also, I think it kind of needed to happen. I'm just gonna say it. It was surprisingly not stemmed from any argument or anything like that. It was literally feeling the existentialism of everything going on, and it finally caught up to me. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I've been able to maintain a level of separation from the news through doing this as almost like an entertainment, experiment on my part. Trying to make the news entertaining, and somehow, some way, I have actually managed to do that, and I'm proud of myself for that. I'm happy with what I do, but I was ignoring the fact that it was having an impact on me. I had to sit down and kind of reflect on that. And you watched the VOD. Sorry, sorry. And if it wasn't entertaining, that my biggest thing is, and I said this on the Twitch, it actually carried over to Twitch. My stream crashed last night, and we ended up doing a few extra hours over on Twitch, which I'm enjoying that more and more. But yeah, I was actually just about to say, you blame Twitter. Well, that's a good thing to blame, because this was the first weekend from Friday to Sunday that I actually spent on Twitter. I've been very good about staying off of social media in general. I failed pretty hard, and I got sucked into the thing is, I actually felt it changing my brain. And after yesterday, and after I got out of off stream last night, I went and had a nice meditation on this. And upon reflection, that's what I came to, is the fact that I was burying this stuff, and this was the natural course that it was going to take. At some point, I was going to blow up. So don't do that. And this kind of, I know, like, this is like therapy 101. Don't bury your feelings, because eventually they will explode. And this was one of those things where, again, it wasn't like awkward, it was awkward, but it wasn't like awkward, geared towards anybody. I wasn't fighting with anybody. It was the story where the wild horses are getting round up and slaughtered en masse Yeah, I kind of explained this, that animal cruelty stories really do it to me. That's a reason that I try not to even really cover that stuff on my show. And it's not from like trying to bring a lack of awareness. It's knowing that it crushes me inside. Like watching animal cruelty is just something that's insane. Um, and I've noticed that there's more and more of this shit happening on social media. And this is why I don't have Instagram, but it's carrying over to Facebook where they're starting to show more and more videos. Not sure if you guys noticed this, but if you're part of any local groups, I don't know when hey, is this your dead cat picture? And like what accompanied with a picture, almost on the daily. Yesterday, I saw that somebody hit one of the cranes that I have posted in my videos. So I kind of had like a collective, like, I'll just say it, where are we at? Almost F humanity. I really did have that moment where I couldn't stand people, or the thought of people. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Vegan. Well, the thing is, you being a vegan didn't save those horses. I'm just gonna say that much. I don't want to be a dick about it, but again, meat consumption is not the problem here, despite the fact that they are doing it for grazing for cows. But again, yeah, that's where I'm saying that's not the actual problem. The problem is they just have absolutely no shame, and they're just taking public lands. Like, these lands belong to us, by the way, and they're selling them off to Chinese farms. Whatever, dude. That's where I'm throwing my hands up. I don't care anymore. I really don't. Like, if this is what is going to happen, and like we don't even have time to mobilize protests with this shit. Like, it's insane. And here's your daily reminder that Zorro Ranch is still not being investigated, and that the Epstein files, we just uncovered something that was beyond disturbing. And you know what's really even more disturbing? The fact that it was there the entire time. The fact that it was unredacted, sitting there the entire time. And you know why? Because normal journalists moved on. They stopped reading them. Those interns that were hired to read this stuff and kind of report on it. Yeah, that's long gone. That's over. It's almost like the administration did that on purpose. I don't know. I'm not trying to go too conspiratorial, but I don't even need to. I don't even need to go too conspiratorial. No, they totally did. So I'm not trying not to crash out again. But it's just, guys, like, if you haven't already been at this point, like if you haven't been at the point that I was at yesterday, I don't know how you're maintaining it, but please give me some guidance on how how you do it, because holy crap, I'm not doing great with it. It's literally, I don't know why it's just this week, and the weird part is, he has done way worse shit objectively. Like, he's like the war with Iran in itself, the bombing of the girls' schools, or the girls' school, and then just the denial of it. Like, dude, we live in just such a profoundly stupid time that literally that's happening. This horse stuff is happening. The Natalie fucking Harp stuff is happening. And you know what Trump is out there doing today? I'm gonna call it Lake America, not Lake Ontario, even though Lake Ontario was an Indian or a Native American thing. Like, I still got that 90s fucking private school training there. I've been at that point, taking breaks from following politics is the only thing that has worked. The problem is, every time that I take like massive breaks, I end up coming back, and then I get closer and closer to wanting to just disconnect entirely. Now I know that seems like a little bit of cope, but it is very, very true. Shout out to C. Kane Bear. Great mindless fun. That's a good movie. It's a fun movie. I enjoy that movie. No, mindless. See, that's the thing. Like, today I watched, I've been getting back into comic books, because I kind of remember why I got into comic books in the first place, to feel hope and to actually like escape and, get inspired. Well, I've been allowing myself to finally do that a little bit more. Today was a good day with that. Got caught up on some storylines that I've been kind of neglecting. And you know what? I'm happy with that. I also watched a Godzilla movie, just one of the dumb ones. I watched Godzilla vs. Megalon last night, and you know what? I needed that. I that's the kind of stuff that like it's bringing me back. Even if it has been just a few hours since I left you guys. Um, yeah, that helped me a little bit. Mix in more video games with your politics daily. I'll try, but the thing is, like, I cannot do video game streams the way that most people do. That's not my specialty. I can't game and talk and like you guys might be semi interested in that stuff, but I'm more interested in talking and like doing a talk show. Um, but yes, that will be happening, by the way, Jet. I'm just saying, or Myth, or just I'll call you Myth today. I'm not. My brain is still kind of a little cooked, so I'll just say that much. So Myth, sorry, I cannot. I'm not even going to attempt the pronunciation today. We want pep time. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. Like that's what I'm here for. That's why even like having this discussion right here, I'm not rushing right into the news stories. I could have just done like I was thinking about doing it, where I was just like, you know what, ignoring everything that happened yesterday and just going into it. But that's disingenuous. The thing is, you guys know what happened. Most of you guys were there. Like, and if you weren't, now you might be curious to go check out the VOD, which you should. By the way, speaking of VODs, I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be able to do the vertical and horizontal stream over on YouTube. I found out exactly why my stream crashed. So my stream crashed because YouTube has been setting a maximum bit rate per channel. This is why it is actually canceling at very specific times. So if you add up the two, I hit 6 hours. For some reason, they're capping out at 6 hours. Specifically, if you have two streams running. So I think what I'm going to do today is I'm going to test that theory. We'll see if it runs, but if it starts crapping out, I'm going to literally just go back to doing like the vertical stream on YouTube for now. And then I'll have the horizontal and vertical over on Twitch, which, by the way, guys, if you haven't already followed over on Twitch, please do. And for God's sake, if you have an active Twitter and if you're not following me, I'm actually a little, I'm hurt. I'm genuinely kind of a little like, oh, what's going on? Really? Like, I bet you're following somebody that you genuinely hate just to like see what they have to say, and like can't even give little pep talks here, a little follow. That's what I'm gonna start doing, where it's just like, you guys, I'm gonna throw the guilt at you. Not too much, but I really do sincerely appreciate everybody that stuck around yesterday, because I'm gonna just say that it was a blessing in disguise when the stream crashed, because once stream crashed, we chilled on Twitch and I actually had a good time. I was able to save the show. I felt like we ended on a really good note. So I just, yeah, people come to hang with Pep and the gang. You don't have to stress yourself out with the news for that part of it. No, and I know. And that's where like I was doing this weird thing that like I went back to my old mindset where I had to like get to a certain like segment, because I had this like in my head that I really wanted to put this video together about like don't eat the meat. And then I got a little like the wind was knocked out of my sails this morning when I saw that Vosh literally did that with the like almost the same fucking picture I wanted to use, where I was just like, damn, that was weird. Like it was very weird. And then I watched a little bit of the video. I was just like, he's doing the same thing, where it's just like he's talking about the wild horses and then don't trust the meat. I was like, oh, I guess it wasn't that original. Well, the stories were so funny. Oh, hey, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. Yeah, I like story time. I don't mind telling some of the funnier stories. I got to talk about my brother yesterday, which honestly that was kind of nice. I don't get to talk about my brother a lot, so I miss him a lot. He was. Let's just put it this way. My brother was a very good brother, and the best advice he ever gave me was do not try to be like him. Personality-wise, I'm very much like him, but yeah, my mentality-wise, I am not. Like my brother would be the ultimate grifter, and I hate to say it, but it's true. Like if he started a podcast, it would be to grift people, and he was a funny guy. but he was all about making that money, getting that quick buck, and he would do anything to do it. You know, he did some not so great things, but I still love him anyway. It's hard to put into words. I had wanted to improve the place and live where I grew up, but those goals literally can no longer be achieved. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Sometimes, listen, idealism is not. I don't like how people will shit on idealism. They'll just be like, "Oh my God, you were sitting there deluding yourself." It's like, no, no. You tried something, it didn't work out, and then it's also when you come to these hard realities, it does kind of help you grow as a person. You do understand that because like this is where I think that me getting people were saying it. They're just like, "Oh, Pep's getting black pilled," and I was just like, for a day. Like the thing is, it's like, look at this. The fact is, I had my moment. I had a day. I am definitely not proud of the stream that was on yesterday. If anything, I would probably mark it as like my worst stream because I let it all get to me. But I also simultaneously think it's one of my more entertaining ones because I was just so like, I mean, I'm already pretty much uncensored and uncut here. But same thing. But realistically, this was like, I just let it. I was like, I just don't care. But yeah, you guys should check out the VOD. It was actually a shorter stream. So if you guys are looking for something to put on, yeah. But I would say fast forward 7 minutes because for some reason it was kind of like a precursor to what ended up happening with my stream crashing. I was having some issues like right before. It was giving me like warnings on my bit rate. I was just like, what? I haven't had that in a long time, like long time. Well, and I think, as I said, I know why now. So that goes for any of you guys looking to start a YouTube channel or already have a YouTube channel. Just understand that, yeah, they're starting to cap bit rate. But all right, what's going on in chat here, and then we'll get to some news. Oh, by the way, what's up, guys? I'm not going to do the individual call outs today, but hey, chat, what's up? You certainly got the A+ for authenticity, Pep. Oh, thanks. I really appreciate it. I really do appreciate that. Boston Brian, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Man, we got to chat sometime. I enjoy your content, but yeah, I think we'd vibe. Also saw you went on a trip. Hope you had a good time. Watch some of your Ukraine content. That was cool, man. But yeah, welcome in, dude. Just kind of chatting about how I let it all get to me yesterday. It kind of sucked. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like it all hit me at once. The wild horses story really got to me. I was explaining to the audience that I got a thing with animal cruelty. Like I can't handle it. I literally cannot handle it. So I think that it all boiled over where I was just like, with everything with Donald Trump and all this stuff, I'm just like, like I'm just so over it. I'm so over him. It's just, again, we're in the middle of a war. We reached 5% on groceries as far as inflation, and this motherfucker's out there talking about I'm gonna rename it Lake America. Like it used to be like I used to be able to think like it's kind of it finally got to that point. So yeah, yesterday was definitely it was interesting though. I'm not sure if you've had that stream where you had it, you didn't end stream when you probably should have, and you just let it rip. Well, that's what happened. And I didn't because some people were saying like I was talking about like black pilled, like they were just saying, yeah, this is black pilled. Well, as I said earlier about it only being a day, it was like, yes, I did kind of hit that moment though. Like it just, and then the meat, and then what I was saying about like seeing Vosh literally make the video that I wanted to make. I was like, come on, man, I just can't. Yesterday was so just like, beat me down, man. It beat me down. But as I said, for some reason, when stream crashed, Twitch remained up, and it was a blessing in disguise. We had a lot of fun. So I know that the VOD over on Twitch is going to remain up because I did not use copywritten music. I did that on purpose. So for sure, that one is available. You're human. It's fine. Thank you, Natch. I appreciate that. No, I mean, but I'm a content creator. I'm not here to bum you out. I'm not like I try. Like I don't want you guys to feel that. Like there's enough of that out there. Shit, the normal news gives you that. You watch one MS Now story and you're feeling like, oh, what am I gonna do? That's not what I'm here for. That's not what I want you guys to take from this stuff. Like I want you guys to know I'm here with you, but we can laugh through this. We can't just I appreciate you guys hanging though after the kick in the nuts. Yeah. Wait, did you have like a thing happen there? Or just talking about my literal or figurative actually kick in the nuts? Because yeah, dude, I feel so bad for letting that happen. Like I really do. Like I'm embarrassed. I am embarrassed that I could not keep my composure with all the like just the bullshit. But the thing is, I'm noticing that a lot of other content creators, like Mercado, he snapped, dude. Andrew Mercado fucking finally snapped. He was covering the Jake Lang thing, and then they tried to dox him again, and he's like, dude, I took the press badge. He's like, my press badge is off. I'm done. I'm done letting these guys pull this crap. He's like, nope. We're gonna watch a little bit of that actually. I pulled up the raw footage from that protest, so I do want to check some of that out. Also, I do have a few news stories. We might get to them, we might not, because like I got the meat one that I wanted to do originally, but you know what? I'm taking that one off. I'm just gonna he's done streaming. Oh wait, Vosh or no. So sorry, the delay is killing me today. No, so Vosh he did this thing where he covered Mercado. Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Vosh. No, Mercado's not done streaming. He took his press badge or his press pass off and like put all his credentials away, and he started shouting at the cops because he was just done. He finally had it. Like he got into a verbal altercation with the cops. He addressed it on his channel. I know that he put a pretty long post out on Twitter and Facebook as well. But yeah, he explained that he's like, I'm supposed to be a professional. He's like, I represent more people than just myself. He apologized to Status Quo. But yeah, when he was there and he saw Jake Lang pepper spray them, that was it. He was just like, oh, no. And then he saw the cops turn and protect Jake Lang. Actually, you know what? While we're talking about it, I'm literally just going to pull this up. So while I do that, if you guys can hit that like button while you are waiting, I appreciate that because you guys are about to watch me do the same. Also, if you have not already subscribed to Mercado Media, please do so. Andrew Mercado and just the boys over at Status Quo, not the boys, the crew over at Status Quo, they are doing some of the most valuable journalism that is around right now. I would argue that this is because like we lost things like Vice, which I could do an entire show about how great Vice was and how useful it was to everybody and how it really did kind of like boost a generation's activism. But it also had the worst fall off I think I've ever seen. I think that Shane Smith is legitimately one of the worst people on the fucking planet with his turn. Again, I could do an entire show on that. But like I was saying, please subscribe to Mercado Media and Status Quo. Also, if you haven't already subscribed to this space, please do that. And at Pep Talks TV and at Boston Brian. You know what? If I missed anybody, apologies. Got to set up for the show. Keep kicking ass, everyone. Appreciate you stopping by, man. For real. And yeah, I'll definitely reach out. It's weird doing that on air, but you know what? I don't care. I hope that's not a problem. All right, so let's start some of the protest coverage. So I found the timestamp essentially where it started blowing up and where they like, because they kind of marched to this corner and then they just stopped. So here we go.
All right, good. You fucking... Fuck all you guys for protecting it. Fuck you.
Yeah, see, here he goes. He can't stand it.
You have an ICE agent with them? Why is there ICE agents with them? Why are there ICE agents with them? They came out and sprayed us. Why are there ICE agents with them? But they're fucking gonna come out and protecting them.
Yeah, this is insane.
Hey, Jaden, you better look out, buddy. I'm coming for you. Hey, Jaden, I'm coming for you, buddy. Back up. Hey, Jaden, I'm coming for you, motherfucker. Come on. What the?
Yeah, I'm really glad that we're covering this today, and I didn't do this yesterday because I think that would have, like, I probably would be missing a computer monitor today.
Fuck Minneapolis, please. Fuck, bro.
Have you seen Vice's Broke, a documentary by Eddie Hong? Yeah. No, I love that documentary. Yeah, I remember when he was promoting that on Joe Rogan, and he actually, that was one of like the funnier moments where Eddie like started ripping on Rogan.
Jacob Fry is such a shit, man. I'm gonna fucking hurt Jacob.
Driving a truck on the fucking sidewalk, and the cops are walking these guys.
Jaden, I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Honestly, yeah, they deserve it. They deserve the threat. They deserve everything that they're fucking getting. I'm tired of this shit. Is that Spider-Man actually webbing him? Because, yeah, this is after he pepper sprayed. And the cops, they're, you know what? There's only so much they can actually do. And then you have his, the guys that are marked agent. They're not actual ICE agents. They found out that that's his private security, and they're muddying the waters on purpose. Look at these losers. Absolute losers.
You don't come to Minnesota with this bullshit.
Yeah.
You don't come to Minnesota.
Yep.
You don't come.
It's the same as Chicago. Chicago would totally react this way.
Minnesota.
Actually, Chicago might react a little bit worse.
Fucking MPD. Fucking traitor ass cops. Fuck.
I just realized MPD looks just like CPD.
Get the fuck out of the way. This is what's always gonna. This was always gonna.
I would say that this is spicy pep, but last night was over spiced pep.
This was always gonna.
Dude, I broke the curry. Oh, hey Natch. By the way, I was eating naan bread and I didn't even know it.
Happen to him. What the fuck is
It
wrong
wasn't
with
pita.
you?
That wasn't pita. My Americans were getting it wrong. It was naan chips.
The idea this was never gonna happen to him is crazy. Hey, Jake, thanks for coming, bud. Keep going.
I love that Spider-Man was there. And also, can I just give him props for being an actual, like, he's a pretty decent Spider-Man cosplayer. He's also an icon. Like, that photo of him jumping up and punching Jake Lang in the face is...
You're a pussy,
like,
Jake.
seriously, it is that should be just the poster of 2026.
Pussy Jake! Let him come through! Pussy Jake! 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 Hey Jake, you're a pussy! You're a pussy!
It's the Toby suit too. Yeah, I noticed that.
The idea this was never going to happen to him is nuts. Fuck around and find out in the Twin Cities, motherfuckers. Yep.
The thing is, dude, hate rap, like, this is where I was kind of getting really angry about the fact that these cops are just like, it's protected free speech. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. What he's doing is not. This is inciting violence. Like, you do know that, like, the whole, like, inciting and insurrection, that, you know, that whole fucking word in legalese. Yeah, that's for this. He's inciting violence. He's the one starting this shit.
Look out, look out.
But you guys, as the police, decided, oh, we're going to go protect that guy. And then you were like, yeah, this isn't going to cause any problems with anybody. And then they're creating the narrative that these are somehow violent counterinsurgents when this is literally the people of Minnesota.
What's up? Get the fuck out! I'm going to knock out Jaden Scott is what's going to happen. Yeah. You want to, wait. The idea they were never going to come here and get fucking hurt is insane. Get the fuck out! You Minneapolis police are fucking failures.
Yeah, you guys
Get out of the fucking way, MPD.
Yeah, fuck you. No, honestly, I'm glad to see Spider-Man. Because the thing is, man, they're like, at this point, you're literally part of this fucking hate brigade. Like, dude, this is the most applicable, like, protest to ever play the fucking Rage Against the Machine song. I'm just gonna say
that. Here in January. Now you want to show up and protect him now? Now you want to show up and protect him? You guys weren't fucking here in January. You weren't here in January. The fuck? Watch your fucking stick. What are you gonna do?
Yep. Fuck them, man.
No, watch your fucking stick. What are you pushing? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
I swear to God. Protecting a fucking Nazi.
Yep.
Minneapolis, sorry, brother. Sorry. I know, bro. I know.
No, they're fucking. I love that everybody's like, fuck you.
Fucking insane.
Fuck the police. Fuck the police.
Hey, Jake. Hey, pussy. Pussy. Hey, Jake. Hey, Jake. You fucking pussy. Hey, you found out. Yeah. Let me watch out, Jake. Let me watch out, Jake. Yeah, have the MPD help you. Yeah.
I mean, if the Minneapolis PD wants to fucking play games, just remember, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming, pussy. Thanks for coming, pussy. Fuck.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that they just drove through the cops too.
Fuck you talking about? What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, at this point, go fucking engage with the cops. Just be like, what's your problem?
He got out and sprayed people for Jake. Look at this agent here. This agent here. ZJS 878. ZJS 878. We're coming for you, motherfucker. We're coming for you.
Usually I'd be like, don't make threats, but game on, bitch. Game on.
Now let's get back to these traitor-ass cops.
If this is the way that they want to fucking play this, like,
traitor-ass cops. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, this is like the fucking turn right here, and they should be like, honestly, look at how nervous all of them are holding their fucking broomstick.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You were nowhere in January. You were nowhere in January.
Yeah, and now here
you were nowhere. Yeah. You were nowhere in January.
Fuck. You fucking useless fuck.
Stop following me.
Yeah.
You were nowhere in January. Where were you? Now you want to show up. Now you want to show up. Real brave. Real brave. You guys did so good. You guys are so good at being cops. You guys are so fucking good at your job. We pay you. We pay you, motherfucker. Huh? How about now?
I'm glad. Hey, man.
You guys were nowhere in January.
You feel it? Like I feel it. My heart's fucking pumping right now. But at the same time, this is hope, though. Like seeing Andrew do this.
January. You guys were nowhere in January. You let them
put a referendum to defund that department specifically. That's not going to do anything.
Stop. Oh!
Defunding police is not going to do fucking shit. Actually, it's about fucking training and also having a bunch of legal fucking protections and holding them to their constitutional fucking duty.
Winter!
Serve and protect the people, not these fucking these hate mobs. Like, this is the shit, dude. You want to talk about like what I was saying about inciting? They could actually be implicated in inciting violence in this case. But no, they're protected through the legal system. Blah, 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 blah.
And now you come out here now!
But realistically, guys, this is where I'm saying, like, right now, if you guys are going to go out and, like, and protest, just don't do the thing where you're giving any fucking, like, independent-minded American that whole, like, don't fearmonger. And also, don't do the thing where you're literally being the meme. Like, that's why I was so mad at the fucking Hassan thing a little bit, where it was like, bro, like, why are we doing this thing where we double down right now on this? Like, I thought that this was electoral politics, but I guess we just whatever, man. Like, if we go to November and we lose, I'm not gonna mince words. Like, the day after, if the DSA candidates lose handedly and because of stupid shit, I'm gonna be, and not like election interference, which I am still fucking thinking that's gonna happen. But yeah, I'll just say I got my opinions.
To protect Jake Lang! Are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
What are you looking at? I don't give a fuck. I was out here, motherfucker. I was out here during
I thought you were
January.
proud. Yeah.
What were you doing at home with your fucking Nazi patch? What were you doing? I bet you don't even live in Minneapolis. I bet you don't even live in this city.
He doesn't.
Pathetic. You guys come out here.
He probably lives near Lake Minnetonka.
Protect that, but you won't come out and protect your own taxpayers.
Yep.
You won't. We're sitting here.
Media back there.
You guys are nuts.
Yeah, the fact that they were protecting people that don't even pay their taxes is just crazy.
You guys are out of your
dude.
mind.
It's fucking crazy.
I can't believe you guys get paid.
Hey, she didn't have her hair. Hey,
Can't believe.
Hey, the hair in the bun.
You guys get
Or she
paid.
didn't have her hair in a bun. Long-haired cop.
I can't believe you guys get paid to come out here and protect Nazis. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's talk about
You
it.
guys come out here and get protected to pay Nazis.
Yep.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You guys get paid to protect Nazis. You guys get paid to protect Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
You guys aren't paid to protect the people of Minneapolis.
He's saying exactly what I was feeling about that.
You
Right?
guys
It's like,
are
all right.
telling
Yeah.
You guys are here to protect Nazis. You came out here and protected Jake Lang. Think about it.
Yep.
You came out here and protected Jake Lang. Think about what you did today.
Yep.
Think about what you did. Think about what you did today.
Honestly, but this is where we need to be smarter. Where's Jake Lang live? Like, seriously, where's he from? Because if he wants to pull this shit, then there should be fucking counter protests in the same vein.
Think about that. Think about what the
Like, you want to troll these assholes. You want to literally like go out there and just be like, we're transing the kids. We got a truck here. We're transing the kids.
fuck you guys just did today.
I mean, if we just want to go for it and actually fucking, just give in.
Failed this winter. You guys got Alex Pretty and Renee Good murdered
But they would have to come out and protect.
because you're
you
too
know?
pussy.
And then I'm sure that they'd be fine if we just, use some tear gas and pepper balls from the back of the U-Haul. I'm sure they would. I'm sure that there would be absolutely no repercussions at all.
Stand against the federal government, but now you want to come out and protect a Nazi. Make that
Oh, yeah, the pigs. Yeah, dude.
make
literally,
fucking sense.
yes. They're literally part of the fucking
Make that
the
make
Fourth Reich. I mean, the Fourth Reich isn't just ICE, dude. It's literally it's the government. It's the man.
fucking sense. You watch where you're going. Make that make fucking sense. Good job. You guys did so good. You guys did so good. Good fucking jobs. You guys did so good. So fucking good. Good job, Minneapolis. Good job, Minneapolis. You guys did so good protecting a fucking Nazi. Good job. Good job, guys. Good job. Yeah, make sure the fence is good. Make sure it's good. The fence is in spot. Good job. Good fucking job. How much you get paid for that? Fucking pussy. What? What are you looking at, little one? Get the fuck inside. Insane
Damn.
what you guys did today. Insane what you guys did today.
Yeah, I mean, they turned on their own people. Like, do you understand that this is one of those things where it's going to be imprinted on everybody in this fucking city that their own police will not protect them, but they'll protect fucking Nazis that come out and fucking instigate hate rallies.
Drove on the fucking
Like, dude, that's it. Like, look at the face of this fucking asshole here.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
Drove on the sidewalk.
Like, dude, ACAB is back in fucking full force. And this is where I was saying, like, I hope you guys don't get confused when I say, like, don't the defund the police. That, like, all I'm saying about defund the police, bad marketing, bad political marketing. I totally believe in it. I totally fucking believe in putting more fucking training. Like, that's the biggest thing. Taking their toys away. Honestly, they shouldn't have helmets because that would force them to fucking police better.
What if he had a bomb in the truck? What if he had a bomb in the truck?
Yep.
He has that shit. He does that.
Yeah.
He breaks bombs places. He lights shit on fire. And you guys are like, oh, he can just roll up.
Yep.
He can just roll up.
Yep.
Yeah, go inside.
Yeah.
Fucking dumb fuck police department.
Yeah, honestly, this is one of those things where, like, every single one of these protesters needs to show up to the police department
Dumb fucking police department.
and fucking make sure that it's just like, no, we're filing a complaint. We all have a complaint against this police department. And also, I think that some lawyers need to fucking get in and do some lawsuits. Like, what? I keep doing this. I keep forgetting that the lawsuits take a minute because we just got lawsuits that actually, like, we're winning. We're like, the Minnesotans are winning, the lawsuits that were filed, like, for the church and all that shit. So I just
Insane.
I get emotional and then I forget that it's like, this takes a minute.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane what you guys did today. Insane what you guys did
What
today.
up, Jarko?
Hey, Zach, come on. I'm going to knock you out today, pussy boy. I'm going to knock you the fuck out today, Zach. Come on, Zach. Come on, Zach. Zach, today's your day, bud. Nope, today's your... I'll fuck you up. Yeah, get him. I'll fuck you up, Zach. Think about
Honestly,
it.
the cop
Get the fuck
fucking slamming him against the wall, telling him to shut the fuck up.
back.
More of
Think
that,
about it,
please.
Zach. Yeah, pussy boy. Yeah, think about it, Zach. You get your fucking ass whooped, Zach. Zach, get the fuck inside the building, bitch. Get the fuck, ain't a fucking game, Zach. Ain't a fucking game. Go inside, bitch. Get the fuck inside, bitch. What the fuck you thought? What the fuck you thought it was? What the fuck? Insane. You guys are insane. You guys are insane today.
Mhm.
You go do your thing. I'm hot, man.
I know.
I
can't believe. No.
I get it.
I'm good.
I get it.
What
get
the
it.
fuck, guys? Hey, seriously, I'll calm down.
Oh, look at this fucking asshole. This is Sparta.
Sure, I'll calm down.
Oh my god.
Sure. Hey,
You know the text.
officer.
Study. Read a book.
What was the
Read a
officer?
book. I am a fucking.
Fucking car ramrod over here.
I feel you. Brad. Us officer. Just tell us what the fuck happened. What the fuck was that?
I mean, where is their representative?
Did you let that happen?
Like, where, like,
Why did you
honestly,
let
you
that-
do understand that technically these people, you answer to the people of Minnesota. This is what's so fucked up. This is where I honestly lost faith that this country is actually a democracy. And like, we've kind of known this. Anybody that has been part of punk rock circles has known this for a long time, just go back through the history of America. But to see it this overt is kind of like, I don't know, man. I think that's why you're seeing these blow ups, is because we used to like kind of at least have like the veneer of like, well, yeah, like sometimes they get away with things, but overall, they're not going to get away with everything now.
That happened. Like, what the fuck? And he got to drive up on the government fucking block?
Yep.
If any of us would have done that, we would have been shot.
Yep.
We would have been shot, you fucking pussies.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
They just lost so much trust. No, that's the thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the cops did have a veneer of trust because of like that fucking the captain coming out, and then he left because of some fucking improprieties or whatever.
And fucking sane, bro.
Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, fuck them. Yeah. Yeah, this was going to fight. Like, if they thought that this was not going to, like, this is where you can actually prove where it's like, no, Jake Lang is the one who instigated this violence. He's any of the damage done or incurred on this or any fucking people arrested, it's on him. It's not on these counter protesters. And then he got to fucking spray pepper spray and didn't get arrested. At what point does assault just, it's not a thing? So you're telling me that we can just have hate rallies and assault counter protesters now and have police protection? Oh, wait, that's for right wingers. Oh, wait, okay, that's the country we live in, right? I don't know, guys. Do we test this method? Fuck. The banger chant. Everyone that got sprayed should sue the fuck out of the department. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not kidding about any of this, but my problem is that like after the adrenaline rush is gone, it does turn into, oh, do I even want to do that? As someone who's been punched in the face and threatened, whereas I was like, oh yeah, that's a fucking assault. Yeah, I did it. You know what? I didn't press charges. I went home and I sat there with a sore face. Okay, so this is just the yeah. Here we go. This is what I wanted. Surprised they didn't break into a riot. The thing is, most people don't actually want to trash their own city. Also, there is like a level of awareness that the second that happens, you're giving Donald Trump exactly what he wants. That's where I have to give a lot of these protesters and a lot of the protest organizers a lot of credit. Oh, you meant the building specifically? And it doesn't help the cause if you do actually give in and, you know, again, do the riot. Because then you're literally giving them exactly what they want. But this is also where we're starting to see the lines, and it is starting to get scary, where it's just like, guys. Damn, you got fucked up.
I don't know if that was an ICE agent or what.
It wasn't an ICE agent. By the way, so this is after the fact. We did find out that the ICE agent in question here that was at the back of the truck was not an ICE agent. That was his private security. But also, how is his private security not being charged with impersonating a federal officer? Like, this is, again, the shit that doesn't make any sense. And this is why anybody that calls this a fucking, like, he's a Fed. He's literally a fucking Fed. This is all just, he's a plant, bro. Like this, anytime he shows up, it's to instigate violence. That's the whole point. Honestly, if everybody just ignored him and nobody showed up, that would be the best way to handle it. I'm not even kidding. Because then it shows that it's like nobody gives a fuck about your fucking stupid, hateful tactics, dude. Go ahead, burn your books. You're a fucking moron.
Could have just been there.
But this is the thing, guys. Like, these are why psyops work. It's because they prey on your emotions. They prey on literally, like, yesterday. Yesterday was pretty much like me reacting to a psyop.
Private security. It could have just been their private security that they had.
Yep.
That it came with them.
We're outnumbered and outgunned. No, we're not. We're not outnumbered at all. That ain't the case. The problem is it has to happen to somebody that, like, you know, represents every fucking American. So a white dude from the suburbs.
Shooting in, Jake Lang literally drove his...
A white dude with the suburbs that has the money to sue.
This truck, like, up on the Hennepin County Federal Courthouse building, which is right behind me. Drove a...
That's the only way that they will actually care.
Large N-word and a cross. And he was accompanied by what looked like ICE agents at first, obviously, like, you know.
No, but again, how are they not getting charged with federal impersonating federal officers or federal law enforcement?
They came out and just started spraying everyone. And they just started spraying everyone. Like, they got out of the truck and sprayed everybody. So they brought the violence onto themselves, actually, because when they came out and sprayed everyone, I mean, they hit everyone that was, like, within a vicinity of the vehicle. And then obviously Jake Lang and his crew are going to get the Minneapolis welcome. So that happens. And then, I shoot out the police, which I usually don't do. I usually don't say shit to the police. But Minneapolis police are consistently a disappointment. The mayor of Minneapolis is
Well, Mercado's now, like, again, Mercado's been he's not like a full leftist, believe it or not.
The absolute fucking loser. He was just
Still has a little bit of that post-MAGA syndrome.
At the Black State Fair doing some stupid dance, and this is how his police act. They protect Nazis. So I hope you're watching, Mayor Fry. I hope you're watching how your police...
He's not, but you should definitely take this to a city council meeting where he is attending and show him this footage.
Minneapolis Police Department did more to protect Jake Lang at the Hennepin County Federal Courthouse than they did.
He was MAGA? No, I know he was.
To protect anybody here in the Twin Cities during
That's why I was saying
Retro Search. Like, they actively did more to protect Jake Lang and were pushing people back.
Okay, true, but it feels like outnumbered. It's not.
So, I mean, that was insane. Huh?
No, like I said, once they start going into, like, because again, what's going to end up happening is if ICE gets the okay to start rounding up leftists, most people don't understand that a lot of the online left, they still live with their fucking MAGA chud parents. You know who's not going to be okay with the federal government all of a sudden showing up to their lawn trying to break their shit to take their kids? You know, MAGA talks a big game, but when it really comes down to it, their kid wouldn't be living with them if they truly hated their child.
I got hit with a stick, but it was the private security ICE agent looking dude got out and sprayed everybody. Those dudes have no protection in terms of like they can't just get out and spray people. Like, they're gonna find out too. And then Zach X is out here. I almost fucking. He's lucky he didn't stick that phone closer. I would have grabbed it and threw it. But I think Zach got detained again.
That's exactly how they want us to feel, but the system ironically can't work if they are the majority. Exactly.
I think Zach X got detained again.
The Mayo Pep wisdom, hell yeah. Every time you say my name and wisdom in the same phrase, I'm just like, huh? I did what now? I did a wisdom. Whoa. If they got to the point that they were broadly rounding up people, like they wouldn't have the numbers to successfully pull it off and it turned into a war. Oh, absolutely. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, immigrants is one thing, but every time that they threaten, like, oh, we're going to go after, like, the evil leftists, it's like, good luck. Like I said, though, this is the point of Jake Lang. I think that Jake Lang, every time that he shows up somewhere, they're trying to get the violence to fucking happen so they can be like, look at all these dangerous leftists. Don't take the bait, guys. Like I said, the next time that he like posts that he's going to show up somewhere, just don't show up. Just literally nobody show up. Let his stupid little fucking 12 people that follow him show up from their fucking Facebook group. That's a good chant.
Every day.
Still got smoked.
Here we go. Yeah, his fan actually is pretty fucking pretty good. Flinging that thing like a Mortal Kombat character. Like, Jesus. Remember, practice and educate yourself. Oh, hey, there you go. Practice and educate yourself about responsible arms ownership. Deterrence are a good thing. Yeah, just remember, carry and conceal is a fucking thing. Anytime that they show up, like, this is what pisses me off about some people, like, not understanding that the carry and conceal like thing. Again, if you let them have the carry, like, if you let them have all the guns and they show up to these protests, and it's like, no, you know what scares the shit out of fucking right wingers? When a lefty shows up to a protest with their carry and conceal, fucking practicing their rights with an American flag. That scares the shit out of them. If you do that and you got a fuck ICE, fuck Trump flag too, that's going to really, like, that shit, they hate it, especially if you're wearing a camo. Like, dude, this is what you, like, I've been trying to really get people to understand this. These are simple people. They are so easy to trigger. That's why, like, we work way too hard at this and we overthink this shit constantly. Oh, see, the thing is, like, again, growing up in Chicago, like, we had the Joliet Nazi Party. Like, these assholes would show up all the time, all the fucking time. But at some point, they would show up and everybody would just kind of point and laugh at them. Like, there would be no counter protests. That's why I know this works. It's the same as Trump. You know how you fucking get Trump to really lose his mind? You ignore him. Because at some point, it's just like, pay attention to me. Lake America. Measles. Maybe I'll let measles back. Like, we'll bring measles back.
His residence, and you escorted him. Opinion than me and threaten me. All right, I don't care if you're a Trump supporter. I don't care if you're a communist. I'm not going to show up at your house for supporting Trump or being a communist or being a capitalist or whatever you believe in. I'm not going to show up at your personal house and threaten you for believing what you believe in.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Jaden Scott and his group there with Jake Lang did that.
Yep.
So I have a bone to pick still. And I'm not forgetting that. I'm not letting that go in the long run.
Well, no, because they haven't done anything. Like, dude, there's been no legal recourse. Like, the fact that they showed up and threatened you, and then the cops are still protecting this asshole. Like I said, it's an obvious he's a CIA agent. Like, this is so obvious. I'm not even saying allegedly anymore. Go ahead, sue my ass.
And plus, Jaden violated his HRO
Fucking
by even showing up here anyway.
Take me to court so I can get that discovery to prove that you're not a CIA agent.
All bets were off to begin with.
Just kidding. That opinion does not reflect the goings on and the opinions of anybody else on this space, and also was said in satire.
You don't show up at somebody's house and threaten them. So Jaden Scott has it coming to him.
Yeah, no, okay.
When I see him out of a truck next.
We need to return to the point where Nazis were a joke. Well, I grew up in a time where like punching Nazis was something that was kind of handled the same way all the time. Nobody ever saw anything. Literally. I've never seen a Nazi get punched. That was a Gong Show hat. I used to have one of those with the skate lace through it. The hockey hat. The saddest part is the cops ain't like no cops out there. Bunch of fucking cowards just hiding in the building now.
In case Jake needs another reminder of how bad we are willing to whoop his ass to keep him off our streets, we're gonna keep holding this down for a little longer.
Let's see. Let's start taking it down. Okay, let's get Andrew's final takes on this.
First and foremost, obviously, I lost my cool, and I apologize for absolutely nothing.
Badass, brother.
Absolutely nothing. When you are the Minneapolis Police Department, and you are so dog shit to begin with, and then you come out again, they were not here at all. Like, they were out for a couple minutes during Jake Lang's rally in January the first time, then left. But like it was like, okay, because they're never around anyways because ICE agents were everywhere. Cool. But here, you literally, the Minneapolis police escorted Jake Lang
On the fucking sidewalk.
and three vehicles onto the federal sidewalk. So
Yeah.
I apologize for nothing. I don't give a
I'm
fuck.
telling you right now,
I can't
that
do
was
this.
enough for anybody to just be like,
Whoever's rules
oh,
and people like this.
what? Oh, goddamn, guys. Breaking news. Huge breaking news. Oh, my God. Dolly Parton just died. Oh, my God. Rest in peace. Oh, my God. Here, you know what? We got the coverage of that. Dude, I was just drinking out of my Dollywood mug, like literally this morning. Oh my God. Let's get somebody that I know I can fucking use. People Magazine. Oh my God. Dude, these news sites. Every time. It's the only shit that fucking makes my computer just go, "Ah, I'm about to crash." Fucking A. Give me 1 second, guys. Sky News. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's all these news. So, oh my God, dude. Sky News. They will totally strike you. Fucking people will totally strike you. And then the local news, I can't even fucking bring up. Sorry, I'm going to complain about that one. That's insane. Oh, come on. Here we go. NBC News. This will not crash me. All right, here we go. All right. Dolly Parton dies at 80. Fuck. If there's somebody else that could just croak at 80. Fuck. Fuck. How do we lose Dolly before Trump? Like, fucking Christ. Sorry. Just one more reason I don't believe God actually exists. Her death came after May 2026. She announced she was canceling a Las Vegas show and she had been undergoing treatment for kidney stones. Really? Dolly Parton, who rose from a loving, if impoverished, upbringing in the mountains of East Tennessee to become the queen of country music, Hollywood star and a beloved American icon, has died. Her family announced on Tuesday. Parton was 80. Parton's nephew, Brian Seaver, announced the news in a video on her Instagram. My name is Brian Seaver, son of Cassie Parton. I'm representing the Parton and Owens family today, announcing the passing of my aunt, Dolly Rebecca Parton Dean, sister, sis, granny to one generation, and Gigi to the next. This video announcement is something Dolly asked me to do years ago before I fully absorbed it as a future reality. As her head of security for more than 2 decades, a role my father Larry held before me, I have imagined the heaviness of this moment, but haven't truly felt it till now. Her death came after Parton suddenly announced in May 2026 that she was canceling her Las Vegas show and she'd been undergoing treatment for kidney stones for several years. Lord, they dig more stones out of me every year than a rock quarry in Rockwood, Tennessee, Parton said in a statement. But seriously, my immune system and my digestive system got all out of whack over the past couple 3 years. And they're working real hard on rebuilding and strengthening those. Hopefully I'll be up to snuff soon enough.
Hey, everyone. My name is Brian Seaver, son of Cassie Parton, and I'm representing the Parton and Owens family today, announcing the passing of my Aunt Dolly Rebecca Parton Dean, sister, sis, Aunt Granny to one generation, and Gigi to the next. This video announcement is something Dolly asked of me years ago, before I fully absorbed it as a future reality.
Damn, that is
as
heavy.
her head of security for more than 2 decades, a role my father Larry held before me, I have imagined the heaviness of this moment, but haven't truly felt it until now. It is an honor that is mixed with absolute pride and great sadness. But sadness lies with us, not with Dolly. Dolly has lived in the light and is in the arms of Jesus, surely met by Carl, her parents, and countless others who have watched her and longed for her to meet them in the heavens. I first went on the road with Dolly as a kid, getting a taste of the road life in the early 1980s. Dolly opened doors not just for me, but for her entire family to reach the potential we didn't even know was possible. Dolly also opened doors for generations of singers, songwriters, musicians, and dreamers from every walk of life and across every continent. By her example, we believed that anything was possible. She never saw a door she couldn't open, and the doors she opened made and changed history. My family and I have shared a lifetime of beautiful memories with Dolly, but so have you. She has always been on your television, your record player, your CD, and on your phone playlist, becoming an extended part of your family, whether you liked it or not.
That's very true.
Our family and the team she has entrusted with her legacy will work diligently to ensure her spirit will live with us forever. Dolly was a farmer, just like her daddy. He farmed the soil. She farmed songs and happiness. Dolly called me and said she wants to rest in a beautiful bed of plush cotton because after a life wearing heavy rhinestones, she finally deserves to be comfortable and have some rest. Rest in peace, Aunt Dolly, Aunt Granny, Gigi. May God bless Dolly Parton, and may God bless you all. She will always love you.
Damn, dude. Rest in peace, Dolly. Fuck, man. Never shy expressing a Christian faith, but chooses a public support of the LGBT community who advocated for marriage equality and spoke up in defense of transgender people. I keep saying, if you're the fine Christian that you think you are, why are you judging people? That's God's job. God damn, she was a fucking queen. She jokingly told the British outlet a few years earlier, I think gay couples should be allowed to marry. They should suffer just like the rest of us heterosexuals. Through it all, part lean on love of her life, her husband Dean, Carl Dean, who died March 2025 at age 82. Oh. Wow, this is like her entire story. Making a donation of $1 million to Vanderbilt towards the research and encourage people that can afford it to make donations. Parton's philanthropist. Blah, 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 blah. The initiative was inspired by her father, who was illiterate. Parton often spoke about his intelligence and strength of character, but said she believed his inability to read and write held him back. Parton's legacy also included the creation of the Imagination Library. Okay, that's why. Okay. Yeah, like I said, rest in peace, Queen. Wow. That's crazy. Like I just, oh man, on a whim, looked at my phone and was just like, hey, wow, I covered like actual breaking news. That's crazy, crazy. Her look, her presentation was inspired by drag queens. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, wasn't Divine, was that her name? The one that Ursula was based off of? Breaking news from Mercado Media. Dude, this is so weird. We're like ping-ponging. Okay, so back to Mercado. Texas issues active warrant for Jake Lang, orders him held without bond. An active Texas warrant has been issued for far-right agitator and pardon J6er. I keep forgetting that. Jake Lang. Totally, dude, as I said, like fed. According to the official Collin County court docket, a judge declared Lang's previous $250,000 bond insufficient in order that he received no bond until he appears before the 296 court. Or was that, wait a minute, 296? Is that guy? That famous judge? Wait a minute. The order was entered on August 24th, 2 days after Lang was arrested in Minnesota on probable cause of wait. Following the chaos, he got arrested. Hennepin County Jail records show that Lang now lists Lang as being held without bail on an out-of-state felony hold. Apparently, oh shit! So he's actually being held in jail right now. Hold on. Let's try and bring that up. Oh, look at me. I actually have to use my fucking Facebook for once. Yeah, dude. I mean, damn. I still can't believe that Dolly Parton's dead. Like, but again, she's 80 years old. I don't know why this always happens, but it's because she was honestly like such an icon. That's not what I was looking for. There we go. Okay. By the way, guys, you can follow me on Facebook too. I keep forgetting that I'm there. I pretty much use this just for just what I used it for, ironically, getting up to the date news. I curated my Facebook feed to just essentially be breaking news. All right, so here it is. So he was arrested. Okay, that's pretty much it. And then, yeah, everybody's talking about Dolly. I mean, I'll probably talk about Dolly some more on my show. Maybe not, because I'll be honest, man. Like, I like Dolly Parton's music. I can only name like 4 songs. My mom loved her music. My wife loves her music. But it's always been one of those ones where I've never exactly sought it out. You know, every once in a while, I'll throw in some Jolene and be like, "This song's such a banger." You know, 9 to 5, especially, you know, if I'm kind of feeling my job, working. But yeah. You know. All right. Stop. There we go. I'm not sure if I actually. Is there anything like we could cover the Hakeem Jeffries thing? We can also cover Trump in Canada, which is. Can we just? All right. Trade war again after the so do he just ignores the Supreme Court and they just kind of go, okay. So the Supreme Court's the International Criminal Court, and now we can all just start ignoring their rules and their law, like anything that they declare. Is that how this works? Like, at what point does the president just kind of accidentally, you know, like broadcast, like, yeah, we now live in a country with no laws, and then everybody's just like, oh, okay. Jesus. Do they not see that this is essentially where it's going to lead? All right, maybe do a speed binge of her music before the show. I can't do that. I can't play her playing music. Oh, you mean before when I end here and then? Oh. Yeah, you know what? I'll play a few. I'll put on a vinyl while I make my lunch today. Ooh, I think I'm gonna make a sandwich. I think that's what I want today. It's the classic Sandy. Fuck, I never went and got mayo. Damn it, I'm out of mayo. I'm a white man without mayo, guys. I don't know what I will do. I'm gonna lose all my creds. Oh no. Kidding. The world is finally realizing that Asmongold is a fraud. How much longer I got to go? Oh, cool. I got plenty of time for this. Screw it. You know what? I kind of wanted to bring this up yesterday. I never got to do that, so only if you're rich. Wait, I drove my parents crazy with hard candy Christmas night. Oh, wait, okay. That's a good one. Boobs McGee passed away. Oh no, that is sad. Boobs McGee. Lang was arrested. Did I hear you correctly? Yes. Okay, so he is that's the reason I looked at that. Yeah, he is being held in Minnesota with attempting a riot. So he did get actually charged with inciting a riot. This is where I gotta walk back some shit, guys. Like, this doesn't make what the cops were doing okay at all, which honestly, it actually does make it that much more confusing, where it's like, why were you part of it? Why were you protecting somebody that was trying to incite a riot? The thing is, if he was picked up for that shit later, like, you could have made him an example, but no, you had to do it privately. You had to make sure that the cameras weren't on. Why? What's that about? But for real, man, like, this is the craziest part is, like, yeah, he's being held for trying to incite a riot, and then Texas, of all fucking places, was just like, yeah, no, you need to be held without bond. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, what's he actually being held with or charged with in Texas? Ah, damn it. I fucking backed out of it. Hold on. Let's get the actual charge. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Also, if you haven't already liked the stream, please do. Oh, by the way, Trump store lady has she got some problems on her hands. Apparently, she cannot advertise her business, and she's saying, like, this is a blatant violation of my rights. Why would they do this to me? I'm such a victim. All right. All right. So Texas issues active warrant for Jake Lang, orders him held without bond. Active Texas warrant has been issued, according to the Collin County docket. I swear to God, that's the same judge. Ordered that his $250,000 bond. Dude, where the hell is he getting 25? Wait, yeah, it's 25,000, right? Fuck is he getting $25,000 to post bond? Like, again, guys, fucking Fed, plan all day, all fucking day. This is ridiculous. I hope that we can get that message out. Like, guys, seriously, if you guys are part of any other community that like goes out to these protests and like they see this stuff, make sure that they like know want that, like put that out there to these people. It's like, guys, I'm just gonna say, like, in my humble opinion, I think that this guy is a Fed, and I think that this is all to instigate riots, and blame the left. Which, again, congratulations, guys. We didn't give in, and honestly, this dumbass is getting arrested because it's too fucking obvious. 2 days after he was arrested in Minnesota on probable cause of riot. So so they arrested him on probable cause following the chaos outside Minnesota City Hall. Hennepin County Jail records show Lang being held without bail on an out-of-state felony hold, apparently tied to the active Texas warrant. Bond held insufficient. Status waiting for judge to sign. So he cannot post bond this time. He is actually stuck. Okay, so they got an updated mugshot too, processing him for his second time in Texas, and apparently he you know those smug mugshots where he's like because he knows he's getting out. This one, it's starting to look like he's figuring out he might not have the backing and be as untouchable as he thought. Also, God, I can't wait for his actual court cases to go through. All right, well, let's move on from that and move on to another shithead that is being exposed as a fraud, and that's Asmongold. So I'm glad that Noah Samson did this deep dive, honestly. We're going to be doing a streamception bit here where it's I'm a guy reacting to a guy who's reacting to a guy. So yeah, I got the Hassan bit reacting to this because I wasn't going to watch the whole Noah Samson thing, but it is nice to see people finally wising up to Asmongold being just an absolute dumbass and knowing nothing about this shit and just grifting his audience. Like, and I love it. I do love that eventually people do wake up. Kind of like the Jake Lang thing, like weird. Started the stream feeling hopeless and being like, the cops aren't on our side, man. And now I'm like, all right, well, they finally arrested Jake. He's being held without bond. And now people are waking up to Asmongold being a grifter. Maybe everything doesn't suck.
What happened in 1950? I don't care what happened in 1970.
But when he wants to defend current Israeli aggression, then he does care about history all of a sudden.
Look at Lebanon in the 60s. It was a great place. Lebanon has the potential to prosper and be a great country.
He's a right-wing grifter through and through. What's the point? Not like he spends the money. He likes it. It's like a video game. And it's not just about the money, although he does care about that, certainly. It's the recognition. It's the admiration. He loves feeling as though he matters. See, in his reaction stream, Asmongold tells a
Glass houses, Hassan. Glass houses.
bunch of lies. He misrepresents sources, he denies facts, he ignores evidence, all in order to deny that Israel and the United States are doing terrorism. Anyway, let's watch Noah Samson. Gold, the streamer, responded to the video I made a little while ago called Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda.
An individual made a video about me. His name is Noah Samson. The video is called Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda.
And it was interesting because his response was to agree with the point of the video that he supports terrorism as long as it's the US and Israel doing it. Terrorism is okay when we do it, but when they...
Yes, that's correct. That's absolutely correct.
But to Asmongold, there's no double standard here because he has different values, and these
Why does Hassan have two different camera angles of himself?
values rely on a hierarchy of human rights.
Or is this like somebody cutting the video this way? This is odd.
There's not a double standard. There's just a misunderstanding of my value system. My value system works like this. American interests are my primary concern. Western interests are my secondary concern. And I would say harmonious world interests are my third concern.
You know what?
We are human.
In the interest of justice, I'm going to pee. And I'm going to chair stream Hassan.
They are not. To quote Asmongold himself,
Don't put the graphic up.
really
I'll be
that
right
simple.
back.
That's simple. Yes, that's correct.
And that's fairly straightforward, right? If you view some groups as less human than others, then you won't care if they get killed or genocided. Under his moral framework, this all makes sense. But if this is his position, then why does he have to lie? See, in his reaction stream, Asmongold tells a bunch of lies. He misrepresents sources, he denies facts, he ignores evidence, all in order to deny that Israel and the United States are doing terrorism, that they're killing civilians.
Yeah, the argument is simple. If Asmongold truly believed the idea that like Iranians are inferior beings, they're it's worthwhile to kill them, and he has no issues with America doing terrorism to Iran, then he would not turn around and lie and be like, oh, well, I think Iran blew up its own school. He'd just say, no, America blew up the school and it was good.
Committing genocide, starting wars of aggression, which is odd, right? Because if he's okay with U.S.-Israeli terrorism,
That's absolutely correct.
then he shouldn't need to lie about these things. So let's just look at some examples of what I mean, right? So in my video, I brought up the Manab Elementary School bombing. On the first day of the war, the U.S. bombed an elementary school and killed over 150 people. The vast majority of them were children and teachers. And in response, Asmongold blamed Iran. In the first week...
I'll just say this. Uni is not taking Dolly's news very well, and as well as you can. But she just said something that really resonated with me. She just said, it feels like everything good in this world is just going to shit.
War, the United States blew up an Iranian elementary school, killing 156 people.
I think Iran blew it up themselves, in my opinion. I don't think it was us. I think Iran blew it up themselves. They have no problem martyring their own people, and I wouldn't put it past them.
We've known since basically the week that this happened that it was the United States. They used Tomahawk missiles. There's visual and fragment evidence.
Speaking to weapons analysts, they identified this missile as a Tomahawk missile, and only the US in that war was using Tomahawk missiles.
And every subsequent investigation on the issue has shown that it was the United States. From the New York Times, from Sky News, from Amnesty International, from forensic
Uni with the hard facts, damn.
From the U.S. government officials themselves. The claim that Iran was responsible originates from some monarchist telegram groups that pushed misinformation about this happening, and then that was boosted.
I think that we're all feeling it. Like, honestly, we're all feeling it.
By a bunch of pro-Israel social media circles.
I mean, I don't want to... Okay, so I don't want to overgeneralize, so I can speak for my household. We're definitely feeling it. Are you guys... Is it just me, or are you guys there too? Like, and is this the reason that, like, I genuinely was like sorry for putting that energy out there on my stream yesterday, because I understood. I was like, fuck, people are already living in this.
Quickly debunked.
This Telegram account has no link to Iranian authorities. It is an opposition outlet that is well known for mixing information and satire.
And that was 4 months ago. So either Asmongold saw this 4 months ago and then did not encounter a single piece of information since about what happened.
The thing is,
he's not telling the truth. Who knows? It could be either. Let's look at some more examples. In my video, I compared Israel's ceasefire violations with Hezbollah's. During the so-called ceasefire in Lebanon, Israel had committed over 10,000 violations, while Hezbollah on the other side had fired only 4 rockets. But Asmongold still manages to defend Israel here for an amazing reason. Where Israel committed literally 10,000 violations, Hezbollah fired a total of 4 rockets. But for him, that's a valid reason to promote the IDF's destruction.
Did we need the camera of Hassan eating? I'm sorry. This seems unnecessary.
I think flying over something is not as bad as shooting a rocket.
Every time I watch this is what sucks, is I watch some of his clips and then it's like, oh, there's a reminder.
I think shooting a bomb at somebody is worse than flying an airplane.
So what does Israel use to drop its bombs? Uses planes. Does he think the 10,000 violations were just people flying around doing nothing for no reason? They were bombing Lebanon thousands of times. They killed nearly 400 people.
We saw a barrage of IDF missiles fired across Lebanon. This was
Pep, that's a good point, but some tune in to watch him eat.
the heaviest bombardment of the conflict so far.
Again, does he actually just not know that Israel?
The internet's a fucking weird place, okay?
For bombing, or is there another explanation? In my video, I brought up a report from the IAEA in 2018, which showed that Iran was abiding by the terms of the nuclear deal when the United States just pulled out. The point being that Asmongold's definition of terrorism included being untrustworthy in negotiations.
They can't be allowed to be trusted. They've already broken too many deals before. They've lied too many times.
That's what the US was doing here, so they're the terrorists. Pretty simple point, you'd think. Despite observations from independent experts that Iran was abiding by the terms of the agreement, it was the
Why are you citing the IAEA whenever this is what he was just citing here? Why would you cite the IAEA whenever the IAEA also detected that Iran had uranium that was enriched at 60%? When the enrichment that you need for power is only 3 to 5%.
Yeah, that was after Trump destroyed the agreement. Does Osmond have motion? I mean, there's a lot of stupid people out there. It is pretty cute watching him try to like talk about. It's pretty cute watching him talk about politics though, because he is so fucking dumb. Like he is so unbearably stupid. He just doesn't know anything.
That's true.
But he does this like smug, know-it-all voice that he puts on where he's like, yeah, why would you bring up the IAEA? Yeah, lol. The IAEA found that Iran was enriching uranium well beyond the civilian limit. Do you not have object permanence? Do you not know how time works? Yes, the International Atomic Energy Agency openly stated that Iran was cooperating with the agreement, the JCPOA agreement, well after Donald Trump said that he was ending the agreement for no reason. They only went back to enriching nuclear-grade uranium beyond the civilian usage when Trump added secondary sanctions. What a stupid argument.
That's exactly what the 28.
Can you make your point and then go back to eating and then play? Jesus Christ. I can't. As somebody who I can't really listen to people just eat with their fucking like chew with their mouth open. Like I know people have made all the excuses for him, culture, blah blah blah. I don't give a shit. It's rude, it's disgusting, and I'm fucking over it.
Teen report found.
If he does it one more time, then I'm gonna jump out of this video because I can't do this.
Throughout the reporting period, Iran's total enriched uranium stockpile has not exceeded 300 kilograms, enriched up to 3.67%. The figure,
like I should have just watched now I feel like an asshole. I should have just watched the Noah Samson video at this point.
He's referring to of 60% didn't occur until years after the U.S. withdrew from the nuclear deal. And if you're thinking, okay, maybe he's just confused or wrongfully throwing out the IAEA as a source when the figures disagree with him, he is lying here because someone in his chat calls him out. They point out that the report I'm citing is from 2018, and he reads the chat, ignores it, and moves on.
Your own sources show that you're wrong. That's it. Like, I mean, this is insane. Like, what are we doing? 2018. Yes.
Of the agreement, it was the United States who randomly decided to pull out. So this sort of strange, confused lying thing isn't the only tactic he uses to pretend that the U.S. and Israel aren't terrorists.
Another thing is he doesn't actually care. Like, this is the thing. You're pretending that he actually cares about being wrong.
Another one of his moves is just straight up propaganda, like Netanyahu speech, IDF spokesman style propaganda. And with this one, he really plays the hits, you know, human shields.
Hassan makes way more sense than Mr. Mold.
Who use these people as human shields, get people killed for international clout.
When they use civilians as human
I'll just say in this video right now, Asmongold's not the one talking with his mouth fucking full of food, which
shields, they're the ones who are responsible.
They use the
fucking just cretin behavior from both these assholes today.
Goy, APAC mold, whatever you want to call it.
Lebanese people as human shields while they fire rockets from apartment buildings into Israel.
Hezbollah has been using you as human shields. It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage.
Using innocent people as human shields.
The civilians that Hamas has forced into the role of human shields.
The reason why they're firing rockets from residential areas is so they can martyr these people.
Where's the decorum? I'm just saying, if my mom saw both of these idiots, she would be just beyond disappointed.
Extensive measures to minimize civilian casualties. Hamas makes every effort to maximize them.
Human shields.
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 Israel has the right to defend itself.
He frames everything as if this is just a random attack. This is just randomly happening. It's happening because Israel is getting bombed. They're shooting missiles over to Israel.
These are his go-to responses for any time I put evidence of Israeli war crimes or genocidal actions on the screen. Every single example, automatically.
Maybe he really loves Israel because he looks like the hilltop youth in the West Bank. That could be the reason. I never really thought about that. He sees the West Bank settlers and he's like, yeah, those guys, I mean, they look a lot like
I
me.
wonder if all the mold in Asmund's house is poisoning his brain like Jordan Peterson. I mean, the toxoplasmosis alone.
Chat.
The fact that he had rodent droppings all over his house.
Yeah. Look.
But just remember, guys, the totally not clout chasing streamer girl that he's dating is, yeah.
It's going to be hard for me to
Jesus Christ.
Act like these.
I don't know, guys. There are times where I feel bad for any of my, my fellow humans out there that are feeling a little down about their, dating situation because they see some asshat like him in that situation. But then it's also just like, no, this is a reminder that some women out there really fucking suck.
Handsome gentlemen are on the wrong side of history.
It's a canned response. He has no evidence for any of them. So, like, I show an example of an
Oh,
apartment.
not from Cats. Not what's the one I was talking about? The one that with the cruise ship thing.
Block that Israel
Sorry, I got my my brain poison
completely destroyed in late October in the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza. Over 120 people were killed, the vast majority of them women and children. And Asmongold's response is to defend it automatically without even knowing what happened. Doing in Gaza is killing entire families by leveling apartment blocks, killing toddlers.
And stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings.
The IDF itself didn't even mention rocket fire. Like, he's going above and beyond to lie for Israel. And he ends up doing...
Dude, outflanking Israeli Hasbara is crazy. Like, those guys hit the maximum lines anyway. Asmongold is so aggressively pro-Israel that he outflanks the Israeli government when he's making shit
I
up.
don't even like, this is where I was saying it, and I'm not even trying to like run a cover for him. I just don't think he's pro-Israel. I don't think he's pro anything. I don't think he gives a shit about any of this.
Same thing.
He sees it as a way to maintain his fucking audience right now because they don't care about him playing games anymore.
Over top of a screenshot of a news story about him.
Also, I'm pretty sure that he might have taken some, some of that sweet CIA money.
That Israeli soldiers murdered with her whole family and denied them medical assistance. And then when they did grant it, they murdered the medical workers.
6-year-old Hind Rajab climbed.
Bro, okay, that's cooked. Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. Base. I'm downloading that shit, bro. That's crazy. That's so perfect.
Nice.
Jesus Christ. That's so perfect.
Into a car with her aunt, her uncle, and her cousins in Gaza City as they prepared to flee to the southern part of Gaza. But as they were in the car, an Israeli tank approached them and opened fire. Hind's 15-year-old cousin, Leon, called the Red Crescent for help. These were her last words recorded on the call with a Red Crescent dispatcher.
Hello? Hello, dear? They are shooting at us. Hello? They are shooting at us. The tank is next to me. Are you hiding? Yes, in the car. We're next to the tank. Are you inside the car? Hello? Hello?
That was 15-year-old Leon's last words, killed along with the rest of her family. The only one who remained alive was 6-year-old Hind. Wounded, she called the Red Crescent back, pleading with the dispatcher to be rescued.
Come take me. You will come and take me?
Do you want me to come and take you?
I'm so scared. Please come. Please call someone to
Horrific audio. Yeah, this is the stuff that needs to be heard, though.
come and take me.
I hate to say it, guys. This is the stuff that, like, it's uncomfortable. But yeah, this uncomfort is what makes you fucking kind of realize, oh my God, this is so much worse than I thought. No, dude. This is what I hate about like our social media brains and like the way that we are just inundated with information, but somehow, some way, this doesn't hit, the popular fucking lexicon of
dear,
like news
I will
coverage.
Come and take you.
After seeking approval from the Israeli military, 2 emergency workers with the Palestine Red Crescent, Yusuf Seno and Ahmed Almadoun, went to try to rescue 6-year-old Hind.
It killed
But
them too.
dispatchers lost contact with the medics. Nearly 2 weeks later, Israeli forces finally withdrew from the area, and on Saturday, Hind's surviving family ventured back to the neighborhood. They found Hind dead inside the car, alongside the bodies of 5 of her family members. The car was riddled with bullet holes. The bodies of the 2 emergency workers were also found in an ambulance nearby, appeared to have been killed by Israeli fire just yards away from the car.
Well,
This is the stuff that makes you want to fucking go and go full Punisher style on some of these assholes.
Story is on the screen. He's talking about some rocket fire. It's very jarring to watch.
Stop shooting
Like if I wrote a comic, it'd be Punisher versus the IDF.
rockets from apartment buildings.
In some cases, he goes above and beyond typical Israeli propaganda claims.
Monsters.
So to downplay,
Yeah. And honestly, this is one of those rare times. I don't do this a lot, and I don't mention it a lot, but I do have an IDF person that has watched my stream before. We have talked to him a lot. This is the kind of stuff where it's like, bro, you need to see this.
the civilian death toll in Gaza. He argues that they're
By the way, tomorrow, speaking of which,
Because
tomorrow,
unfortunately, it has kind of turned into that. That's why you guys don't see him as much, is because he really does. He even went like, I don't think I'm welcome in your chat anymore. I'm like, the problem is, man, if you're starting to fucking do the thing where you're like, I have to defend my government, it's like, all right.
tomorrow I'm going to have Feroz and Tyre on from American Doctor. This was the Hind Rajab story you guys know about, of course. And Voice of Hind Rajab, I think, does a really good job of portraying the harrowing events, the hours that take place. But there's another
Wish you believed hell was real, so you knew where they were
movie
heading.
coming out called American Doctor, a documentary, and it's going to be released in the United States and in Canada in select theaters. It's up for a bunch of awards as well.
He has to accept the pushback.
American Doctor, follows the story.
For the most part, he has been, but there's like certain moments like this where you can tell that they get uncomfortable because they're just like, oh shit.
Of 3 different
Spawn versus the IDF would be my hypothetical pick. The thing is, that actually could happen because they're doing Spawn versus like all sorts of things. The first one that they're releasing is Spawn versus like Spawn's Christmas, where he goes after a whole bunch of like murderous Santas.
American doctors that go to Gaza.
R.I.P. Dolly Parton. Yeah, we covered it live.
Work under the crosshairs. It was,
I literally, like, I looked at my phone. I guess I gotta kind of give a shout out here. Isaiah Martin was the first person I saw that tweeted it.
Released a few days ago. Yeah. I didn't realize it was released already, but
Saw the tweet on Facebook like a proper man.
I've had Feroz on this broadcast before. You guys remember I interviewed him after he came back, and he's going to be in the building once again, but this time with Tyra as well. Tyra is Palestinian. Feroz is Zoroastrian, and Perlmutter is the third doctor who's Jewish. And it shows you 3 very different perspectives of American medical professionals. Like one guy who's not really connected to Palestine in any meaningful way, Feroz, right? And then one guy who is Palestinian himself. It shows the issues that the Israeli government put up.
My wife is not happy.
In front
Dolly
of
was
him
one
to
of her.
even go there
Like,
as
that
an
was one of her
American
favorites.
doctor.
That was like her. That was her girl.
And
He's definitely having a hard time
is
today.
Jewish, and he grew up as a Zionist.
Like she
right?
said, it just feels like all the good things are just, everything good is just fucking leaving us. Everything.
He gets to see.
But let's not fall into that. Let's remind ourselves that that's not the case.
Like Israel's violence and Israel's genocide, as he's sewing together Israel's victims of genocide, these children, and he has to come to terms with what his social conditioning looked like in real time. So it's a very powerful documentary. They obviously take their experiences from Gaza back to the United States of America to try to raise awareness about.
By the way, these are the pages that I refuse to leave a like or subscribe to. I will never subscribe or like a Hassan fan page.
Israel's siege, Israel's genocide. They also
laziest content on the internet.
Try to, demand legislative action. It doesn't really work, but it shows that component as well. But yeah, I will be interviewing Tyre and Feroz tomorrow.
Dolly's partner said, but 80 years is a pretty good lifespan. Dude, my mom made it to 72. Am I supposed to lament the fucking,
Out in
time that
select
she didn't
theaters
get to live to 80?
United States.
No, people be old and, people die. That's how it goes.
In Canada.
Being over
Once you make it past 65, you do know that you're on the clock, right?
reported because Hamas kills journalists that report military casualties. The vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians.
Same here. I love Hassan, but I never like his videos. It's not his videos. That's the part that I'm making. Honestly, that's the thing that I don't like about what he did, is because he gave carte blanche to a bunch of lazy content creators to just go make a bunch of money off of his content, which great in theory. But it also makes it to where it ruins a lot of the YouTube algorithm. It lost all fucking credibility to me, because I was just like, you know what? Fuck you. You've just disincentivized people actually doing creation.
Billions. That is the.
And people are just like, you should make a second channel and just make it's literally defeating the fucking purpose here.
Conclusion of every independent expert. The only ones.
Because any people that go over there have to be pressured by the terrorists, because if they don't repeat the terror.
But if that is the case, then no, I will, if that's how people truly feel, then I'm like, all right, then I will just convert my stuff to just being a Hassan fan page.
Terrorist propaganda, the terrorists kill them.
Watch me make fucking,
And this was
hand over fist.
Sometimes
9K subscribers. How old is this
he's
channel?
like coming up with it in real time. This is one of those moments. Like, he just made that up on the spot, and you can tell he made that shit up on the spot, because like at least when he's like doing Hasbara that even Israel is not doing, it's usually hearkening back to Hasbara from a different incident that he's heard that he's repeating. But this one he just made up on the spot. Like, he mixed and matched a little bit, where he was like, the Israeli propaganda on this is Hamas at gunpoint is forcing these children to.
All right, so this one's not monetized. All right.
To stay in the vicinity of the bombs, right? Or Hamas at gunpoint is forcing little babies to lay down next to their.
Yeah, I just thought about that because of the Twitch content. Yeah, a lot of it would just get demonetized the second that it got released anyway.
Artillery, their weapon systems. He fucked it up, and he said, "Oh well, Hamas kills them if they don't say that they love Palestine." Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Bizarre, because like obviously no one needs to make anything up to prove civilian casualties. There's thousands upon thousands of videos and photos, but journalists aren't even the one that tally death tolls. That's the health ministries in Gaza and Lebanon. That's the usual line of attack for Israel propagandists, is to say they're not trustworthy, even though they are, based on independent observers, and the Israeli military itself has accepted their figures. But the ministries are typically what people attack.
They can still get super chats.
This is something
I'm not sure.
Completely.
No, because if they don't monetize. Like, if they're doing it live and they don't have the monetization on, then no, they can't get super chats.
Different and off the wall, and I've never seen it actually happen. He doesn't cite a single source in this video.
Rare Hassan. Reference frame. He was eating at the beginning of this clip. He was literally talking with his mouth full. I almost ended watching this clip.
But he does allude to a source, and it's for this claim about journalists being killed by Hamas, which is a 10-year-old expose about the Associated Press. It was written by a former IDF soldier and at the time AP journalist.
And this is actually exposed.
I don't know. I don't like the pirate stations either. I think that it's, at this point, just go watch his stream and then go to his Discord. And if you need to have like private discussions like that, it's flooding YouTube with a bunch of fucking redundant content, to be completely honest.
By a person.
Could you imagine if the Majority Report had like 6 different live streams of them fucking live streaming? Like, dude, that's a dangerous precedent to set.
Coming out of the Associated Press about 15 years ago. But for some reason, people just keep eating it up and assuming that everything that they're saying is completely true.
But even that article written by the former IDF soldier doesn't say that. It talks about a
he picks his teeth.
handful of instances of journalist intimidation, but not a single instance of actual violence, let alone killing. And then he moves from this claim, where he's pretending to care about journalist freedom, to say that, well, actually, all the journalists in Gaza are Hamas, so you can kill them anyways. I don't care. Targeting men.
Does anybody ever like bring this up to him and say just that he looks like that? This is gross. Him picking his fucking teeth the way that he does, because he literally does it.
women, children, journalists,
Of course, they're not journalists, by the way.
Like, how is he the one sitting in a suit watching Asmongold of all people, and I'm disgusted by him? Like, guys.
Half of their journalists have pictures of them fighting and shooting an AK-47. The entire idea that, oh, yeah, Israel's killing these journalists. Remember the other Hamas journalist?
No, he might as well be a mukbang channel. Like, for real. If that's what you're into, guys, fine. But I'm actually part of the normal crowd here. Do you know that in broadcasting school, we were, like, eating on mic and doing... Do you like that? Because that's what we were taught to never do. Because that will immediately lose viewership. That will immediately lose people listening because people don't want to hear that disgusting bullshit.
Like, he gets killed and there's like...
Not only is that not true, but even if it was, it still wouldn't change the reality that Israel is assassinating journalists. Every single Israeli journalist that is not only embedding with the
hold on, I got something stuck in my tooth. Hold
on. And therefore are a part of the military formation, but every single and could be accidentally collateralized. Every single Israeli journalist has served in the IDF. Do his fans even like this? Terminally online chuds don't like Israel anymore either. Dog. What is the only place on the planet right now where the right-wing chuds are unconditionally pro-Israel?
Well, I got that thing where I literally cannot, like, listen to somebody chewing too much. Otherwise, it'll fucking drive me nuts.
Not America. Yep. You're getting it. Yep. It's fucking Euroids, man. That's why. His audience of terminally online chuds are not terminally online chuds from America, because the terminally online chuds in America don't fuck with this kind of commentary.
No.
Many of the terminally online right-wingers that are in our age bracket are insanely anti-Israel. And not only are they anti-Israel, they're
You can hear every slurp too. Oh, I know.
anti-Semitic. There's only one group of people on this planet
And then he talks with his mouth full, which is just disgusting.
that consistently LARP as though they're...
But Pep, that's ASMR. You can get a new audience doing that. I've been literally marking my Twitches as ASMR.
American MAGA supporters.
Just whatever.
Who are also pro-Israel. Those people are in Europe. Of course, the broad subsects of European society also don't fuck with Israel either. However, the only area where there is any kind of like right-wing support for Israel is Europe. Yes, Nigeria is another one, and India is another one as well. But Asmongold's audience mostly is Euroids. They're Euroid MAGA LARPers.
5 videos of him shooting an AK-47. You guys have no idea how deep this terrorist propaganda goes.
These justifications are only coherent if your one principle is defending
He's literally
Israel.
going
When
in
he
between
can't
each
deny the
tooth right
facts
here.
by just lying about them or misrepresenting sources,
Cool.
and when he can't deflect with
Cool,
Israeli
cool. At least he
propaganda
doesn't have
lies,
plaque, I
he
guess.
just folds. He doesn't even try to respond or defend himself. He'll
Okay, I'm sorry. I actually I'm starting to have a harsher opinion about this shit. Like, this is what you got. Like, if this is what got people watch, like, holy fuck,
either
holy
scoff
fuck,
and roll his eyes.
holy fuck.
Is shooting.
Why do I work so hard at this? Why do I try so fucking hard? God damn.
Babies in the head with snipers while they're being breastfed by their mothers alone.
Oh my God.
In tents in broad daylight. The vast majority of the people that Israel has
Between
killed
watching
in Gaza
Hassan and
have been
Asmongold right now, it is
civilians. That the
ruined.
conclusion
Oh my God, this is
of
soul
every
destroying.
Independent expert, or sit there in silence while facts are being displayed on the screen that challenge his worldview. On March 12th, 2026, Israel bombed a beachside.
Go brush your teeth!
Tent encampment housing people that they had displaced from their bombing.
The fuck, Hassan!
Killing 8 and wounding 31. The strike came in the middle of.
I can't watch his shit. I literally can't watch his stuff.
Euro MAGA.
This is disgusting.
That is awesome. Euro Magaloid on Xbox and it genuinely bricked my brain after I said, let's take away your healthcare. Their tune changed very quickly. A lot of people don't realize.
Like, Jesus, you know what I didn't see him do either? Wipe that toothpick. It's not like he went. So he's just literally plaque. Put that there. Hold on. Plaque. Let's dig that one. Plaque. More.
How much of
Get some floss, my guy. Or maybe, I don't know, brush your fucking teeth. I can't.
Prominent, outspoken base for American fascism, its most loyal servants are literally not in America. Because you might be wondering, like, who the fuck are these people? Where are they in America? I rarely ever
clearly
meet like
distracted
an
by his
Trump
eating.
supporter.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
even
it's
in
very
red states,
distracting.
Like, there's a level of shame
Latino Mafune. It's
in supporting
fucking
Trump
disgusting.
right now.
Again, you might be okay with this. I'm not sure, like, because y'all might have been raised that way. I'm gonna just say it. I was raised to have manners and to not, like, literal proper table manners. I don't eat like this. I don't do that. I don't pick my teeth. Especially like I've seen him do it during an interview where it's like fucking rude. It's beyond rude, because if somebody was doing that in my face while I was talking to them, I would slap that fucking toothpick out of their fucking hand.
Where are these guys? They're all over the internet. Why are they not in the real world? Maybe you falsely believe that it's because they're always online and they're never outside. There's some truth to that, certainly. But first of all, most of the American Groyper contingency is unbelievably diverse. They're not white.
Disgusting.
Okay, so there's that element.
I just recently started eating on stream, and dude, I have again, I don't even like doing that because I do not like having to get back on mic and, like, especially if I have a point to make in mid bite. Like, that fucking sucks. I did that yesterday.
The entirety of the American Groyper movement that actually has a job is a Republican staff.
So you know who's suggesting demolishing the Kennedy Center? Good. Let him. Just fucking let him. Let him do whatever he wants. Honestly, I don't give a shit anymore. When it comes to that fucking man and the fact that he just says things and people just take him at his fucking word and pay attention to every goddamn thing he says, I'm ignoring him.
So that's based.
I know, not great for my content, but honestly, I'm getting to that point where it's like I'm just gonna ignore everything he says.
Basically,
or I will just remind you. Yeah, he says a lot of things.
Limit to the American fascist.
Was it in the fucking Project 2025 manifesto? If it's not, then it's probably not happening.
Fascist movement, and they're not pro-Israel at all, right? They're anti-Israel. However, if you were to go on the internet,
eventually he has to break something that people care about. Yeah, you'd think it'd be the White House.
And say something like, I think America.
No, he broke the economy. The thing is, guys, the news is not breaking it to you. I'm telling you right now. I have talked to enough fucking people, whether it be online, offline, in my everyday life. They hate him. They're done with him. They genuinely hate that man.
Should no longer support Israel. You'll be met with a barrage.
Because they're also sick of, like, all the divide that came from him, and they're sick of hearing about this stuff. They really are. They want to go back to fucking Biden, ironically.
Of attacks.
But this is also where they get to sit in their fucking dirty diapers.
In your replies, sometimes from bot accounts, sometimes from accounts.
Oh, shit, I got 2 minutes left. You know what? I've pretty much don't listen to this anyway. Here, I'm going to link the video in the chat here. So if you guys want to finish this video, you guys can go ahead. I appreciate you guys hanging with me today. Also, sorry if I had any too harsh of opinions on Mr. Hassan there. I know how people get. But I actually do not apologize. I'm sorry that you felt that way. That's literally how I feel about that. Gee. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. You're good. I really have no idea what to believe from Copper Caligula. Yep. At this point, like, let him demolish the Kennedy Center. What's it matter to you? Well, honestly, what's it matter? I don't live in fucking DC, and honestly, let him. I don't give a shit. Let him destroy every fucking monument in that stupid city. I don't give a fuck anymore. It doesn't seem like America, like, they're just going to allow him to be the dictator that he wants to be. And like I said, let him. Eventually, he will destroy something that people care about. But my advice is start ignoring the guy. He hates it. There's nothing more that he hates than being ignored. There's nothing more. But Yeah, I'm just a random guy on the internet. Anyway, pep talks. So speaking of yesterday's stream, I heard you might be fundraising for your wife's new PC for future crafting streams. Let's fucking go. That is indeed happening. Yes. We are fundraising for my wife to get a new PC so she can join Twitter, and she wants to do crafting streams. You guys would start the day with her, or if you're in the UK, you would probably actually get to have some normal timed content for you because she wants to start at 7 p.m. Central. Possibly that's not like set in stone, but she wants to do morning streams. So you guys would be able to start the day with her and then end the day with me. Just lots of peppers. Him destroying the Capitol would be a clear indication of where our country is going. So yeah, no, exactly. Let him. At this point, let them. Maybe Crystal Ball and Sagar will actually care. You know, maybe they'll actually have some despair in their reporting, so you kind of feel it, where you're like, no, this is dead serious. All right. Well, no, I really appreciate. That's cool. You'll support. Cool. Well, you guys can support the fund on my channel at Pep Talks TV. You guys can go to the description on my channel. I have my Streamlabs link. You guys can donate there when I'm off stream, or you guys can come join the stream and donate through super chats or my Streamlabs link. Full disclosure, it's PayPal. So I really appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for supporting this space. Stick around for all the great content that we have lined up. I know Alex is going live soon, so stick around. He's back from vacation. Also, I know that Kristina is going live a little bit later, and then we got a wonderful week lined up for you. And catch me on Thursday on the panel show, and possibly tomorrow. Wednesdays are literally 50-50 at this point. It's one of those, like, if we get late night with Pep, you get it. So I have gone late, and I appreciate you guys again. Love y'all, and I'll see you on the next one.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
The more that we see this playing out, the more people realize the folly in turning to the market, for-profit companies, as the solution.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
There's been a bunch of conversation about school choice in the news. Adam, it's a conversation that you're following very, very closely. What's kind of been the latest?
Well, I've seen your buddy, Dale Jackson, talking about it quite a bit lately. Yeah, well, I've seen it circulating in right-wing media. It's becoming a big topic of discussion in the gubernatorial race here in Alabama. For those of you listening outside of the state, we have former Senator Doug Jones challenging current Senator Tommy Tuberville. And so school choice has already become an issue in that campaign. And I'm seeing a lot of, chatter online about it. ProPublica just put out a really great investigation on private schools down in Florida over the past week. I recommend people check that out. But yeah, I just been thinking about it.
Isn't the guy who is presumably going to be the Republican nominee, Byron Donalds, didn't his wife run a scam, private school, something or other?
I don't know. I feel like that's worth looking into. Yeah.
I'll see if I can find.
Yeah, see if you can find something on that. That sounds really sketchy. Yeah, the ProPublica piece was really good. Definitely recommend folks check that out. But yeah, I've just been seeing all this chatter about it, and my thoughts are that I don't think the education of our society's children should be a consumable product that we buy and sell in the marketplace. And most families, like the overwhelming majority, they agree with me on this. Most of us, we want our local public schools to be great, regardless of our zip code, where we live, where we come from. We just want our local public schools to be as good as possible, right? I don't think most people want to go shopping in the Wild West marketplace exchange of educating our children, which we're seeing pop up in Arizona and Florida and states like that. Maybe this is a hot take. Tell me if I go too far, Jacob, but I think we live in a society, and there is such a thing as the common good, right? The social contract. And I get that free market fundamentalists in both major political parties want us to think that we're all atomized individual consumers in every aspect of our life. But any society, especially one that at least pretends to be democratic, has a vested interest in educating the next generation. You know, we all have a vested interest in making sure that educators are well trained and supported. We all have a vested interest in making sure that curriculum is reflective of the population, that is backed by research and grounded in reality. Hot take, I know. We all have a vested interest in widespread literacy and numeracy. I've seen some really concerning statistics lately about adult literacy rates in the United States of America. It's not good, folks. We all have a vested interest in providing every kid the best opportunities we can for them to grow and to develop. And it's really not just about my kid or your kid. It's literally about all of us. And I know for me personally, I don't think I'm better than anyone else, and I don't think anyone else is better than me. So, you know, what I want for my kid and my family, I want for everybody's family. If folks believe that homeschool or private school is genuinely what's best for their kids, you know, that is what it is. You've always had that choice, and I'll respect it. I just don't think public tax dollars should subsidize it. What's stopping private schools from offering more of their own scholarships for poor and working class kids? If that's really what it's about, right? Because we hear that a lot. It's about providing a choice for those underserved kids, right? So that they can have access to these elite private schools. Well, let's be honest, right? Rich folks, they could pay for that right now. They don't need public schools resources to do that. So, and this is part of a broader assault on public institutions across our society, an assault that's been growing and growing for decades at this point and is really reaching a fever pitch right now with this current environment, right, where we have a lot of what some may say would be crooks and grifters and reactionaries in many places of power. These are some of the same folks who want to privatize the education system, both from the inside and the outside. They're also some of the same folks who want to privatize the Postal Service. Some of the same folks who brought us Doge and the sabotage of our federal workforce. Some of the same folks who want to privatize Social Security. Basically, these are some of the same folks who are kicking our butt in the class war. You know, what's next? Are we going to say, oh, well, the local parks and recs, you know, they're not good enough for me and my family. So instead of making it better, let's give me a voucher for the local country club. Right? I know it sounds kind of crazy, but that is the same premise, right? And the logic never really works for the other side. They never extend these arguments to the other side because the far right always says that they don't agree with public schools and what they teach. So they shouldn't have to pay for it, right? They shouldn't have to contribute taxes for it. But just think about that. We don't get to opt out of paying taxes for all sorts of things that we don't agree with, right? Our government does all kinds of things that I don't like. I don't get a refund on it because I disagree with it. Now, Lord knows public schools aren't perfect, especially here in the South. But we can point to systemic policy failures and generations of underinvestment to explain these flaws and these challenges. Much of it pushed by these very same folks who are pushing privatization. That's how it works, right? You starve and sabotage a public institution and public good. You set up its workers to struggle, and then you artificially induce demand for these private alternatives. Public schools are too important to give up on. If you're an education worker, you need to get involved. You need to get your local involved and bring it into the fight. You know, run for AEA, NEA, AFT delegate, volunteer in a committee or as a building rep, and educate your colleagues. Bring them into the fight with you. Because education unions are uniquely positioned to be powerful institutions, and it's going to be up to rank and file militancy from the bottom up to make that happen. Here in the South, we desperately need it. And for everyone listening, regardless of your role or relationship to schools, whether you're an educator, a student, a parent, an uncle, a grandmother, a community activist, just a neighbor, anyone, pay attention to what's happening in public education. Pay attention to your local school boards. Pay attention to who's running for state school board elections. Pay attention to how legislators have voted on public school issues. And get involved with groups like Public School Strong and Alliance to Reclaim Our Schools, other great organizations out there already doing the work, right? Get plugged in, because we're not alone. The other side has a far-right media ecosystem, a network of churches and think tanks and lobbyists and everything else that the billionaires can buy. But we've got the people, and there's strength in numbers. It's up to us to build a grassroots movement for honest, equitable, fully funded public education. A diverse movement for the common good. A movement that can fight and win the public schools our students and communities deserve. And there's a lot else out there about school choice. And the last thing I'll say about it is that schools choose their students under school choice. Right? Mm-hmm. It's not your choice. Right. It's not your family's choice. It's the school's choice. So it's not school choice, it's school's choice. That's what it's really about. Right? And when you follow the money, you find interest in profiteering and segregation. Segregation not just by race, but by class, religion, you name it. So, that's what our side is up against. But as I said, the vast majority of people believe in public schools. They want their public schools to be great. And that's why I'm confident that when we organize, that we can do that. We can make these schools better, and they do need to be better. But we can bring that kind of justice to these schools when we come together and organize.
You mentioned Florida, and yeah, Byron Donalds' wife, Erica Donalds, in the state of Florida, is a big, she's got a stake in private school contractor. She's made millions of dollars from being a contractor for these private schools. CBS had a report out, I think this was last year, that 30% of the government funding that private schools in the state of Florida received, totaling about $35 million, went to outside contracting firms.
Wow.
And one of the schools that Erica Donalds led announced that it would not be opening as planned in August. They made that announcement on May 31st, basically in June. And so there were hundreds of schools, dozens and dozens of teachers that had been hired, had enrolled, had moved to that location to go to school there, and then were totally left in the lurch because of the fact that school didn't open. And that's something that happens, not infrequently in the private school industry, because you get these sort of pop-up shops that want to take advantage of the government money that's there, and will close when they don't make as much as they wanted, or when there's an opportunity to make even more money somewhere else, or when there's a natural disaster that kind of shakes the physical foundation of the institution. And these are all things that, just don't happen with public schools in the same way. You have much less stability and real the ability to trust in these as institutions, because they're not institutions. They're just companies that are in it for a profit, as opposed to institutions that are built by their communities for the good of the communities. And, like we say with unions, the public school system is an institution that is made up of people, and so there are going to be problems with it. But the idea that the response to legitimate issues with the public school system is to create the separate system of profit where fly-by-night contractors can come in and make a quick buck off of the education or lack thereof of our people. The idea that that's the solution to the problems in the public school system is just nonsensical. And I think that the more that we see this over and over across the country playing out, the more people are starting to realize the folly in those sorts of actions, in turning to the market, in turning to for-profit companies
as the solution.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
Yeah, I mean, the solution is more democracy, not less democracy.
Right.
It's less profiteering, not more profiteering. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I wanted to point out that I think it was Kentucky that just recently in the last year or so voted down vouchers in a pretty significant way, including in, predominantly Republican districts. So I think the more people learn about it, the less enthused they are. I know that there's an argument by the right that, oh, well, look how many people are using it. Like there's clearly demand. Well, anytime you put money on the table for people, there will be people to show up for it, right? And again, that is by design. That is by design that there's demand for alternatives. The solution is to make every local public school as great as it possibly can be, give it the resources it needs. That's the answer. And
yeah, well, I mean, and there was a recent report that came out of Texas, like just in the last week, I think, or in the last 2 weeks, that showed, and they've been engaging in this, the voucher scam experimentation. 70% of the people who have taken advantage of those vouchers were families whose students were already in the private school system. Already there. And so all this money is doing, it's not actually, the propaganda, the argument is that, oh, well, we're just having the money follow the student. That's not actually what's happening. Most of the people taking advantage of these programs are not students that were in the public school system and left. It's people who are already out of the system. And so it's sucking money from the public education system and going towards private, religious, homeschooled companies that have no oversight.
Right, no guardrails. Like, you want me to believe that, okay, our public schools have issues, so the solution is a totally unregulated marketplace?
Yeah.
When has that ever worked for any problem that we have? I mean, we have people like on the toilet because they ate lettuce right now. Because of this kind of mentality, okay? Because of this kind of mentality that, oh, well, the public institutions have these issues, so this defund them, this bust up the workers' unions, this attack the employees who do the work, this put grifters in charge of it and sabotage it. Oh, look, it's not working as we planned. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. We've got some elections coming up here in Huntsville that are relevant to this issue. The school board elections are coming up, as are the city council elections. Adam, what are some of the things that you've been seeing about those elections here in the city of Huntsville?
Yeah, just to remind folks, there are 3 districts that are facing elections in Huntsville on August 25th, which will be here very, very soon. It is, less than 2 weeks away. So make sure you are registered, make sure you've checked your polling place, you know where to go on Tuesday, August 25th from 7 to 7. If you realize that you're not going to be able to vote in person like you're supposed to from 7 to 7, try to get an absentee ballot. All right, that's still an option. That's something you can do if you know you're going to be out of town. Go ahead, vote absentee. So there are 3 districts. District 4, I believe it is, will not have a school board race because Ryan Renaud did not face opposition. But the other 2 districts do have school board races, and they also have city council races. So District 4 is Bill Kling. He has 2 challengers. We also have the South Huntsville District, District 3. Jenny Robinson is the longtime incumbent, and she's facing 2 challengers as well. In District 2, the incumbent David Little is facing a challenger, Thomas Cassez. One thing I saw that's been interesting online, I know that current school board member for District 3, the South Huntsville District, Andrea Alvarez, she has been sharing a lot of information on Facebook about the city council. She's got to be in her bonnet about some of the issues they've had with between the school board and the city over the years. So she's been speaking out about that. And, something I saw from Jenny Robinson's campaign was that they were concerned about special interest involved in this election. And so I thought that was interesting. And, I started looking at some of the campaign finance reports, and it's interesting to see who is receiving big PAC money, as well as who is using, the same consulting firm. The same consulting firm, the Driscoll Group, has managed many campaigns in Huntsville over the years. I first encountered them over 10 years ago. At the time, the Driscoll Group was very aligned with Casey Wardynski, who was the superintendent of Huntsville at the time, ran all the pro-Wardynski campaigns for school board, as well as, had affiliations with Jenny Robinson and others on the city council. So been around for a long time, kind of considered the establishment person for campaigning and politicking. So, that's who Jenny Robinson is using. Again, you can look at the campaign finance reports. They are available. It takes a little digging, but you can find some of that information. And Andrea has been posting some of that information. It's out there for your research. I would also say the United Women of Color put out a great voting guide that's very helpful, because a lot of people don't know exactly what city council, does from day to day, or what the school board is really responsible for. So I think that's a great resource, and I encourage people to check that out. It's going to be interesting to see, because it's kind of a, older establishment candidates versus younger, kind of upstart grassroots candidates. We'll see how it turns out. There seems to be a trend in the country right now for change. Whether that will translate into August 25th elections in Huntsville, I don't know. But there's been a lot of chatter online about some of the issues folks are, facing with the city. One issue I saw that was brought up was the lack of, public comment participation at city council meetings, which has been restricted over the years. And I remember them restricting that at school board meetings as well. Formerly you were able to actually ask questions during the board's work sessions, which was very helpful and illuminating for people in the audience, obviously. And that was taken away. And instead you had to, fill out a form, and they'd give you 3 minutes at the end once the cameras were off, that kind of vibe. And I think, good governance and just local transparency is something that really cuts across partisan lines. I think most people want to feel like they can have their voices heard with local government, and they want people to, have that opportunity, want to have that input, and they want folks to be transparent in their decision making. So, those are some of the issues that I've seen circulating. But again, August 25th, that is the big day for those districts. Typically, these are pretty low turnout elections, so make sure you do remind your friends, your coworkers, your neighbors, text some folks that the day before, ask them what their plan is to vote, because it's very, very influential. When not a lot of folks vote, it's important to bring your voice to the table, because, it's kind of hell of a note to think about. Less than 10% maybe could decide the election. And these people are there for 4 years, or maybe 20 years or 30 years in some cases, right? Like, that's kind of wild.
Yeah.
For the biggest city in the state.
Mm-hmm. No, these are super important, super important elections. No matter what your political proclivities are, you really need to take the time to go and take a look at the candidates, take a look at why different organizations have endorsed which candidates. Go
That's
to a
true.
candidate forum if you can. Watch the candidate forums online if you're not able to go in person. Because, yeah, like Adam said, Huntsville, biggest city in the state of Alabama, tens of millions of dollars are determined by the budget of this city. The wages and working conditions of the people who are employed by this city are determined by the city council.
Boards and commissions.
Boards and commissions, the people who run institutions in the city of Huntsville, people who run the hospital, are determined in small part, but in part by the city council. People who, the economic development is led in huge part by the city council and the people that the city council hire. So you want people who are, in my mind, you would want people who are dedicated, yes, to growth, but to responsible growth, not growth at any cost, to grow that are committed to growth that will help the people who are already living here and making sure that folks can continue to live in the city of Huntsville. You want, affordable housing. You want, utility prices to stay reasonable.
Childcare is another big issue that we hear a lot from folks. Childcare is getting more and more expensive day by day, and it's a real big barrier for folks who are trying to enter the workforce, re-enter the workforce, maybe after childbirth, right? It's something that really weighs on a lot of working families. And I know it's been a big issue in a lot of cities and a lot of, even in the city of New York, right? That was a big issue in their mayoral campaign because it touches so many families. And, I know there are some folks listening who maybe don't have children, or maybe their children are full grown and it's been a long time. Ask folks who are using childcare right now, ask them how much it's costing them. Ask them how much it's costing them per week or per month. Lord help you if you don't have grandparents, aunts, uncles, other people who can help out and chip in. If it's 5 days a week you're paying for childcare, it's almost, a mortgage payment for a lot of folks. And so that's a huge barrier.
And I'll say on the childcare thing, I've gotten some pushback from city council members, even city council members that I really like and that are generally friends of unions. And I don't think it's bad-natured pushback, but it is pushback that I disagree with. The pushback is that, that there's not really much that the city council can do with childcare. And that's something that kind of families or organizations or employers that's like on them. That's outside. There's not anything that the city council can do. And I just disagree with that. I don't think that's right. I think that the city council can, I think that there are lots of things that the city council can do to induce affordable childcare. You can, at the very bottom of the list, you can think about tax incentives and tax breaks that we give to huge corporations all the time.
Right.
like
Eli Lilly,
yes.
Big Pharma is getting a huge package, right? And I'm still looking into all the details of that. But my understanding is they're getting a heck of a deal. Fairly profitable corporations, my understanding. Are there any strings attached to providing childcare for their employees or the surrounding community? I don't know. Just asking questions. But.
Exactly. And so at the very bottom of the list, you could do tax breaks, tax incentives to induce that sort of things. You could give tax incentives and tax breaks to companies that offer on-site childcare or childcare vouchers. And then I think at the more experimental wing, and the thing that's I think is the most obvious thing to do would be to expand childcare, make pre-K universal, expand childcare through the public school system, and offer universal free public childcare through increases in property and income taxes. Now in the state of Alabama, that does take the approval of the legislature, but there are you can at the very least put it on the table. And I think that something that potentially would be difficult for the legislature to shoot down would be framing it as an experiment. You know, you could say, okay, look, in the city of Huntsville, we are going to raise property taxes and income taxes by this, and it would be a very small percentage, by this very small percentage for a temporary amount of time, for 2 years. We'll vote on it at the beginning. If the citizens vote it down, it doesn't go through. And then we'll vote on it again at the end. We'll have this 2-year experiment where we have universal pre-K, we have universal 3K or whatever we want to do, maybe not all the way down to 6 months old, but something like that. And at the end of 2 years, we'll let the citizens vote on it again and see if they think they got a good use of their money. You know, I mean, I think that so many people and so many institutions are just not willing to experiment enough in unions, in government, in companies. And I think that the moment the cost of childcare calls for experimentation, willingness to do something bold, and that's just not something that I'm hearing, you know, I mean, frankly, from basically anybody.
The cost of everything calls for bold solutions right now. The time we're in calls for bold solutions right now, so I would encourage folks to use their imagination, right? Imagine that we can do these things and that we actually do deserve these things, and we should try to move closer to it, right? Yeah. And there are so many opportunities to be experimental. I really agree with that.
That gives employers an option to bring in a foreign worker on a guest worker visa who we can mistreat. And if they complain, we just won't renew their visa or we'll send them home. Employers get cheap labor on demand they can get rid of whenever it becomes inconvenient.
Really excited for our guest. We're going to be talking to Antonio DeLaura, the communications director for the United Farm Workers. Antonio, welcome to the Valley Labor Report.
Hey, thanks for having me. Sorry, I'm in my car.
No worries at all. Not a problem. We got lots of people calling in from all sorts of places. That's what's happened when you're a union radio program. You have to talk to working people, so they kind of join you as they can. Like I said, you're the communications director for the United Farm Workers, and so you obviously have an expertise in the working conditions of farm workers and some of the things that are affecting them. And one of the things that we have been tracking is the cuts to the wages of migrant workers by the Trump administration. Can you tell us how they did that? Like, what was the mechanism by which the Trump administration has gone about cutting the wages of migrant workers? And how is the United Farm Workers, your union, fighting back?
Yeah, well, I'll answer the second one first and just say we're suing. But this is going to sound very technical, but basically there is the federal H-2A guest worker program. So this is a guest worker visa program where agricultural employers are allowed to go outside of the country, bring in workers on a visa and have them work seasonally in agricultural jobs. This is inherently pretty problematic because workers' visas are controlled by their employers. I always say, imagine at-will employment, but it's your immigration status where your employer can just boot you and kick you out of the country if, actually they don't have to give a reason. They can also just not call you back next year because every year you have to see if your visa is going to get renewed by your employer. So the power dynamic already is pretty bad between employers and workers. And the federal government sets the wage rates for these programs. And this is actually something called the adverse effect wage rule. It's called that because it's supposed to prevent an adverse effect on local workers. The theory is the federal government will set a wage that's high enough that it's higher or at least meeting the average wage. It's literally supposed to be the average wage per state that the local farm workers are getting. And the idea there is, well, we won't have this guest worker program undercut the local workers, right? That would be crazy. That's actually something that the statute, when Congress set this program up back in the 80s, that's required by the law. What the Trump administration went and did is actually unilaterally, through executive action, said, actually, the federal government is going to set this wage rate way lower than what local workers are making. That obviously is the opposite of what it's supposed to be for, because now you're creating that adverse effect that the adverse effect wage rule is supposed to prevent. And so we believe that's plainly illegal. That's illegal under the existing statute. And so we're in federal court right now to try to reverse that wage cut.
So because, the wages are different, it's meant to be sort of tagged to the local wage market. It's going to be different in every state, but can you give us like a general dynamic? Like what kind of wages are we talking ballpark? Like are we talking under the Biden administration that the wage was somewhere between $17 and $20 an hour, and now it's 13 to 15? Are we talking a general like 20% cut or a 50%? Like, can help me kind of get an idea for what the real world impacts are going to be on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's really dramatic. So in most states, it's either, in California, basically we're going from $19 an hour back down to the state minimum wage, which is $16.90 an hour. In states like Texas or Alabama or Georgia, I should actually mention for this Southern podcast, actually the South has the highest percentage of H-2A workers in the agricultural workforce. Georgia and Florida lead the way with nearly 40% of their farm workers coming to those states on this agricultural visa program. So for example, in Texas, it's going from $15 an hour to $9 an hour.
Wow.
So we're talking, really significant wage decreases, $3 to $5 an hour nationwide, depending on which state you're in. That's going to add, the Trump administration's own rule actually estimates that $2.46 billion in wages are going to be transferred from workers back to employers. And that's actually only counting the H-2A workers themselves. There was an Economic Policy Institute study that suggests that the total impact when you take into account the way this is going to undercut local wages and the way local workers are also going to have their wage cuts, because, why would an employer pay them more when they have a cheaper option now? The total cumulative impact could be as high as $5 billion in lost wages from farm workers transferred back to employers. And we just have to remember, these are already some of the hardest working and lowest paid workers in our country. These are the folks who are out there in the fields picking our fruits and vegetables, when it's 106 degrees Fahrenheit out, as it's been here in the California Central Valley the past week. So it's a really, really cruel thing. It's an unjust thing. And obviously it completely flies in the face of this idea that this administration is looking out for American workers, trying to protect Americans' jobs or American wages. This is a direct example of the Trump administration has actually made it cheaper and easier to bring in cheap foreign labor in such a way that it undercuts American workers.
Yes, you're saying you mentioned that it's easier to bring in foreign workers now than it was before. I want to talk about that in just a second, but I want to stay on this wage dynamic and the H-2A program sort of as it exists, because I've been following your work for a while. You've written a few pieces for Unheard, UnHERD. It's sort of like a kind of meant to be like a heterodox sort of populist right
contrarian,
left kind of contrarian, but you've got really good stuff in there, and one of the kind of contrarian things maybe that you've said in there is that ironically the bargaining power of workers under these H-2A programs is probably less, like it's probably worse for the workers and for Native people to expand this program than just to have undocumented people, because ironically, in your telling, undocumented workers have a little bit more leverage than these folks, because undocumented workers, they're not, by nature of not being documented, they're not tied to one employer. And so if one employer gets too crazy, they can go and work for somebody else under the table, and they've got a little bit of flexibility by competition. But the H-2A program, you are tied to one employer, and sort of by nature of being in the H-2A program, these are workers that are presumably pretty committed to staying above board and not being undocumented. And so if you're an H-2A worker, you're committed to doing things the right way, and by being in the H-2A program, you're tied to this one employer, and if that one employer pays you less money or you want to organize against them, like you said, they can not only fire you, they can have you deported because you don't have that flexibility, because you're tied to them. And there's a sort of company town dynamic going on here. Like here in Huntsville, we've got the hospital is planning to build some workforce housing, and our labor council has pushed back against that a little bit and said, this is kind of potentially not good dynamics. And the CEO, I genuinely think the CEO like doesn't understand why it's potentially bad, but just like this, if you are living as a nurse at Huntsville Hospital and their workforce housing, then if you get fired, you could be also evicted. And so that increases the, it increases the difficulty of the leverage, or it increases the leverage of the employer. And so there's a similar dynamic with this H2A program. And did I sort of summarize that right?
Yeah, you got it. I mean, it's totally a company town dynamic. Under the H2A program, employers are actually required to provide workers their housing. In some ways, you could think, oh, well, that's great. But what ends up happening, first of all, is employers cut corners because they want to provide the housing as cheaply as possible. So, I mean, I've personally seen, bunks, 8 guys sharing one room, sharing one toilet. I mean, really bad stuff. And then at the same time, again, it's this company town dynamic where people's housing is usually on company property. From a labor organizing point of view, getting access to these workers can be extremely difficult. Having workers, basically totally dependent. I mean, they need to ask employers for a ride to go to the grocery store. They need to, sometimes get permission to get access to phone lines. I mean, and sometimes, out here in these very rural areas, workers can really be trapped on company property. So yeah, the H2A program, I would say it's bringing back indentured servitude. It's not just my opinion that they have less rights than undocumented workers. That's actually a matter of law. There is one federal labor law that protects farm workers. We're actually excluded from the National Labor Relations Act, which is its own long story and goes back to a lot of the ugly history in the South of, when the New Deal was happening, a lot of segregationist senators would not vote for the National Labor Relations Act if it also applied to agriculture because they didn't want black sharecroppers or Mexican immigrants out west to have the same rights as white workers. So we're still excluded to this day. But there is one federal law that protects farm workers. It's the Migrant and Seasonal Worker Protection Act. That law applies to undocumented workers. It explicitly does not apply to H2A workers. So H2A workers actually do not have, under the law, a private right of action. So if an employer, for example, gets seriously injured on the job, they actually cannot legally sue their employer for that the way a citizen worker might or the way an undocumented worker might. And so it's just factually true that these workers have less rights under the law than even undocumented workers. And to your point, most H2A workers are here. They're trying to do it right. This is, quote, the legal way. It's a huge irony that actually, if you do it legally, you end up with less rights than folks who cross the border without papers. But the other thing that does happen, I should mention, is because these conditions on some of the H2A farms are so awful, because they're trapped, because they're living on company housing, especially now that their wages are cut, we do see actually a fair amount of H2A workers, definitely not the majority, but some folks every year do what's called absconding, which is literally they run away and they stay in this country and they try to find a different job, a better job. Maybe they'll go work somewhere else in the agricultural industry. Maybe they'll go work in construction. But there are people who actually become undocumented. They come in on the H2A visa program, and after a year or two, they're just like, this is awful. And so they literally run away. And unfortunately, those people do become undocumented. And I could tell you the story of someone who came in as an H2A worker, was horribly mistreated, left to try to find a better opportunity, became undocumented, got picked up by ICE. It was a whole thing, but it really speaks to this reality that we've got foreign workers that we're exploiting, and the state is using violence to keep them in line.
And so in addition to cutting their wages, the administration is now making it easier or lifting the cap on both the H2A, which is kind of the more farm worker sort of stuff, and the H2B, which is sort of the tech kind of people. That I don't know why it is that we have different programs for these different groups of workers. But
so tech
explain that.
Tech is H1B, and that's been a whole controversy, particularly on the right. That's kind of the Silicon Valley industry, bringing in a lot of, tech workers from India or elsewhere in Asia. Then there's H-2A, and this is going to blow your mind. H-2A actually has no cap. So the Trump administration did not lift the cap. H-2A is already an uncapped program, which is ridiculous. So when you cut the wages, there's no legal limit to how many of these workers you can bring in. And if you start paying them less than Americans, then, it gets really, really complicated very fast. I should mention, we have a bill to cap the H-2A program for the first time, to actually create a legal limit of 400,000 of these visas that you can bring in every year. Obviously, the agricultural industry opposes that, and they're actually trying to expand the definition of what counts as agriculture so they can bring in more of these visa workers to more industries, including things like truck drivers. So there's a number of jobs that are threatened by this program. And then H-2B is this other category. H-2B is basically like H-2A, but for non-agricultural seasonal industries. So think landscaping, think restaurant work. Down in Louisiana, people bring them, for example, for the shrimping boats. So there's a lot of different niche industries that the H-2B program would apply to. That program is capped. That cap was at 65,000 visas a year. The Trump administration doubled that, so now it's over 120,000 of these H-2B visas that can be brought in. That's something that employers have really asked for. I should mention Donald Trump himself is both an H-2A and H-2B employer. He uses H-2A visa workers on his vineyards. He uses H-2B visa workers at his hotels. And so, it's a real existential threat, when you think about the effort that, for example, hotel workers have gone to unionize in a number of cities and states across this country, including in the South. H-2B threatens all of those union hotel jobs because it gives employers an option to, hey, let's bring in a foreign worker on a guest worker visa, whose visa we control, who we can basically mistreat. And if they complain, we just won't renew their visa or we'll send them home. And so it gives workers in foreign countries, they're living in fear. Workers here in our country are being displaced. And then employers get cheap labor on demand that they can get rid of whenever it becomes inconvenient.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
I want to talk to you some about how the quote unquote the right is reacting to this. I think, as far as I can tell, what I'm seeing is like not much. But how does the administration justify it? Like, what is their? How do they justify simultaneously cutting wages, making it easier for foreign workers to get in, while they're doing all of this, the ICE stuff, and trying to, on the theory that we need Americans to fill these jobs? How are they justifying this?
Well, this is a huge irony, and I think this is what really gets to the hypocrisy of the administration. And really, this is why they're not talking. I mean, one of the things I think is interesting is anytime they do a raid, anywhere in the country, they put out, what I call deportation porn. They tweet out these videos of families crying. They are posting these videos of people in chains being loaded onto planes. They want to promote their mass deportation policies. I always look at that stuff and I think this looks god awful, but clearly they want to promote this idea that they're actually, making America white again, or whatever it is you want to say. The truth is, though, when you actually look at the numbers, they're actually expanding the guest worker programs basically just as fast, if not faster, as they're actually deporting people. So, this idea that these policies are going to lead to higher wages or more jobs for citizen workers, that's just a total fantasy, and they're undercutting that themselves, because the through line here is that they want American business owners, American big business, big employers, big ag companies, big hotel companies. They want those industries have the president's ear, have the people around him's ear, and they're saying, we need cheap labor, we need cheap labor, we need cheap labor. And the Trump administration says, okay. I think the guest worker programs, we really have to think of it almost as a kind of outsourcing or offshoring. It's just that instead of the company shutting down and going overseas, you're bringing the workers from overseas here. But it's the same negative impact on local workers. And one of the things that I talk a lot to my conservative friends, to my friends who may have voted for Trump, I always say, look, I understand if you believed that, you know, we needed a closed border to protect American jobs, like I can appreciate why you thought that, but you are being used, you are being had. That's not what they're doing. They're using these raids to make, you know, people feel big in some way that, oh, look, you know, we're getting rid of this Mexican family. But at the end of the day, they're actually not helping address what that root cause was, that root concern about, you know, how do I have a good job? How do I protect my wages? I don't want to have to compete in my own country unfairly with foreign labor that'll work for cheaper. That concern is going completely unaddressed, and in fact, it's being made worse. So what I argued in my piece, which, you know, was kind of to a conservative audience, is saying, look, if what you really care is American jobs, instead of expanding these guest worker programs, why don't we just legalize the people we already have? Why don't we just let the people who are already here, who have been here for years, who aren't criminals, who pay taxes, who in most cases already have American families, American children, why don't we give them a pathway to citizenship, let them compete in the market, on the labor market, equally, fairly, with the same labor laws and the same labor rights as anyone else. And that way we're all competing on a fair and level playing field. And also, by the way, that way we can organize a real labor movement that's going to push wages up for everyone instead of down for everyone. And of course, the irony is the Trump administration, the way they justified it, you asked me, how are they justifying these wage cuts? It's the most cynical thing. In the rule that they put out, it actually says, well, we're concerned about labor shortages in agriculture because of our own deportation policies. So that's why we need to make it cheaper for employers to bring in more foreign workers. And so it's just like, well, why don't you just don't do either of those? Let the farm workers who've been here, who are undocumented, become citizens, and then pay farm workers enough that maybe some Americans want to do these jobs too, because there's no reason these jobs can't be done by Americans. It's just that they're paid so poorly that a lot of Americans, frankly, would rather work retail or fast food or some other job that pays more than working in the agricultural fields. But there's no reason why, you know, American workers could not do these agricultural jobs if they were just paid fairly, treated well, had basic safety on the job, had benefits, had everything that we as a union fight for.
You know, you wrote in a recent piece speaking about how the Trump administration is sort of undermining workers' rights through these changes to visa policies. You said, unbelievable as it may seem to many conservatives, it was the Biden administration that sought to protect jobs of American workers against displacement by H-2A workers. Can you talk a little bit about what the Biden administration did and how, you know, even absent some, you know, grand bargain, there are things that the executive branch can do unilaterally and has done unilaterally to try to move closer to the direction where we have, you know, higher wages for migrant workers who are coming in, and more and making the competition, you know, leveling the playing field sort of for American workers.
Yeah, so the Biden administration had a farm worker protection rule that was all about trying to make the H-2A program less exploitative. One of the things they did there is they set reasonable wages for it that were equal to what the local workers are making. And so in that sense, they disincentivized employers from hiring H-2A workers because, hey, look, you're going to be paying the same thing either way, so might as well pay the local worker what they're expecting rather than have to bring in workers from elsewhere. There's also a number of, really basic reforms that rule did. For example, it made it illegal for employers to confiscate workers' passports, which was a thing that was happening and was just facilitating, again, this incredible amount of abuse, exploitation, trafficking, labor trafficking, where H-2A workers were being illegally told to work additional jobs by their employers beyond what the visa was supposed to be for. Actually, Georgia had one of the biggest human and labor trafficking cases in the H-2A program come from something called Operation Blooming Onion. This was a 6-year-long federal investigation that broke while Biden was in office, where federal prosecutors literally called it, quote, modern-day slavery. That's in the federal indictment in Operation Blooming Onion, where literally hundreds of H-2A workers were being literally enslaved in Georgia, and it's just these sorts of things happen. The Biden administration tried to stop it, and in doing so, that's obviously good for the H-2A workers, but it's also good for American workers. And I think that's one thing that we really need to internalize as a labor movement, as Americans, which is anytime you have any population of workers that's excluded from basic rights, that's going to be bad for every worker, because workers' rights are only as strong as the rights of the weakest worker are. Because if you have a pool of workers that you can pay less, employers are going to go there, and we all know that. And so it's in all of our interest as working people to have immigrant workers, undocumented workers, H-2A workers, guest workers, right? We need to think of these folks as potential allies, as fellow workers, and most importantly, if we don't want them to undercut our wages, we need to make sure that their wages aren't legally lower than ours. And so that's something that I think the Biden administration, ironically, was much better at in terms of America first than the Trump administration, because the Trump administration is not prioritizing workers, it's prioritizing business.
There's ironically, I think that the administration is really sort of just upping a dynamic that we've seen for, the last 20 or 30 years. There's a clip that goes around every now and then about of Milton Friedman saying that undocumented immigrants are good. Actually, legal immigrants those are the things that are bad, but undocumented immigrants are good because they cost less and they're better for the economy, and you can exploit them more, and they don't have access to the welfare state and everything like that. But they need to stay undocumented. They need to stay illegal. And there's this dynamic where the business class wants not just immigration, they want immigration with less rights, right? They don't want people to be able to come here with full participation in, and you talk about that in one of your pieces about how Stephen Miller sort of lays this out, how that is kind of his issue with immigration, is people coming here and having the full political rights rather than just being a servant class that has no say in the direction of our politics. And so while the business class wants these people to come in here with less rights so that they can be exploited, there's this nativist sort of right-wing reaction that ensures that happens, that people who come here they do have less rights. And so you're seeing that right now with the deportation porn, as you said, and the increased exploitation of migrant workers. And it seems to me that it's just like kind of elevated on both ends.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think Stephen Miller is a problematic guy in many ways, but one of the things that strikes me is how much he admires actually the Gulf, the Arab Gulf states. And I've started using this term American kafala, right? Where really what's happening is we are moving in the direction of the kafala guest worker systems of the Gulf, where, in Qatar, 80% of the population are foreign workers. The citizen population is actually really small and very affluent because they're getting all the oil money, and they don't do any real work. They just pay all these foreign servants to do it. But these foreign workers have no rights, have no ability to become citizens. And so it's just this kind of permanent underclass that's excluded from labor and political rights. And of course, I should mention, we don't have to go abroad to look at examples here, right? I mean, the through line in American agriculture specifically, certainly, thinking about the South, right? We might call it the plantation class, and not just the business class. And throughout American history, there have been consistent efforts by big agriculture, by the plantation class, to have cheap labor that is excluded from the full rights of citizenship, right? The most extreme version we ever saw of that was slavery, right? That's what that was. At its core, it was a system of labor exploitation. It was racialized to justify excluding these folks from labor rights, from political rights, from citizenship rights. After the Civil War, again, we had Jim Crow, which in many ways functioned to keep those freed slaves still in a position of vulnerability where they were easily exploited and they were denied, for example, voting rights, the full rights of citizenship. That's then what undocumented workers became, right? Undocumented workers today are our agricultural labor force, for the most part, who are excluded from political rights and from citizenship rights. And now that Donald Trump is carrying out this mass deportation plan, what the plantation class is saying, okay, we have no problem with you deporting people as long as we still get our cheap labor. And that's what we want. And the Trump administration basically has said, okay, well, we'll make sure you do get your cheap labor. We'll cut the wages. We'll expand these guest worker programs. We'll strip the few rights that these programs do have. And that's obviously bad for American workers, right? I mean, I think it's important to remember a lot of folks who objected to slavery back in the 1850s, right? People like Abraham Lincoln, some of them were concerned about the slaves themselves, but many were just saying, hey, I as a free citizen don't want to have to compete unfairly with plantations that are being operated by tons of slaves. How can I, as a small farmer, compete with a big plantation that has a bunch of slaves that's not paying, right? I can't compete with that, right? That's where this free soil movement came. That's a tradition that merged with the more radical abolitionist tradition to create the Republican Party that did end slavery back in the day. It's a big irony, right? The parties have kind of flipped on this issue, but yeah, I think there's a long history in America of what I call the plantation class looking for cheap labor, trying to make sure that labor is excluded from the rights of citizenship. And this is just a persistent battle in American history. This is our chapter of it. And for me, I really believe the solution is we need to stop the raids because workers cannot be organized when they're living in fear. We need to, at least reform and limit these guest worker programs so that we don't have this backdoor that undercuts American workers legally. And then most importantly, we need to make sure that every worker who's working in our society has the full rights and benefits and responsibilities of citizenship so that we're all competing on an equal playing field. That's the way forward, I think.
Antonio DeLora is the communications director for the United Farm Workers. Really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you'll come back. Is there anything else you want to leave us with before we let you go?
Well, I'll just say, I mentioned the South is a big battlefield in this. A lot of the H-2A guest worker expansion has been in the South, and some of the members of Congress, most of the members of Congress, who are pushing to expand this program to make permanent the Trump wage cuts. A lot of these folks are in the South too. So if you are in the South and you're listening to this, call your member of Congress, please do, and tell them that you think the H-2A program is modern day slavery and you would like to see that program capped and not expanded. That would be really helpful for us, regardless of what party your member of Congress is. That would be a very helpful thing you can do.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. You just saw a clip from the Valley Labor Report. We are live every Saturday morning from 9:30 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. And we pride ourselves on keeping all of our content free to everybody so that we can talk to as many working folks as possible. If you support the work that we're doing, you think that it's important, you think that it's good, then consider making a monthly contribution to the project, and you can do that on our website, tvlr.fm.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Pounding chest, not with DJ Khaled, but trust me, we the best. 1, 2, break the jaw, 1, 2, break the law. Money making, body breaking, big sugar's war. Hit the head, lay down, count the 10, stay down. Use a clown, no doubt, get your ass punched out. Hit the head, lay down, count the 10, stay down. Use a clown, no doubt, get your ass punched out, punched out. You got knocked the fuck out.
Good morning, comrades. You're listening to WHIV-LP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff here on the show. Robert is back. What's up, Robert?
I'm here. It's 9 a.m. New Orleans time. I am usually not up this early on a Saturday unless I'm going to the gym. But no, here I am with you guys, and it's very nice to be here. So thanks for waking me up so I can get stuff done.
Oh, you're welcome.
On a Saturday.
This show is your alarm clock, my dude.
Absolutely.
Anyway, we have returning champion also back on the program, Lisa Luhu, aka Lisa is Learning. You can find her.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm in my final form. I look probably very different than I did the last time. I bet I had blonde hair and an eye patch the last time I was on here.
Yeah.
And now I look, I am a former professional cosplayer. I'm just constantly changing my look, even from a day-to-day basis. I'm now cosplaying a hot librarian, so.
Yeah. The librarians are going to be very angry about this one.
Yes. It's because I'm stealing their culture.
Yeah,
Their culture is not my costume. I know.
I don't know.
I'll deal
I
with
see
it
behind you like that.
Yeah, there you go. I also still have my picture of Hassan behind me. Damn it.
No, that
I forgot to take that down.
Good thing it's radio.
Forever.
He's Hot Girl of the Week. Okay, anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, just keep that up there and make a new Hot Girl of the Week frame. There you go.
Yes.
Anyway, how you doing, Lisa?
I'm doing good. It's been a time. It's been a week.
Yeah, it sure has. And I wanted to talk to you because you are probably one of the foremost authorities, I think, on trying to make sort of like left politics processable for normal people. And I think that's something that we need to, that's like one of the big holes in the like American left's game. I know that like there's been a lot of folks on from DSA that have been going on national television lately and kind of just like some of them have been doing, better than others, but then, there are certain periods where people will just sort of like assert their values for a mainstream or even like a right-wing audience and just sort of like dig their heels in. And that's sort of like the whole, like they just expect people to just swallow that, instead of
I'm so glad I've come across as the normie whisperer. I don't feel like I have the authority to do that, but I was a normie even just during Kamala's campaign. So not that long ago, like 2 years ago now. So like, I guess that is why, and I like to tell my story as to what got me involved in politics, what has switched me to a socialist within the last 2 years, and real seeing this yearning from normies to actually understand what is going on and try to get to a point where they understand what's going on. And yet I have seen lots of leftists not meet that moment, right? Like know how to, it's not that the issues, the policies are great. It's the communication and the messaging that has a tendency to be off. And fits into a lot of stereotypes about leftists of being academic and judgmental and patronizing. And so, yeah.
Well, actually, we can just sort of like get straight into it because when you say that is exactly the box that the sort of like the establishment of the Democratic Party and the right wing want to put sort of like any kind of person that supports Medicare for all or anybody who supports ending wars or any kind of like way to move like politics forward. And there's also this sort of like terminally online component of it. And I think this did play a factor, not like the biggest factor, but like it played a major, not a major, but maybe a minor factor, a big enough factor in a close election in the loss of Francesca Hong. Like when she makes comments about like, years ago, and maybe she didn't walk them back, strongly enough or whatever it is, her response to like things about like Thanksgiving, things that are like not policy issues. And then that just starts this whole left discourse about this extremely marginal issue, as opposed to focusing on the things that we're actually trying to get done here. Because like, regardless of how people feel about the Thanksgiving thing, and people are going to talk about it, of course, but like, it doesn't have to happen like all out in the public for everybody to see. And it also isn't a policy. Like, even if she was running on a like cancel Thanksgiving policy.
That's
or
what they
whatever.
painted it as
Yeah.
on Fox News. Like they
But, like-
legitimately kind of went with that. Like that's one of her. They literally said that was one of her policies was
Yeah,
canceling
but like, even if she
Thanksgiving.
was, like, there's no chance that's going to be enacted. So, like, why are we arguing about this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the way that I saw Fox News painting it was that she was wanting to that one of her policies was canceling Thanksgiving, and then I think the thing that really hurt her in that way. Now, I don't know how much that actually played a role in why she lost. I think in a lot of ways it just had to do with electability. But even if you're going over that narrative, what Fox News painted it as is then they would play clips of her responding to it. And she gave like a very wishy-washy answer at one point that was very much like, I'm going to tell my story of me making Thanksgiving and not really answer the question or like say, hey, that was kind of silly of me. Let's move forward. Like, let's move. She kind of like didn't give that answer that I feel like Zoran or Angie Nixon would have given, which is like, hey, how about we actually, not focus on this?
Well,
and
on that
then,
point- I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
He's
The
on
other
that
thing
point
is that they ask like, what is your favorite holiday? And she's like, I think it's Thanksgiving. And they would always play that clip to be like, look, she goes back on what she says.
Flip-flops.
Like, yeah, she flip-flops. So
I would even say beyond that, like, that's all of that was like, a mess or whatever. But also, I do think like there is a component of like this person is a leftist. Look at all these leftists arguing about all this dumb stuff amongst one another. Why would we want somebody that represents that as our governor? You know what I mean? I think that there is, and if it's not like a direct awareness that this is happening, there is sort of like at least a meta awareness that like, oh, these people are freaking idiots.
they're
And
unserious.
they're
That's
unserious,
the belief.
exactly.
Is they're unserious. They're not actually. It's the whole Kamala is for they them and she's not for you kind of concept, which was. So the thing is like I sit here and I want to roll my eyes because I find it all so stupid. But at the same time, like there is a way to probably combat that I think some people are not meeting the moment.
The only thing I would say to sharpen that is that, like, yeah, I think that's all true. And like, you can't ever, when you look at, Abdul Sayed or Zoran Mandami, like you have to stay on message. Like you can't let the narrative turn into this boomer slop conversations about Thanksgiving. But is the reason why she didn't do that, was it a flaw in her approach? Was it a flaw in like how she ran, or was there a component of, because whatever's going on in the polling right now and it's so off, she was running like it was hers to lose instead of being aggressive the whole way through, and not running like she was behind and also behind in a semi-open primary. And now we see the numbers come out where a lot of, Republicans were kiki-keying about, how easy Jessica Hong is to beat. But then there was a significant number. Now we see that of Republicans were crossing over and not voting in the Republican primary and voting against Hong. So it's like she didn't run with the, burn the boats, I'm behind by 10, not up by double digits.
Right.
Like mindset you need to have is you run as a leftist.
Well, and I just covered it
times.
yesterday on my stream that there was a fake poll that put her ahead, and they legitimately came out and said it was fake. That they used it as a social experiment.
Just a prank, bro.
Yeah. So like in that case, like, yeah, you shouldn't be running as if the every poll is real. You need to run as if you are 10 points behind no matter what. And yeah, I think that is obviously the issue. And I think like that was very silly given that Abdul Al-Sayed was so close and yet his campaign was so like chef's kiss perfect. It goes to show you that people will, even when you have the most perfect campaign, when you are amazing. I'm sorry, I'm a pretty big Abdul Al-Sayed fan. They can still use the electability argument against you and almost make you lose over it. So it's a very hard egg to crack there.
And also specifically with her, also like you can't count out the fact that she's a Korean woman, and she lost by 3,000 votes. You don't think there's 3,000 like people that are just like, I don't want a Korean woman as my governor. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that was the sort of like the decision that they made.
Oh yeah, I'm almost. I mean, the numbers have started to come out, and we can't get it'll never be definite, but the amount of exit polling of like people who are Republicans, like I said, who cross over. But like 3,000 is nothing in a state.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
I guarantee you that was it, because that's the only thing that made any sense to me. I was like, what is going on here? Except that these were, and like it's not a thing. We were watching. I don't want to bore the radio audience, but we were watching another political commentator. I was anyway, who's younger, who was like, "Oh, that didn't happen," because it was brought up to them, and I was like, I'm like, I feel like I'm old now because I remember not saying it didn't work, but it's not something out of the ordinary. It's Rush Limbaugh was always about Operation Chaos because like Fight Club was a big cultural thing. He was like, Operation Chaos, vote for Hillary. If you're in an open primary, vote for Hillary Clinton against Barack Obama. Like he was telling his audience to go vote for Hillary Clinton because she was going to be easier to beat in the general election. And I was like, this is not like some crazy theory. Like they've done this, or at least attempted it before.
Yeah.
And it's been around long enough. Like Rush Limbaugh's been dead for like 10 years. That idea has been floating around long enough for it to actually take hold and for people to take seriously.
Well, yeah, because the right believes win no matter what. It doesn't matter if you cheat. They are not playing with like caring about bipartisan and reaching across the aisle and all this. They don't give a shit. They don't care. Sorry.
Okay. Your old governor in Minnesota used to have a really great saying, Jesse Ventura. He would say this on television for the wrestling shows: "Win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat."
Oh man, I can't get over how now that I'm older, how based he seems.
I love Jesse
and it's like funny to me that I grew up conservative in Minnesota, and so everybody was like, Jesse Ventura, the worst governor, and now I'm like, kind of based actually.
It's like it's not even cheating though. It's just like when you have a binary choice between A or B in an election, you don't have either jungle primaries or so what am I looking for, Jeff?
Open primaries?
Oh, not open. Ranked choice voting.
Ranked choice voting.
You don't have ranked choice voting. Like this is the weird Vicini Princess Bride math that people do in their head all day of just like I cannot pick the candidate over here and there because I know that's what you want, so I must pick the candidate over there, and then I'm going to pick the candidate. Like I've done it. Like that's my worst shame. Like Jeff and I said.
Well, and that's why the Democrats don't really have any policies, is because they seriously just have to run on, like in the primaries, they just have to run on electability, the argument for electability, and then once it comes to the general, they just have to do lesser evil voting.
No, that's 100%
harm reduction.
In the Ohio presidential primary in 16? No, not 16, like 2004, I guess. I voted for Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama, and I hated Hillary Clinton back then because I was just like, well, there's no way this guy can win. Like, he can't. And I just did it because as some kind of, and I'm like, I'm sitting here now, decades later, I'm like, that was internalized racism and also just stupid. It's a primary. Vote for who you want. Like, what are you doing? Like, you don't have control over this thing like you think you do. Just
explain to me, just because I want to pretend I'm dumb here. Why would that be internalized racism if you were assuming that other people were too racist to vote for Obama?
Because it shouldn't. Because it shouldn't matter. Like, it just like my idea that a black man named Barack Hussein Obama, who's already a senator, like what else does he have to prove? He's already a senator in Illinois. So it's like, what do we like? He's not like I'm not voting for the guy outside the convenience store standing on a soapbox screaming to the pigeons. Like, this is an established guy who's already, he's not even like, I could even understand, and I'm not saying it's not correct, it's wrong, it's logically, but it is at least logic to be like, oh, this DSA thing is an insurgency. It's if you've never heard of the DSA before, you're just a Hillary Clinton, Chuck Schumer liberal. You'd be like, yeah, they have great policy, but like the party's not going to support them. This is some kind of like takeover attempt, like whatever. I can understand that. For me to sit there and be like, oh, Barack Obama can't win when he's like mainline, like Democratic Party supported by the banks, like he's supported by capital. That there's no other reason that I thought that except it was racism. Like there's just none. Like it makes no
he's
sense.
Absolutely qualified.
Yeah.
There's really no reason other than, I mean, and that's kind of the thing, is that people always use that excuse of being like, well, I'm not racist, but I know that other people are, therefore I don't think he's going to win. And I think that then it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy and believing that people are that stupid.
I mean, that was a huge thing though with black people. Like,
yeah.
Well,
just like with like
Jim Clyburn.
Yes, Jim Clyburn. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of like times when it's been women too, or like recently I heard a comment about how, oh well, AOC people aren't going to vote for a woman of color, so I just don't think we're ready for that. And that to me is like.
That's a little bit different, and I'll tell you why. Because like I think where you hear that kind of thing come from, you hear that come from the halls of the belly of the beast of the actual Democratic Party. It's the same kind of mindset of just like, oh, you can't vote for Bernie because he's too old, but we'll throw up Biden and like he's just fine. And
Right.
like, okay, to where like when I say like black people were like wary on Obama, like as just as a senator trying to be president, that kind of wariness was like. It was literally like people in your water cooler going, oh, man, I like this guy, but, you know, his name's Barack Hussein Obama. And even if he gets elected, they are going to kill him.
Right.
Right. That's stupid. Like, that seems silly to me now. Like, because I'm just like, who's going to kill Barack Obama? Freaking Morgan Stanley?
Yeah.
Walter Grumman? Like, no.
No, yeah.
One of the things also, like, this is like I can't get over how cynical that kind of stuff is, because like I mean, I'm old enough to remember all the way back to 2020 or 2016 when it was all like, I'm with her in 2016, it's Hillary's turn, it's time for a woman president, Yasle, all this other stuff. And then in 2020, you know, it was all about Kamala Harris and Elizabeth Warren. Like Bernie, they gave Bernie, you know, crap for allegedly saying the exact same thing that mainstream Democrats are saying now about somebody like AOC. To which, like, if Bernie did say that, he would be wrong. Probably a little bit messy on the part of Elizabeth Warren to make that public, but also like that was the narrative back then. But now that the possible front runner for any kind of a democratic, socialist, left flank, whatever movement is very likely to be a woman of color, AOC, a Puerto Rican American woman, it's all of a sudden like a woman can't win. It's just like that narrative is only rolled out cynically, I find. Like that's just what it is.
I think the thing that I've had to get over in my brain when trying to target normies, let's go back to the discussion of normies, is that normie doesn't equal cis white man.
No.
Like normie can be anybody. And yet I think that that's the thing, is that people are like, well, cis white men are racist, therefore we cannot put forward a woman of color, when in reality, cis white men only make up 30% of the population. That means there is 70% of the population that is possible to, that are women, that are, and like, I don't even know if that counts LGBTQ men, like who, I mean, once again, they're still cis white men.
There's a lot of very conservative gay.
Yes,
white men.
that's what I'm trying to say. So you got what I was going there. But like that being said, with that means that like AOC,
Dave Rubin
yes,
comes to mind.
maybe 30% of the population, if they are that, like, let's just pretend that all cis white men are too racist to vote for a woman of color. There is still 70% of the population that you could possibly win over by appealing to their needs, appealing to their policies, and like appealing to them with policies that you can win over. And actually, they might even like the fact that they are a woman of color. Like the reason that Kamala lost isn't because she is a woman of color. It may have played a role for some people, but it's because her policies sucked, right? Like that's the issue.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. So never let a liberal tell you, never let anybody tell you that. But I feel like most cynically, you're going to hear that from, you know, MS Now liberals with that kind of argument. And I would go back to, we were just talking about Obama. Like, I'm sorry, Barack Hussein Obama won Ohio and Florida twice.
Right.
Sorry. Like that breaks everything.
Yes.
And that I honestly think as like the people who are listening to us in New Orleans are probably like, oh my God, they're clutching their pearls and they hear something bad about Obama. Please get past that. But for like the people in our circles who are just like, we can have this thing about Obama, but just like as a objective reality, like as a separate the man from his policies, that they put that liberalism allowed that man and capital got behind him was probably the biggest boon for the socialist rise, because it just broke all convention. And I don't care what he did or didn't do. I'm just saying that he was a black man named Barack Hussein Obama with a black family, unapologetically black man. Now it just opens the floodgates where it's like, no, you can't tell me, like, you can't come to me with electability politics argument anymore about anybody. And the same thing goes for Trump. Like the idea of just like, oh, well, you can't say this, or you can't be this aggressive, or you can't do that. Trump is president twice.
If anything, actually
say.
being that aggressive and being that out of pocket is something that people are attracted to now. They're looking for authenticity. And sometimes people see it as vice signaling. Like they can see authenticity. They can confuse that with vice signaling or whatever. But like people are actually looking for that now. They want that. It's like we're living in a very different time than we did even
100%.
10 years ago.
They're stuck in the Clinton era. Like these people are stuck in like 1993, where they sort of just think they can like run on platitudes. They can run on like vibes. Or I mean, if you remember 2020, you think you fell out the coconut tree, all this like this kind of like weird Yasle Kamala stuff. She's in a it's funny. Like looking at the marching band that Kamala Harris had when she was like, you know, doing one of these like rallies or something like that, and see that exact same thing replicated in Michigan for Mallory McMorrow, a white lady doing the exact same thing.
It's like, oh my God, you really haven't learned anything.
Yeah. Like,
I mean,
like two losers, basically.
Yeah. For basically the same reason.
Yes,
for
exactly
being milk toast and not having any real policies. People are not going for the whole vibes thing anymore.
No.
And that's why I think like a Gavin Newsom isn't going to win because, I mean, first of all, I think his vibes are horrible.
Horrible.
He
looks
but
like a
then
vampire.
on top of
Like,
that,
not a cool vampire
no,
either.
like a greasy, gross one, like ew. But people, I think in general, and that's like coming back to a discussion that we've had. We as like you guys were in my chat at one point having a discussion about Abdul Al-Sayed having Haley Stevens on the campaign trail and how that's kind of like we were, you know, going back and forth on this.
That's something we disagreed on, and we can actually talk about that now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know if you want to, because obviously, yes, I disagree, because I do believe we're living in a different time where people are much more critical of this, like trying to appeal to the mythical moderate, and it makes people very wary of a leftist candidate who does that. I mean, we use the example of like, well, Obama did that. He had Hillary as part of his campaign, even after all of the racist campaigning that they went through in the primary. But I just think that I think about me back in that time and how that kind of behavior is what made me not trust Barack Obama. Like as a normie, seeing that, I was like, wow, this guy really is like saying things, but he's not actually doing the things. And I feel like with Abdul, if he, now I want to just clarify or like give the whole story that he got on, was it MS Now, I think, and said that they asked him if he was going to bring Haley Stevens on the campaign trail. And before he even answered, I was like, I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't bring her on the campaign trail. And he answered saying, you know what? She is welcome on the campaign trail. And like, I understand that answer on MS Now or CNN. I think it was like CNN or something. I understand that answer. I understand that you have to play nice. I mean, I'm learning that as a Twitch streamer. Just learn to play nice. Like, you've got enough enemies. You don't need to make more of them. But I think there's a very big difference in, you know, taking someone's endorsement and having someone on the campaign trail. And obviously the establishment sees that as that, because like Hassan Piker has endorsed a lot of candidates, but they didn't see it as a threat until Abdul Al-Sayed brought him on the campaign trail. There is something very different about bringing someone on the campaign trail, bringing them up on stage and kind of saying, hey, this person represents me. And given the like Haley Stevens and her AIPAC donations and her I see Israel in my dreams comments.
What gives?
I think that would be really, really going against everything that Abdul Al-Sayed stands for to bring her up on stage. But, you know, that's where I don't know if you still disagree in that way or if we agree, but.
I absolutely disagree. Like I've said here and like, it's just, how do you get there? Like she has a constituency. She just does. And so you just have to deal with that. Their vote counts the same. You need them. It goes to what we first talked about. If you're a leftist, you have to be running like you're running behind at all time. Forget as much as I, you know, badmouth Obama here on this show on a daily basis. I also said, like, I do not like Barack Obama. I think he was a bad president. The Abdul Al-Sayed campaign needs Obama so bad.
True.
These things are not in
Conflict,
they're not in disagreement with each other. It's just a
Right.
material reality. And I think if I'm gonna really play put my tinfoil hat on, I think Obama has already made the boss call, because he said that, Abdul said that he talked to him already. I'm like, this is the best thing for his campaign. And within days, you've got James Carville, who is like, I'm leaving on a slow boat to China, at any moment. Now he's out here being
Everybody got in line.
got in line. He's like, AOC is a nice lady. He's like, Abdul, he'll be a great senator. I'm like, Obama called you and told you to shut up, is what he did.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry, you just can't
God,
tell me that.
it
He is the
stinks
kingmaker. He just
I was
is.
gonna say, it stinks that there is this person who is the kingmaker, and yet he doesn't actually, wield that power for.
I thought
good.
Hassan was the kingmaker.
Apparently not. But anyway,
Can I just make my point in real quick?
yeah, go ahead.
Really quick, like I hear what you're saying in terms of this sort of muddling of message and this having these people who have said, like Haley Stevens has said genuinely horrible and racist things about Abdul Sayed. Like that was a super racist campaign. What I view it is essentially like bringing in, quote unquote, even though we were talking about, you were saying on your stream, I don't want Abdul Al-Sayed to kiss and hug Haley Stevens, and I'm just like, he's not going to do that. And then literally the next day it happened on stage. But I see it less as sort of Abdul adapting to their program, and more almost of them bending the knee, to talk Game of Thrones terms, I guess.
Yeah,
they're
but
essentially submitting to his directive. Because
except that I
he
think
won't.
that I was justified, because then on Monday the following week, Haley Stevens gets on Fox News and
Yeah, oh my
basically
God.
spends the whole time trashing him. So in the end, I'm just kind of I feel like I've been valid in my concerns here. But one of the things I will add to this is that if you look at the focus groups, if you listen to the polling as to why people voted for Haley Stevens, there are three major reasons. One, Islamophobia. They thought that Abdul Al-Sayed was just inherently sexist, that he was un-American, whatever.
Ridiculous.
You can't really win those people over. I guess even if you hug and kiss Haley Stevens on the campaign trail, you're not going to win those people over, right? Secondly is electability. That was actually the main one, is electability. Secondly would be better things aren't possible. Even if Abdul Al-Sayed gets into office, he won't be able to accomplish the agenda that he wants to accomplish. Therefore, it would just look bad for him to run. And then the main one being electability. Now, Haley Stevens, by losing, has completely eliminated the electability argument, because now, of course, he is the lesser of two evils harm reduction candidate. So anybody who voted for Haley Stevens with the hope of doing electability now will vote for Abdul if that's what they care about.
Yeah.
And then same with the better things aren't possible. It's a harm reduction vote. So in that case, I just don't really see where the benefit of Haley Stevens comes in, other than you did bring up the fact that she has a lot of rapport with unions that Abdul does not have. And to get them on board. But like I've said, I think you can do other things to get those people on board rather than bringing Haley Stevens up on stage. As long as she has, like I said, I think playing nice and letting her endorse him, not denouncing her endorsement. I think that should, in my opinion, be enough. But you guys, you've been in the scene way longer than I have. I don't know really what I'm talking about. I'm just going from this.
You know more than you think you do. But I just will say that the bringing in the campaign is kind of some of the language that a lot of these sort of stuffy older organizations think, and the endorsements from unions doesn't always members vote on them, but they're often done by representatives that are been in charge of unions for a long time, and they're just playing the safe game. So there's a lot of this sort of conventional BS politics that you're just going to have to see. UAW seems to be a little bit different right now. They're a lot more aggressive in terms of who they're endorsing, and that's just based on the leadership style of that union right now. They've gone in a really really aggressive direction in terms of pushing for universal policies ever since the Fain administration started about 4 years ago. Let me pause for station ID really quick. You're listening to WHIV-LP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. We are talking with Lisa Luhu, aka Lisa is Learning. She is joining us to talk about, basically, I do want to zoom back out, if that's okay, into the sort of like general appealing to normies, like politics for normies sort of deal, because that's really what her bag is, what she talks about every day. So just to sort of like zoom out and talk about like these larger concepts. And I know we talked about this a little bit prior to the show that we might bring this up, but the idea of woke one. So like there's a major discourse happening, and I think that some of it's part of the reason that this is difficult to talk about, because some of it is good faith and some of it is bad faith, and it's hard to parse who is what without getting like super duper into the weeds. But like a couple of weeks ago, the one person who's running for we talked about it earlier, AOC, who's like essentially the most prominent Democratic socialist in the United States, and she's the most likely person to run for United States president as a left flank Democratic socialist, whatever candidate, said essentially like woke 1.0 was crazy, and like there was just a huge, massive, unbelievable flood of discourse surrounding it, and like I was just sort of pulling my hair out at the way that not every single person, but like a lot of folks were talking about it, being that it was like, because the idea of like woke 1.0 is a very messy, broad concept. It's a vibe for an era. And so what some people are doing is they're talking about like some of the, I call it like hall monitor, like leftism, like where there's just like a lot of like specific language, and this was also a very specific time, 2026, and I'm not against like language for like to be sensitive and to be like essentially be respectful of folks and all this other stuff, but there was very specific language in how that time was communicated. It was a very specific period, especially after 2020, when people were just like locked down in their houses, but there were also extremely like radical ideas that popped up through that time, and like there was essentially like a thought that like AOC was essentially like throwing all of it under the bus, as opposed to making very specific sort of like
it was a specific answer. It was in regards, and that's the thing, is that there are lots of people who misconstrued what she was saying to mean all of woke one, which was the BLM movement, Me Too movement, and then all of the actual woke, like the things that people now consider woke. I mean, in my opinion, when people talk about woke one was crazy, they're talking about the word policing, the hyper fixated on little things, almost being counterproductive, demanding that
cancel Thanksgiving.
Cancel Thanksgiving. That was basically what it was about. Like, and like to a certain extent, I think that wanting to cancel Thanksgiving is actually a based idea. And it was definitely a time where people would express every single idea out loud. And I'm glad, I hope that we enter an era where we don't need to express every single thought that we have every time we have them. Can we please not do that? That'd be great. As a Twitch streamer who spends 6 hours a day live on the stream, maybe I need to take my own advice here. But still, it's just like one of those things that anyway, there was definitely this misconstruing of basically saying that she was basically saying that all of woke one was crazy, when in reality, here's my thing that I will take, is that she was, by saying that, was appealing to what I think is actually generally a very privileged crowd. I ask the people in my life when they hear woke one was crazy, what do you think that's referring to? My sister, who's like 28 and is like a very normal normie, like she doesn't participate in any politics. She's like, oh yeah, when I think of woke one was crazy, that is when people were getting weird about fandom, like when you weren't allowed to ship these two characters because one was 19 and one was 16. And I'm like, okay, that's just chronically online fandom culture. Like that just happens no matter what. That doesn't have anything
related. I do think it's related.
Yeah. Okay. Then I asked my mom, and so my mom, who's a boomer, and she was like, oh, when I think of what woke one was crazy, I think of when you actually justified and thought it was okay that people were looting Target. I'm like, she's like,
Also,
I think
hi, Mom. Thanks for listening.
Yes.
Peace.
I was like, maybe. And she was like, I think that went probably too far. That is, woke one was a little crazy. And I'm like, I was based. You can think otherwise, whatever. When I think of woke one was crazy, I do think of like the times where people decided to cancel Critical Role because they did a partnership with Wendy's at the time, even though there was nothing. Like, Wendy's is just your typical evil corporation. And it's like, okay, so you had them canceled for doing this event, even though they're trying their best to actually have good representation and be very open-minded and trying to have great diversity in their content. And then you're still going to get angry at them anyway. So like, but I have to realize that like my whole family is white. When we think about woke one was crazy, all of those things are very just like culture-based, silly, pedantic things. They're not actual BLM movement stuff. They're not, well, maybe the looting Target maybe had something to do with that, but like that's just me being an anti-establishment punk. I'm going to feel that way no matter what. That wasn't woke 1.0. I still feel that way. Like, that's not just woke 1.0. So, but yeah, that's kind of what I just wanted to say, that like, for some people, that is what woke one and what's crazy. For other people, it's the BLM movement, it's the Me Too movement, and those are actually incredibly important. And so, but I don't think that's what AOC was referring to.
And so much to the point where like she actually credited Chi Ose, who stands for a lot of those things in a, I think, much more of an aggressive way than she even does. Like, that she even presents herself as doing. Like, Chiase says that all the time just to talk, and he basically clipped it, and she also responded in the context of,
and just a reminder, Chiase is a black man, right?
Yeah, black queer city council member.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, very
in New York City.
Yes.
And so like he basically, if you look on, obviously I know you always tell people to log off Twitter, and I don't think you're wrong. It's just the disease that I've had since 2008. So, but he basically will find something silly from that era. He'll quote tweet it and just say woke one was crazy, and that's the context. That's the context of like what's going on here, and like that was sort of like the joke that she made on television, and everybody's mad at her. You know what I mean? It was just like one of these sorts of things where it's like, guys, chill out. Like she and she did answer a question about like. And it's probably not going to be very much different than the way that Angie Nixon responded to a very similar question about like the idea of abolishing the police or anything like that, which is like the concept of defunding the police is like a really good concept in terms of like this needs to happen, but how you get to the point where you can actually do that. You can't necessarily always have that on the tin. You know what I mean? That can't be like necessarily the slogan or the banner. I think Angie, and we can talk about Angie Nixon in just a moment, because I think she has crazy normie appeal.
Yes, she does.
But like, but
can't believe she slipped under the radar for so long.
Shout out to a buddy of mine who I work with, who actually has been working on her campaign, and they really blew it out of the water in there. But just to finish my point, there does need to be like in terms of, and maybe you disagree with me on this, but like the message of abolish the police, while we can't be like totally rejecting it as an idea, that's not going to be like the forefront flagship policy.
No one's running on that as a campaign promise right now, or a policy.
And I guess my point here is that like when people are distancing themselves from that slogan and not necessarily the idea, when they can contextualize it, similar to when we discussed some of these DSA folks just digging in their heels on some of these ideas from the DSA platform on Fox News. I think that like contextualizing these things is absolutely necessary. You can't just like say like all of these things that like what the right wing and what the establishment media wants you to do is just say, yeah, I just stand by this idea completely uncritically, or I don't want to contextual it for this massive audience that I'm in front of, because if I don't do that, then they can just be like, oh, this person's insane. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think that honestly, we're asking the wrong questions. Like, was woke one crazy or not? I think that's a throwaway question. I mean, it's worth a discussion, but I think the actual question to ask is, did woke one advance the ball or not? And like that way you can be like, hey, this is the things that actually work to advance actual real dialectical materialism. And these are the things that didn't and need to be either sharpened or abandoned. This whole thing is like, was it crazy or not is a red herring.
Right, very true. And like that's kind of what woke 2 is supposed to be, in my opinion, at least in like my community, is that we have bigger fish to fry than just what words we use. I think there's lots of people who thought we needed to start small and then move towards something big, whereas actually I have the opinion that we need to start big and then work on words and like those little culture changes. Let's get the overall, let's prove that the let's do a proof of like life, proof of policy, proof that it actually works, and then go from there. But I don't think everybody agrees on that.
Well, no, and this is sort of like, and this is might be where some of this, conversation gets a little bit not among us, but like maybe controversial, is that there are, in my opinion, and it's not like a perfect like Venn diagram, 2 separate circles sort of situation, but broadly speaking, there are leftists that care about making an impact and changing things, and there are leftists that are very, very concerned with sort of like maintaining the purity of ideas and ideals. And like these two sort of like points in the dialectical are sort of like constantly at war. And at this point, we're seeing we are seeing some synthesis manifest, but like it's happening. It's not going to be like a perfect synthesis. It's going to be more of like one side is going to win this battle. You know what I mean? Right. At least more than the other one. Well, it's a very tense thing, even within DSA. Like when you have like that like one of the things that manifests within the organization right now is like the most controversial question is like whether or not to endorse AOC for president, when like somebody's going to run for president and the only potential democratic socialist that it is AOC. So where's the controversy here? But there's just like a lot of like hang up around that, because like associating with her is like a violation of principles. And there's a lot of stuff that she's not done that's not great around Palestine. And there's a lot of things that like Robert has tons of critiques of her for sure. And so do I. But like I think we can all agree that like if there is somebody that is going to be gotten behind, and also it's an opportunity to build infrastructure, organizing infrastructure nationwide in every single state, because that's how primaries work. That's another thing that like is a benefit of this, because infrastructure lasts, and if that infrastructure is not answerable to a individual, is what we talked about with Mike from PA. If that infrastructure is not directly answerable to an elected, like Obama's case, then that infrastructure can continue post whatever election it is. Robert? That's
the thing, is that you were. Oh, sorry, you can go ahead.
No, you're fine. No, that's exactly my thing. I think that if we're talking about electoral politics, I think people put too much stake and they put too much weight on electoral politics as far as their whole like political diet. It's just one more avenue. So it's like if a politician, like if Abdul Absayed like does something that like it lets me down, like if it doesn't cross one of my red lines, like Obama drone striking American citizens, then I'm just like, all right, whatever. Like that's how the sausage is made. Like I get it. Like you've gotta appeal to everybody. You've got to, make sure that you can secure a next term. Like I'm not going to get everything I want. The idea, we can't, here's a better note. Like we as leftists cannot live in a world where we make fun of people for being in a literal Trump, like the Trump cult is real. But then we expect like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to just, we're going to put all the power of the party onto her, and we think that she's going to lead some kind of like revolution of the proletariat. Like we're doing the same thing at that point.
Right.
So it's like, what are we talking? And I'm not saying be cynical. I'm just saying the elections are not the end all be all. Just vote for who's the best, and don't just stop getting your feelings about this.
I'm always on the
That
fence.
much.
Now, I'm new to all of this. And so for me, I've had to decipher, like, listening to other people and learning, because I am Lisa is learning. I have had to learn that a lot of people, so you had said earlier that everybody was upset at AOC for saying woke one was crazy. The truth is from what I could tell, the people who were upset with AOC for saying that already are people who don't very much like her and already aren't really into electoral politics. It's like they use that as an excuse to continue to not like her. And therefore, I kind of like, I do take their opinions and take it valid, because I definitely think we should always be critical of politicians. But like, if you don't believe in electoral politics, then like, yeah, it's no wonder you don't trust that politician and you don't like them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like, yeah, okay. Like, I think it's completely valid. And I'm kind of like on the fence where like, I really do. I've always, like, one of the reasons I didn't pursue political science at a younger age is because I do not believe in electoral politics. Like, I understand, like, I think I'm on the same page as you guys, where it's like, yes, I understand the value. I understand it's necessary, but like, politicians are always going to be corrupt and evil in my eyes, and it's hard to trust them, and that's fair. Like, you know what I mean? So in that case, like I said, I think it's like one of those things where I had to actually, I'm learning to listen and be like, okay, but does this person have, is it a good faith critique of AOC, or is it one where it's based on the fact that they don't believe in electoral politics at all?
Yeah, and again, like, there's like, even if you don't think power can like actually be reformed by these, you know, by these structures that exist, and that's a totally legitimate position that I happen to disagree with. But like, even if like people, like, regardless, in people's minds, it's proven by the fact that, you know, Donald Trump but regardless of it, like in 2016, Donald Trump won the presidential election with a minority of popular votes, but the election carried because elections are, at least have a certain amount of legitimacy in this country to normies, right? And so one of the things that is a benefit of this is that a great way, and Hassan says this actually himself, a great way to get a message out and provide political education is by engaging in this legitimized structure in the United States. And like, it's a perfect opportunity for political education, because America is obsessed with elections, right? It's also a good opportunity to, and I talked about this earlier, but I'm going to repeat myself, to build organizing infrastructure that can be used for other things. So DSA doesn't just do elections. DSA does organizing. Oh, we have a labor commission, the Democratic Socialist Labor Commission, where there is support for unions that happen across the country, strike support, help organizing. We're involved with the Emergency Workers Organizing Committee, EWOC, which is literally like in my work as a union organizer, we've associated with EWOC because they will essentially be volunteers that come in and help to essentially field leads and do basic, like, first level organizing of campaigns to make new union members in this country, make unions stronger. It's like something that, like, when we're noticing that after Bernie, after AOC, and this is completely undeniable, by the way, after Bernie, after AOC, and after Zoran, there have been massive boosts in the membership of an organization such as DSA. That's essentially, I mean, like, first off, that's funding for the organization itself. Two, that is a bank of people that you can reach out to find any of these other things besides elections that you can basically, you have a list of leads to follow up with and be like, hey, you want to do union work? Hey, you want to do mutual aid break light clinics or whatever the hell it is? Like, we can figure that out. But you're here, you volunteered to be a part of this. We're going to activate you one way or another, or not. I mean, people could just be a paper member, and that's fine too. But like, that's one of the things that I think is, like, when people think about elections, like DSA gets stronger after every election week victory. So like, there is a reason to engage with that.
Yeah, and I actually think that, you know, as a content creator, I actually have come to find and come to realize that content creators probably have almost as much influence over such organizing as politicians. Like Mike from PA and Hassan Piker have been listed as some of the biggest recruiters for DSA known at all. Like they actually, that Mike from PA just said that last night, and that he's been actually contacted to be told this, that they are huge recruiters for these organizations. So like, I think that that's why I put so much emphasis and I have so much demand for content creators to actually take that seriously and actually understand their role in this movement, and not just be like a grifter. That there's more to this than just
they exist, of course, but
yeah, exactly. There is such thing as grifting to the left. Apparently, it's very rare, but it can happen.
Also not
apparently.
very lucrative. Like, what are you doing?
I know, right? Like, no, there's no money. There's no. You are really silly if that's what you're trying to do. It's the whole point. Plus, I mean, even if you do make money, you're supposed to just wear a barrel with straps and live in a hut if you do end up.
No. What you got to do, what you do is you make money, and then you go, oh, this is why I left the left. And then you get like the Patrick Bet David, like
yes, true. You have to go through that. Otherwise, you're a fake. You're a poser.
It does seem like it's just grifting with extra steps when you just be a Nazi right from the start.
Right.
Yeah. But even in a defeat, and like, so we just saw the Oliver Larkin campaign in Florida. Unfortunately, he got clobbered by like 15 points or something like that, even though there was a ton of work that went into it. There was a phone bank that DSA did in partnership with Hassan Piker, like a night or two prior. I think it was the Sunday prior to the election, where 120,000 people made phone calls. There is a 100% chance that was somebody's first ever phone bank, and that broke down a wall for them. They got engaged. They volunteered for the first time ever, and probably, sorry, I'm kind of getting really loud, but like probably one of the biggest impediments to getting involved in these kind of campaigns is never having done it before and not knowing what to expect. So,
well, I mean, and like I actually went into that. I didn't end up doing phone banking. I actually did realize that my disability did create a barrier for me to do it, given the fact that you need to read like the various things. And I did get overwhelmed. So I actually was one of those people. I had been wanting to do phone banking for Abdul.
I'm so proud of you.
And I went into the Zoom call for Oliver Larkin because I knew that he needed a bigger push. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. Hassan would be proud of me if I did the phone bank in my head. I know that's not really why, but
we know he's watching.
Yes, he cares. But in reality, I would say that even during Zoran Mamdani's campaign a year ago, I didn't know about phone banking. Like, I didn't even know about, like, this is the thing, is like these people, these content creators, I wouldn't even say politicians. I still feel like politicians and what they do is still pretty nerdy, but like content creators actually promoting this and exposing people to this and showing and giving examples of how you can participate, especially if you're like me who lacks accessibility. Like, I probably could go Canvas, but that would be a hassle, right? I don't know if we said that. I'm actually legally blind, so there is some barriers there to me actually helping out and volunteering. But Hassan has actually opened my eyes to how many other things I could do. I could go to the offices and do all the like bundling of all of the stuff, or I could do phone banking, or I could do just like helping out with probably technical or administrative qualities, you know. No, there's so much.
Or canvassing with a partner if you're not alone.
Right. Like, yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, keep in mind.
I know.
But yes, that is a possibility. If I am passionate enough about someone, that is a possibility. And honestly, Oliver Larkin was one of those. I really do think that, I hope he becomes like a spokesperson for the DSA. I think he has recently said that he is interested in doing that. So it'd be really cool. But like, yeah, I mean, keep in mind, I went from a year and a half ago being a total normie lib to now even seriously considering doing a phone bank. I mean, heck, that's improvement, right?
Yeah.
And you can thank Hassan Piker for that. I had no clue that any of this existed before him. So people can be critical of him in all different ways, and I think it's valid to be, just like anybody else. But like, this is important. Content creation is actually important work, which is why I actually am pretty harsh on content creators to actually step up and do the right thing. And not in like a pedantic, word policing way, but more in like, we need to uplift others and just be better whenever possible. So,
yeah,
because it means a lot.
we have about 3 minutes left, and like we got to talk about Angie Nixon.
Yes.
So Angie Nixon was a bit of a surprise to some people, and I would be lying if I was to say that I was not one of them. But I was one of them. I was very surprised that like somebody could run a campaign in Florida and knock off the establishment. It tells, and first off, she's amazing. She's like this. She's a state legislator who has experience running campaigns, which matters significantly. And she essentially knocked off the establishment Democrat, a very well-funded Alexander Vindman.
She was outspent 16-1. She didn't even make $1 million in her campaign, and he spent 16 million. So
yeah, do you want to talk about her?
No, you guys, you know more. I'm just saying, I just wanted to add that component of how much she was outspent and yet still kicked ass.
Yeah, well, anyway, she did, and she's like one of these people who is like, I had no idea how good her game was. Like, she is somebody who has like there's this incredible image of her screaming in a bullhorn, like trying to sort of like make a lot of waves on television in the legislature, against these like voter repression acts that they have
within the
on.
last year she was arrested for protesting against the gerrymandering that happened in Florida just within the last few months. So last few months or last year, I don't remember how long ago, but
it's
recent.
Yeah,
this isn't like a long time ago. This woman is out there doing the work, and people appreciate it.
One of the biggest vibes, because I get this sort of like radical energy from her. She's got an amazing South Florida accent. Like, oh my God, I love her so much. And then so I'm not trying to fall in love with politicians, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
Like, but also like the energy that she generally gives off, like if you look at her TikToks or whatever, like kind of cringe mom. Like it's very, very kind of fascinating how this sort of like how many lanes she hits, which is, I think.
Hello, I'm trying not to cry, because we lost Dolly Parton, and what a sad day. What, they're taking all the wrong white people from us. Anyway, welcome to Kristina's Corner. I'm trying my best not to be an emotional wreck right now because I love Dolly Parton so much. Tits out for Dolly, cleavage out for Dolly. A lot has been happening the last few days. Centrists are still going after Hassan. He's being condemned left and right, mostly right and centered. We lost Dolly Parton. We can't eat ground beef for a while. Yeah, things are just not looking really good right now. And yeah. I didn't really have a whole lot planned today because, again, I woke up to the death of Dolly Parton, and I'm like, oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. So we got some good quality Dolly content. Well, I found a few things, obviously. She's, in my opinion, she's one of the last, like, the second wave of like the queens of the queens of country have come in different waves, and like, so for me, she's like part of the second wave, like the Tammy Wynette's, the Loretta Lynn's, the late 60s who really like in the early into the 70s, and then there's like the Reba McEntire's. In my opinion, Reba McEntire is probably the last queen of country, so when we lose her, and hopefully not for a long time. Yeah. So I'm just very sad right now. Oh, thanks, Fargo. Yeah, powder is the best thing for thick brow hair, apparently. So yeah, there's just it's just really sad, and I'm kind of depressed now. And I'll be streaming after this because there's no movie night extravaganza for a few weeks. Um, yeah, so I'm just really sad. But here's one of a lot of people wonder, hey, where did Dolly Parton get like her iconic look from? You know, like the heavy makeup, the nails, the hair. Well, surprisingly, uh it's a cute little story, which I find it to be very endearing. Um, if it'll share. Why does it take so long to share it? Shit. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay, perfect.
Well, I actually patterned my look after what they called the town tramp in my hometown when I was a little girl. This woman that used to walk the streets had all this makeup and hair, high heel shoes, and I thought she was so beautiful. And everybody used to say, "Oh, she ain't nothing but trash." And I used to say, "Well, that's what I'm gonna be when I grow up, trash." And that's kind of how I look. But I like to think I'm a little more than that.
Amen, darling. That's right. Everyone's like, where does she get her look from? Literally from they called her this woman the town tramp. And yeah, I mean it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, thank you. She molded her look after her hometown's divine. Basically, yeah. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I'm not the biggest fan of country music, at least modern country, because it's gotten too poppy. You know, post 9/11 things, you know, were just not good. Country music used to actually tell real good stories. It ain't like that anymore. Especially since I grew up in the South. It's like, ugh. I remember another thing too is, you know, a lot of people forget that Whitney Houston sang "I Will Always Love You." People forget that Dolly Parton wrote the song. She originally was gonna do it as a duet with Elvis Presley, but Colonel Tom Parker was like, "I get that you wrote it, but Elvis needs half the publishing rights." And she was like, "No, I wrote it all on my own." And there's even a drunk history episode about how she wrote that song, which we'll watch on my Twitch stream later because, you know, you can't really watch YouTube on YouTube. And everyone's like, you know, always ask Dolly Parton, like, "Oh, you know, do you feel any animosity towards Whitney Houston because, you know, her version's more famous?" She's like, "I get all the writing credits. I get all the royalties. It's fine." She's like, Whitney's cover was probably the best thing that ever happened to her because of how iconic that cover is and the ties, you know, the amount of money she made off of her cover. So women supporting women, we love it. Also, do you guys remember the movie Bulworth? Probably not. But do you remember the song Ghetto Superstar? Ghetto Superstar, that is what you are. Does that not sound like islands in the streams? That is what, well, that's where it's from. That's where they got it from. They got the whole beat, rhythm, whatever it's from Islands in the Stream, her duet with Kenny Rogers. Because I remember when I was younger thinking, why does this song sound like another song? And now we know. So if every time you listen to Ghetto Superstar, think of Islands in the Stream. And another thing too is, I know we do this thing when celebrities die. We like to point out, like, oh, remember they did all this problematic shit. Yeah, it doesn't really work with Dolly Parton. They're like, well, why didn't she do more about the genocide and this and that? I'm like, Dolly Parton was not a political partisan. She was someone who just wanted to help people in her own, the best of her ability. Kind of like Miss Rachel does her own thing, Mr. Rogers did his own thing, Dolly Parton, some celebrities do their own thing. And her thing was, you know, being a good Christian, not being judgmental, being pro-gay, pro-trans, pro-sex work, she was like a mama to, like, you know, people who were probably not considered, you know, good people in the eyes of like Christians or whatever. And so when people talk about, like, they ask her, like, you know, what do you get, like, people are like, because a lot of people think, oh, she wasn't hated. She was hated by a lot of Christians for being pro-trans, pro-gay, you know, pro-sex work. You know, she's like, I have trans people, gay people, drug addicts in my family. I love them all regardless, all that. And also, I'm going to Dolly World next year, so that should be, oh man, it's going to be so sad. Oh my God. Also, we lost a Leah on this day too, 25 years ago. Fuck! Damn it! We're losing some good celebrities on this day. Good people who you would think wouldn't die. Especially Dolly Parton. I thought she was going to live forever, if I'm being quite honest. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. Also, she gave us the best working class anthem, 9 to 5. Hey, 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 so there's that. And I just, it's so sad because again, you don't think she would. I mean, she was having health issues, but we didn't think, we said Dolly, no, but it's weird. We said Donnie. Why? Grim Reaper took the wrong person with a lot of makeup and fake and big titties from us, if you catch my drift. Again, like I said, all the good white people are being taken from us, and none of the bad ones. So there's that. I say that as a white person. Okay. So that's how I feel. It's really sad, and I'm very depressed right now. But the show must go on, y'all. The show must go on. It's just really sad, and my eyes, my makeup's running. Not good. And another thing too, Dolly Parton was known for acting. She did a lot of acting. She did the Smoky Mountain Christmas. She did obviously 9 to 5. She did Steel Magnolias. She did that movie with Burt Reynolds. I forgot what the movie's called. She also guest starred on Hannah Montana a lot as, Miley's Uncle Dolly. I mean, not Uncle Dolly, and Dolly, See, I can't even talk right now. This is how distraught I am over her death. Oh my God. I'm very tired. It's so sad. So I woke up yesterday to so much crap about Hassan Piker being anti-Semitic, and I just have to say, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Hassan Piker's being condemned. Josh Gottheimer's like, the first thing we're gonna do when we get back in Congress is not address affordability or the war in Iran or all the food poisoning. No, we got to condemn Hassan Piker, make it official, make it documented. I'm gonna say this, guys. The reason why they're really going after Hassan right now is they know that if they attach Hassan Piker to this anti-Israel, anti-Zionist sentiment, then it makes this whole movement a very fringe thing that not many people actually care about, which is bullshit. So I'm over here like, why are we not going after Trump right now? Like, again, it's getting to the point where they're literally using words that Hassan said that have been said by other people, and because he said it, it's bad. Like he said, Jewish people need to address the Zionism within their community, the extremism within their own, community with Israel, and apparently that's bad. Listen, why is it that only Muslims are told to condemn the extremists in their religion and be told, well, if you don't condemn ISIS or Hamas or this or that, then people are just going to assume you're all just the same and no different from each other? Christians don't get told that. Lutherans, Catholics, not Jews apparently, because when you do that, it's anti-Semitic. So he literally said something that Ezra Klein has said in the past, what other people have said in the past, but because a guy named Hassan said it, it's bad. It is anti-Semitic, and he hates Jews and all that bullshit. Hassan addressed anti-Semitism on Twitch when he started to really focus on Twitch. Believe it or not, like people forget that he was like, yeah, there was like some bigotry and anti-Semitism going on the platform, and he wanted to try to curb that, like, stop that. Rightfully so. And he literally has done speeches on addressing how anti-Semitism is probably the oldest form of bigotry that needs to be squashed, right? I'm just gonna say it. I don't think Democrats are gonna win the midterms now. If they're more focused on attacking Hassan Piker than actually tackling Trump and like the Republicans and being more like just more showing animosity towards Hassan and like the more left flank of the party, then I don't know. I'm not feeling as confident now because Abdul had to capitulate, which sucks, even though he did so well in Jesse Waters. Yeah, it's getting to the point where I am losing confidence in the Democratic Party. Because why is this the focus? If we're going to do this and we're gonna have like a Tucker Carlson type, we're gonna have like a Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene ticket in 2028. If we don't put a stop to this, you know, it is hurting us, in my opinion. Like this is where we say like, oh, you know, both parties aren't the same, right? And it's getting to the point where I just am losing confidence because they don't want Abdul El-Sayed to be in the Senate. They don't want Angie Nixon to be in the Senate. The Democrats don't want to win the midterms because then they're going to be put in charge to tackle Trump, and they don't want to do that. I don't know. I mean, I tweet about it all the time, but you guys are now seeing me say it. The Democrats don't want to do shit about Trump. They do not. And I'm tired of people saying, well, we got to tackle this far left thing first. Then, no. Because I'm literally seeing people tweeting out future civil rights leaders, mind you, saying, well, you know, liberals, we have to work with fascists in order to get shit done. Oh, how did that work for Germany when Hitler was in power? Collaborating with fascists doesn't end up getting us anything. How many times do we have to get an email from the DNC, who, by the way, they're in debt, and the Republicans have a surplus of cash, say, hey, give us $5 and we'll stop Trump. We need your money to stop Trump. We need your $5 to stop Trump. Your monthly donations. Oh, you lost your right to an abortion? Well, you know what? If you send us $5, maybe we could do something about that. Okay. How many years has it been since Roe v. Wade got overturned? Could have codified it. Could have made sure it was a protected right. No. It's not. Pisses me off. Because now they want to make sure that abortion is a national ban. Because wasn't the whole point of Roe v. Wade was to leave it up to the states? States' rights, right? States' rights. The right wing always makes a big deal about states' rights. But now they want to do an actual national abortion ban. Really tackle, abortion in blue states. We're living in the worst timeline, and I don't see us getting out of this darkness. And I will always blame the Democrats for it. You guys are supposed to be the opposition party, and instead you're focusing on a Twitch streamer. You're focused on a fucking Twitch streamer. Ow, I banged my hand. I'm that furious right now. Ugh. Anyway, I don't really know what to say at this point. It's just getting the endless cycle of them focusing. Why not talk about Jake Lang? Can we condemn Jake Lang? Can we condemn Candace Owens? Can we condemn people who are actually doing real harm in this country? No? Okay. Someone said, well, Abdul and Jake Lang is not camping. He's literally doing like Mike Rogers stuff. Like he's literally helping Mike Rogers. And even though Mike Rogers says, I don't want him, he still does shit because Jake Lang don't fucking care. None of these idiots care. Democrats always do the work for the Republicans. They really do. Democrats, you attacking, Hassan, DSA, leftists, and Republicans are just sitting back and watching because they don't have to lift a finger to go after us, because had third way and all these centrist types not put a focus on Hassan Piker, maybe the right wing would have not also piggybacked off of it and made it even worse. But now here we are. We are not even focused on the midterms. We're not, again, I don't think we're going to win. We're not going to win the House. We sure as hell ain't going to win the Senate, because we got people like Chuck Schumer saying we don't need Michigan to win. Okay, what states do we need to win the Senate then? Because it is very difficult for Democrats to win the Senate with the way the country is made up. There are more red states than blue states. And I hate the fact that a state like Wyoming gets 2 senators, like California, which has a much larger population than Wyoming. I'm just feeling no hope. No hope. No hope. What is there to be hopeful about? Like, what is there to be hopeful about? What like, Democrats expect us to do all the work for them, right? They expect us. We do everything right. We're the ones who vote blue no matter who. Moderates created that shit back in 2016, even though data has shown they don't vote blue no matter who. Leftists, progressives do. Time and time again. We do the work, and yet we're always to put the blame for when they lose. It's their job, not ours. It's not the voters. It's them. It's the fucking politicians. It's your job to convince people why they should vote for you. And right now, we're seeing Democrats offer us nothing. Nothing. What are you going to do? Seriously, what the fuck are you Democrats going to do right now? What do you do? Oh, we're focusing on a Twitch streamer. We want a Joe Rogan of the left. That is how we're going to win. Okay? Technically, we kind of do, even though he doesn't like the comparison. And I guess it's not, you don't want like, not like that, right? Honestly, shout out to the people who are doing all the real work on the ground and people who are not online, because the problem is people think online is real. Like, again, some people are like, well, I don't think the Democratic Party and the DSA are ever going to get along, and we need to accept that. Get off Twitter, because let me tell you guys, the word monolith has been used a lot recently. DSA is not a monolith. There are local chapters working with their local Democratic parties to help with smaller races like city council and local sheriffs and, comptrollers and all these other little races that are not just congressional or Senate or even state legislators. It's getting to the point that it's becoming more obvious that there are wreckers everywhere. And these people are purposely dumb. They purposely tweet dumb shit. Because they know it helps boost their profiles. They know it helps them in the end. Like, okay, another example. We all watched the Tim Pool Jubilee video, right? The kid in the green shirt that kept making faces at Tim Pool. Guess what? He's a Destiny Orbiter. He got his 15 seconds of fame for not shaking Tim Pool's hand and being a sassafras to him during his little debate with Tim Pool. But now he's like, I'm going to just shit on Hassan Piker because that will help boost my platform. Listen, if you're going to shit on Hassan Piker, you got to dip your toes into it first. You got to do it gradually. You don't just dove right in and pull your mask off. So that's the problem. As someone who tries to, grow a platform or whatever, hating something my entire personality, or anyone who does that, it's not good. It's not helpful for you to make hating something or somebody your entire personality and use that as how you grow a platform and monetize yourself and make money. Like Hutch, for instance. Like even Parker Malloy was like, I get it. Shitting on Hassan is how a lot of you guys make your money and whatever. But at a point, that money's going to run out because people are going to realize, oh, I tune in to watch this shit every day. Great. Cool. Love that. People are going to get bored if your entire existence on streaming and podcasting is just weird parasocial hatred towards something or someone, right? You got to cast a wide net. Give them a variety. This is why Twitter or most social media sucks, because it just feeds you negative algorithms and shit. I know, I love how the guy who kind of helps run Twitter now, I forgot what his name, Nikita or whatever his name is. He's like, oh, we don't do that anymore. We don't, purposely show people shit that they hate. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You can mute words, you can block accounts, you can try to do everything you can to fix your algorithm, but it doesn't fucking matter. They're still gonna make sure to send you outrage porn day in and day out. This is how it is everywhere, though. It's Twitter, Sky, definitely Threads, Facebook. Oh my God, Facebook is sending me the weirdest shit that I'm like, I'm trying not to engage in it, but I still keep getting fed it despite blocking it and trying to ignore it. Right? Oh, the art people are finally doing work. It's a little late, don't you think? So, what do we do about it, guys? What do we do? How do we fix this? It's getting to the point where more and more people are not online. Thankfully, more and more people are not online. We're getting to a point where, dead internet theory is real. Most of the people that are on social media everywhere across are just bots, because people are finding joy in doing other things that they love, because the internet, it's got to the point where we can't just live on the internet. We just can visit it. The internet used to be a place we would visit. Remember this is something I talked about with Taylor Lorenz or, a lot of other people. The tech oligarchs were supposed to protect us from big government and privacy. And now look where we are. They're the ones infringing upon our privacy with the help of the government. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Makes you wonder, huh? Okay, now that noise is just distracting me. They got the leaf blowers out. I'm sorry. This is why we have ADD brain. And your Vyvanse is just finally kicking in for the day. I don't know. Where do we go from here? Everything fucking sucks. Huh? And now we got another thing that's happening right now. Target doing a minstrel Halloween costume in the year of our Lord 2026. Did you guys hear this? Let me see if I can find this. Let's see. Who in their right mind? Who approved of this? Who thought that this Halloween costume for children was it? Why? Not only is the pose the Jim Crow, the minstrel like Jim Crow character, but the smile using a dark skinned black. Oh my fucking God, y'all. When I saw this, I can't even say what I was going to say. I literally wanted to go to my local Target and be like, what the fuck were you thinking? And a lot of people say, well, DEI could not have prevented this. Maybe it could have, though. Because you can tell that a bunch of white people don't understand what minstrel shows were, right? Because I literally had so many white people tell me, Kristina, I don't see what's wrong with this costume. Yeah, because you're not educated, you dumb fuck. This is racist. This is so, oh God. It is real. Like, You cannot tell me this shit was intentional to drove a controversy. And some people are like, well, it's no different from when they did, trans kids clothing, whatever the fuck that means. Oh, you mean tucking clothing for like teens and adults? Oh, wow, that's worse. Honestly, if this costume made it to like the stores and I see that shit, I'm pulling that shit and going to the front desk and be like, what the fuck is this? Do you not even understand what this looks like? How offensive and disgusting this is? I'm sorry, but there are plenty of costumes to fashion black children, and doing like this Jim Crow era bullshit is definitely not it. This ain't the jazz singer. I just oh my god, y'all. It's and now we gotta worry about beef because our beef is from Argentina. Now, like, I'm looking at the ground because I don't get my ground beef I don't get my meats at Walmart, but like all the ground beef is like brown, like not cooked, but like cold ground beef that you're supposed to cook. That shit is brown. So that's great. I'm already a picky eater. So far, chicken saved. But like, yeah, it's going bad instantly. Like, I'm sorry, but if they're distributing ground beef that's already brown and gray, that's not good, y'all. I like my ground beef pink, and apparently Costco is the only place that is not getting this Argentinian cheap ass unhealthy beef. And they said, "Oh, well, Biden is screwed over the farmers." Nah, bitch. All these farmers are saying it's Trump who did this to them. You're just gaslighting us. Now, if I want to get some decent ground beef, we're going to go all the way to Augusta, Georgia now, 30-minute drive to Costco, because I can't even trust Publix, and that's where we get most of our meat, because Publix meat is quality. It's a lot better. Because I've been feeling weird depending on what I'm eating now, and I don't like it. Even Wendy's was like, yeah, we cut like the quality of our food, and now our customers are mad, and we want to win back their support. You are a restaurant. If you're going to own a restaurant, your food is the thing that brings people to your business. If your food ain't safe and up to quality to eat, what are you doing? Why in the hell would you want to make sure your food is low quality and not edible if you're a fucking restaurant? We're going to have to actually get our food from farms. But the problem is a lot of farm, home is expensive. It ain't cheap. The average day costs over $100. Do you know how much money my mom and I spend? We spend more money than what we make. And because of you guys, you help us out a lot. Okay? The average, like, I hate spending $60 a day on groceries when I'm only at times making like $80 or $90 for house cleaning. Right? And everyone says that. Everyone's like, yo, we're not making enough money to afford a day because shit's expensive. Gas is expensive. Also, we're about to run out of oil. Oh, great. Another thing to freak out about. What are we going to do when we can't get healthy food, when we can't go to work? We have 40 days left of our own oil supply because Trump's war with Iran at the expense of Israel is costing us so much. See, this is like my Kristina's Corner. It's more like Kristina's Rants. It's just nothing's getting better. And, we got a guy in office who doesn't care. He has said, I don't care about people's financial hardships. I don't care about, it's worth paying higher gas. Listen, it's the summertime, and a lot of us have to use our AC in our cars, right? Because, again, climate change. We shouldn't be having to fill our gas tanks up twice a week, right? Because that's what's happening. A lot of cars, like, yeah, I'm having to fill my gas. Usually people, it used to cost like about $12 to fill up our tank. Now it costs about like $20 or more to fill up our tank. And we got like a Mitsubishi hatchback. That's a small tank. Okay. We shouldn't have to be filling our tanks up multiple times a week. None of us should, no matter how big or small our tanks are. But that's where we're at. And I don't even drive. But it's kind of ridiculous. It's getting to the point where shit's getting ridiculous. And people are always, I get trolls say, well, get a job. I clean houses, right? The problem with being a domestic worker is that you have to depend on other people to be financially stable and healthy if you want to do your job, right? I have customers that are saying, Kristina, Marie, you can't come over because I'm sick in bed because I got that explosive diarrhea for the next how many weeks now. We got people who are not making enough money to afford the luxury of a weekly or bi-weekly house clean now, right? People don't understand cleaning houses is not some luxurious job where you're rolling in dough and being able to go on vacation. No, it's like the bare minimum of being able to, make a living. Like, we have to depend on other people to be financially well off and healthy for us to remain financially stable. And I tweet this shit out a lot. And again, so for y'all who's watching this on Twitter, hi. You finally get to see me say this now. I ain't bullshitting. That's why I'm trying to stream more. That's why I'm doing, hopefully I can able to, get partner on Twitch or whatever have you. It's not easy. I get constantly mocked. How pathetic I am. I'm like, yo, you spitting. That's the funny thing. When people try to troll me, I'm like, dude, what? Why are you coming at me? I agree with you. What? You're spitting. Keep going. Keep. You want no argument for me about how pathetic I am. What the fuck? Seriously, it's just funny when people try to troll me. It's when certain people try to troll someone, some people don't aware that we're at a point where a lot of us have such high self-awareness that it's like, yes, you're right, go on. So that's just my opinion. So, anyway. You guys like it when I get a little ranty, don't you? So, ranty is good. Yeah, ranty is good. Hopefully we'll have more fun once I just do my Twitch stream after the show. But it's just every day. You just can't escape the dread, the horror, the just don't rant during Shadow Saturday. Yes, for those who don't know, on Saturdays we watch the gothic soap opera Dark Shadows from the 60s, and it's apparently everyone's favorite day of the week for my streams. So like, yeah, we love your politicking and your pop culture and your gaming, but watching Dark Shadows every Saturday is the highlight of the week. Because it's a perfect day to just have something on while you're doing, work or whatever, lurking and whatever, it's always fun to take a day off to not do anything besides just watch an old soap opera, Nothing wrong with that. Can't wait for the cartoon revival to happen next year. Anyway, so anyway, we lost Dolly Parton. We can't eat beef or most food at this point. People are attacking Hassan over things just by putting words in his mouth. What the fuck? Guys, you know how fucking petty Trump is? You want to know how fucking petty our president is? This is so probably general audiences like adults. Well, actually no, it's probably more, they said it's going to be more of adult animated and I'm here for it. So, hey guys, remember Trump's battle with the Kennedy Center and all that good shit, you know, because he, for some reason, he wants to attach himself to John F. Kennedy's legacy. Well, guess what? Trump administration threatens to demolish demolish the Kennedy Center unless his name is added to the building. He wants to destroy the fucking Kennedy Center unless he gets his name put back on it. Again, why can it not be him? Why the fuck is this man still out to breathe? Why is he around? Why the fuck? What the fuck is the Grim Reaper doing right now? Why is it only the good die young, apparently? Wrong 80-year-old with big titties. Like, it's just so ridiculous. Right? Tom Petty is what he's being. The Performing Arts Center cannot survive either structurally or financially without Trump's help and proper credit, attorneys for his administration argued in a new court filing. What the fuck does that even mean? The Trump administration is threatening to demolish the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts and potentially replace it with an outdoor amphitheater unless Donald Trump's name is prominently added to his exterior, giving him what they said would be appropriate respect and dignity of acknowledgement while he works to save it. What arts and humanities are you saving, my dude? What are you doing to help the arts? What has Trump done for the arts? I can't name a single thing. Like, I don't even think the Arts and Humanities committee or whatever is around. I knew someone who worked with the Obama administration to put the arts back in schools. Arts are being defunded in schools because of Linda McMahon. So what do you mean? In a court filing on Monday, attorneys for his administration argued that the landmark Performing Arts Center is in such disrepair, it cannot survive either structurally or financially without Trump's help and credit. So his name being slapped on automatically fix the infrastructure of the building now? Is that what you're saying? That makes absolutely no fucking sense. The building has become dangerously dilapidated. Well, are you fucking kidding me? Outdated and deprecated. That doesn't make any sense. It is structurally unsound, fundamentally unsafe, and embarrassing to nation's capital. Following reads, that's a bunch of bullshit. It goes on to state that without the prominent recognition of the Trump administration and the President Trump's efforts, donors will not contribute and the Senate will continue to be in a financial structure death spiral. No, putting Trump's name, attaching Trump to this thing is what's causing it. I doubt the building is in disrepair right now. It specifically requests an inscription on the front of the building under the center's name, reading, renovated and restored by President Donald J. Trump. Listen, whoever wins in 2028, if it's a Democrat, they need to do the reverse Trump act. An executive order that just stroke of a pen reverses every fucking thing Trump has ever done since his first administration and on. Because that's why we're in this mess, is that we didn't do enough to reverse Trump's first term bullshit. Right? That's where we're at. This will be followed with the phrase, endowed by the Trump Kennedy Center Fund. What fund? So as long as an endowment established for the renovations reach $100 million, the center's physical site and grounds would also be named the President Donald J. Trump Plaza. When it happens, I better be in a public place. The demand is in response to Rep. Joyce Betty, Democrat of Ohio, a former member of the center's board of trustees, filed an emergency motion last week seeking to keep Trump's name off the center, which was created by Congress to serve as a living memorial to former President John F. Kennedy. Create your own fucking memorial building then, you fucking piece of shit. Why not do that? Why are you so hung up on the Kennedy Center? Make your own building. You're so good at that, right? You're good at real estate's your thing. Jesus. A judge in May ruled, this judge is probably pulling his fucking hair out. A judge in May ruled that a decision by the Center's Trump-aligned board to add his name to its official title was unlawful, leading to his name's removal from the building's exterior in June. By the way, there was a rainbow that appeared when his name was being removed. It was probably JFK. While Monday's filing doesn't share evidence of the Center's alleged death spiral, what was I saying before? Matthew Flocka, who has served as the Center's chief operating officer since March 24, told a judge in April that extensive 2-year repair work was needed to the roof, electrical systems, and columns due to water damage. Okay, and that's probably an easy fix. So in order for the fixing to happen, Donald Trump's name needs to be on the building for it to be in repair. That sounds fake, but okay. Volka pointed to a tour he gave to reporters that showcased some of the damage. Images of that tour, published on the Canadian Center's website, appear to show corroded steel, water damage, electrical systems, and other structural damage to the ground and ceilings. The repair work, which was approved in a meeting led by Trump, who is the Center's chairman, would cost about $250 million. Okay, so why would you? So he's only wants to put $100 million towards a $250 million project, though. Flocka said Trump has offered to cover the amount used in $258 million he obtained for Congress for capital restoration. The center wouldn't be closed during the construction, Flocka said. Yeah, but he also wants like $100 million. Just know, I'm surprised Congress hasn't touched this yet. As the Trump filing states, the center has been weathering a months-long decline in ticket revenue and donations since the board voted in December to rename the center at Trump. Well, there's a fucking problem there. Why the fuck would you want to bring that back? If Trump is a toxic parasite for the Kennedy Center, why do you think ticket sales and revenue are going to jolt back up if his name is put back on the building and it becomes his plaza, right? What are we doing? What's going on? That decline catastrophically plunged after the board added his name to the building. Washington Post said, citing internal documents. This continuous drop has put it on track to fall nearly $100 million short of its revenue target, the Post reported. God, man, they're right in front of my apartment building with the leaf blowers. Anyway, I am perpetually angry right now. Man, I'm so distracted right now with the leaf blowers. Oh, politics for the biddies. So, so you guys saw, let's try to end on some fun. I've been ranting for like almost an hour. I am wow, they really don't show a whole lot of videos on here. Anyway, so Abdul Al Sayed appeared on Jesse Waters' program because Jesse Waters is an idiot and was not prepared, clearly. Did you guys see the whole situation about like trans women in sports? He's like, "Are you circumcised?" And Jesse Waters is like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, you ain't no hooded warrior, my friend." You know, like seriously, like no offense, but like I know there's a big debate about circumcision, but like you're removing something that God gave you. Just saying. If you were born with it, you might. But it's just so funny that like Abdul was so fucking like, ooh, you know, so good. It's just sad that he had to condemn Hassan Piker. I'm like, we were all rooting for you. Oh my god, this is getting on my nerves. The sounds of these fucking leaf blowers. So it was just funny. Yes, it literally was. Like, I'm just paraphrasing, but let me find it. Let me see if I can find the clip real quick. It's just so man, I retweeted way too much stuff. Okay, you know what? I think I know who I can look for to the clip about. It's so funny, but it was just so funny. I was like, "Oh my god, what the hell are you doing?" Like I feel like these people think that they can be prepared for Abdul El Sayed, but it's like it just doesn't work. Okay, let me see. Let me find it. I'm trying to find the one about the circumcision clip, y'all. Let me. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Oh, this shit was so good. I was like, damn, dude. I mean, seriously, you can't be bitching about like gender affirming care if you were circumcised. Anyway. I mean, this is a banger. This is a banger of a love scene.
The idea that the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. I just think the government shouldn't tell you what kind of health care you should have. And if you're a minor,
you want to try on kids?
Now, if you disagree with that, if you disagree that healthcare decisions need to be made by a doctor and their parents and a patient, then we think we agree to disagree. But you want to put government inside.
So Abdul, you're a doctor, right?
Selectively. I am.
So you think it's okay for a parent to slash his kid's ding-a-ling off? You think that's okay?
Wait for it.
I mean, do you really want to have this conversation? Are you circumcised?
Yeah, but I mean, that's a
Jesse,
personal question.
Okay,
doctor.
So you probably should want to move on.
Oh,
circumcision's different than castration.
No, it's not. Really, if you really think about it, because the way people describe a circumcision is like they pin the baby boy down and they snip and do this, but it's like, no, Jesse Waters, anything is gender affirming care. You getting your eyebrows done like that, that's gender affirming care. Steven Crowder making his weird chest look more swole, whatever, gender affirming care. Lip filler, gender affirming care. Cheek fill, everything. But like, it's so fucking funny. Getting circumcised is kind of cutting off a big part of your ding-a-ling, dude. Okay. How do they feel about female castration that still happens in certain parts of the world? Removing the clitoris, right? Are these men gonna say? Is Jesse Waters gonna be like, that's an outrage? Probably not. They don't care, because how dare women feel pleasure, right? But it's so fucking funny.
I think it's a problem. It's a problem that you think that you get to decide what happens between a parent, a doctor, and a patient. And I'm just saying that, yes, circumcision is surgery on a kid's ding-a-ling. So if you really want to bring that up, you can. I just think you guys are really selective about how you want to talk about these things.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Abdul, Michigan's not going for that. That is.
Also, who cares? Like, now we're seeing these like transphobic men like interrupt WNBA games, because I'm like, I want to tell my sister, I'm like, why are all these men disrupting these WNBA games? Like, it's really turning off people, because the WNBA is now probably more watched than like other sports, like the NBA, like in the national basketball, whatever. But I'm just like, what is happening to the world right now? Like, I don't know. It's just so funny. Like, I just. But you know what I mean? Like, this is why Mike Rogers is being called Mike Dodgers, because he wouldn't be able to handle Abdul in a debate. Like, this is why I'm excited about Angie Nixon, because I mean, again, they keep asking her, like, why are you in DSA if you're still a capitalist, or what's your thoughts on Hassan Piker? And she's like, listen, I campaign. Why are you asking me about this stuff? Why? This is not something that my constituents care about. If they did, they probably wouldn't have. I would not have gone this far in the primary, right? Oh, my nose is itchy. So, like, I do this for my nose when it's itchy. It's just so. We live in a weird timeline. We live in a fucking weird timeline where people are like, circumcision is not, gender affirming care. Yes, it is. And you're doing it to babies, newborn boys. Also, there are babies who are born intersex, right? And they get corrective surgery when they're very, very, very young, right? What's your thoughts on that, Jesse Waters? Most gender affirming care is just corrective surgery that is needed, right? Also, again, no one is getting their breasts slashed at the age of 5 or their ovaries removed at the age of 3. Most transitioning is social transitioning. Hair, makeup, clothing, that is it. Puberty blockers happen a little bit later. You know why? Because people want to make sure that they don't get the puberty with the gender they don't identify as. There's nothing wrong with puberty blockers. Most kids that are on puberty blockers are cisgender kids who don't want to go through prepubescent puberty like I did. Had I known puberty blockers were a thing, oh my God, that would have saved me so much trouble, because I was so uncomfortable growing breasts at the age of 7, 8 years old, shaving in 3rd and 4th grade, getting my period in elementary school, and being the only girl with a menstrual cycle, and having to go to the nurse's station and be like, yo, I need pads and Midol or whatever. They're like, well, we don't have that. No one gets it. Yeah, but like, I'm not gonna knock her down for that. Like we gotta pick her battles. Like, I feel like even though she's a capitalist and she actually sees good in DSA, awesome, cool. Maybe we could push her to be more anti-capitalist. Same with Abdul. And the fact they keep saying Abdul is DSA and he's a socialist, I'm like, no, he's not. He's not. He said it multiple times. You just see a Muslim man, you automatically think socialists are communists. When he said in bold text, I'm a capitalist, and I don't, and blah, blah, blah. It gets on my nerves sometimes, where people, like, this is why the right wing does this shit. They think, they see a person of color and automatically think, oh, well, they must be some radical. It's like, I mean, hopefully, we can move some of these people to agree to abandon being labeled themselves a capitalist. That's all I'm gonna say. That'll be good. Hey, a win is a win. I try, but oh God, I hope Hassan sues Josh Gottheimer so bad. Oh man, isn't he New Jersey rep? Oh God, when I move back to Jersey, is he gonna be my rep? God, I hope not. Anyway, so that's my thing. That's just like, it's funny because when you people don't understand, like, we gotta condemn Hassan Piker and and distance ourselves from him. It doesn't fucking matter. They're talking shit about Miss Rachel and Mark Ruffalo. It don't matter anymore. You're just capitulating to right wing thought at this point. So that's what I think. And yeah, God, I feel so ranty today. Hopefully my Twitch stream is a lot more fun. What's the point of a jug handle? I have no idea. Don't ask me. I haven't moved back there yet. So I'm having fun here. Awesome. Great. Love that. Anyway, I'm gonna pop off, y'all, especially on Twitter, but I'm gonna move just strictly to my Twitch stream now. Because I'm streaming right now on Twitch, but I have to end stream and then come back because of I use OBS and this is StreamYard. Anyway, no movie night extravaganza for a few weeks, but Forrest and I will be back on Absurdity Space with Laws by Anna. Should be exciting. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. So I will see you guys over on Twitch for realsies. Bye.
Hello, hello, hello. It has been a little while, folks. I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, and politics over here on this space. I've been gone. I've been gone for 2 weeks. Thank you very much, Johnny. Welcoming me back. Jet, how you doing? I know. Much love to Jet, folks. They're dealing with the fires out west. Shit's fucking crazy and holy shit. But I am back. I have returned. I am home from my little 2-week stint vacation upstate in New York. I am a little tanner than I once was. I also got my jersey finally. I also got my sweet New York Knicks champions hat, which I will probably leave as is. But yeah, I didn't really get a chance to talk about some of the things I've been itching to talk about with y'all. And one of those things has to do with this space. It happened a little bit before I went on vacation, and it was Matt the Letter Hack coming on, giving a spiel about why he's been gone from the internet for a few months. And, you know, I didn't really talk about it. I think there's not much to talk about. I kind of laid it all out there, but I did kind of want to juxtapose that with this video. This is ContraPoints, who I talked about a couple months ago when she started going off on Twitter about Hassan Piker and why is everybody so obsessed with Hassan, and little did she know it would become more and more of a problem. With the media talking about this guy. I didn't want to talk about him. I remember back in March going on Leftist Mafia with Matt. The thumbnail was like, the media can't stop talking about Hassan Piker. And boy, was that a fortune-telling title of an episode. But yeah, so ContraPoints has announced, or it says, in my new tangent, liberalism, is about how discussing politics online is immoral and bad.
Also, why I'm such a lib, the immortal science of Marxism, Leninism, the Zionist entity is not real. Eternal 2016, punching left, the truth about why I allowed the nefarious warlord Hillary, the destroyer, into my domicile, and the reason I've decided to leave political commentary behind. Now up on Patreon, which I think is the perfect cap to that. You want to see my entire video of why I left the internet or why I left the left or whatever it is, go pay me some money for that. And let's watch her. This is 2 minutes. Let's watch this spiel, this clip.
Well, I've been reluctant to make this video because I think talking about politics on the internet might be bad. Online punditry has ruined society, it's destroyed democracy, and those of us who have participated in this will be damned to hell, and rightly so. And the shame of it will outlive us. I'm going to do this tangent in the style of the popular talk show Hot Wings. Hot ones.
Am I saying I'm a chicken wing expert? No.
I'm just going to do the different flavors of Tabasco to make this easy. I've been eating Tabasco a long time. I have a lot of brand loyalty. Starting with the least spicy, this is the Tabasco green pepper sauce. Kind of a bullshit hot sauce, if I'm being honest. Like a hot sauce for people who don't like hot sauce. It's jalapeno based. We'll give it a try. Let's get. Okay, it's very vinegar forward, not very spicy, but it does have a character and flavor of some kind, and that puts it above a lot of other hot sauces out there. Not terrible. In 1689, an essay called Two Treatises of Government was published by English philosopher John Locke, the first lib. Look at those curls. Could a man with hair like that be wrong? In this essay, Lib Locke seethes over a book called Patriarcha by Robert Filmer, which had argued that the divine right of kings is sanctioned by the biblical authority of fathers to, quote, sell and castrate their children. You know, it's like daddy's arrived and he's taking his belt. Locke, however, thinks government should be based on rights and consent and stuff like that. So he rejects this, quote, fatherly authority whereby a father or a prince hath an absolute arbitrary power over the lives of his children and subjects, so that he may take or alienate their estates, sell, castrate, or use their persons as he pleases. So once again, the most vulgar and stupid interpretation of Freud is completely correct. Western society is, in fact, founded on the fear of being castrated by your father, and on the idea that a man has a right, goddammit, to preside over his own castration. And that's what liberalism is all about. Don't worry, that's not actually what this video is about.
Okay, so, you know, she's kind of taking the piss there, right? Almost satirizing herself. And I wanted to use this video as a way to talk about that kind of phenomenon, right? Like Matt came on here and said, hey, I'm leaving the internet. I'm disappointed with online commentators. A lot of them seem to just care about getting their channel up and getting their numbers up and making money, and this is a job for them, and they don't really care what the outcome is one way or another. And I've seen similar sentiments from other people I respect. FD Signifier, Olayemi Olurin, Lil Bill kind of talks about this all the time. Shout out Lil Bill. Good check on like where you're at to watch Lil Bill. Also fellow possible This Space host and frequent guest Black Redguard talks about like it is more important to be doing action in real life, to touch grass, if you will, than to talk into a camera about the day's news, right? It's useful. Shout out Gina from Raw News and Politics, who is also a This Space host. She makes videos in the vein of like Mike Figueredo or David Dole, or Kyle Galinsky, where, hey, here's the thing that happened today. I'm going to talk about it, explain it to you. A little explainer video. Good thing to send to somebody on Facebook or tweet at somebody or send text a friend to go, hey, here's the subject of this thing that happened in the news. Here's a breakdown of it and how it affects you. Boom. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, less sometimes. That's useful, I think. And I totally understand people who are like I don't want to do this. Either maybe, and this is also just a thing about YouTube in general and content creation in general. Sometimes people get famous for something that they're not that passionate about. Hell, I'll take it to a different era, a different category. That's entertainment. Like, this is all entertainment, you know, and I think people need to remind themselves of that. I think creators should remind their audience as often as possible. Now, there's a double-edged sword with that, because you got Joe Rogan, who says, I'm an entertainer, don't listen to what I say, but also here's Peter Thiel, and what he's saying is very interesting, right? There's Jon Stewart, who famously went on all the news shows when The Daily Show was big, and they said, how do we get your numbers? And he said, you're not supposed to want my numbers. You shouldn't have ads. You shouldn't be driven by advertising dollars. I'm a comedian. I'm on a network with South Park. You are a news organization. You're supposed to be educating people. ContraPoints got big on YouTube making video essays and kind of rebutting the right wing. Ben Shapiro, Milo Yiannopoulos at the time, Tim Pool, stuff like that. And part of this ecosystem that came to be known as BreadTube. Her, Lindsay Ellis, H Bomber Guy, later FD Signifier in 2020, right? These video essayists who kind of their whole thing is either talking about media or somehow talking about politics using a different avenue to get there, right? It's kind of what I do with my channel. My channel is movie reviews, music, album reactions, trailer reactions, video game stuff, all the stuff I'm interested in. But I talk about the politics of it if it applies, which it usually does, because all art is political. My point is, I don't begrudge Natalie ContraPoints being like, you know what? I'm getting too much heat from my audience and people I don't fucking give a shit about their opinions. I don't want to do this anymore. Actually, I'd like to really just talk about movies, or I'd like to talk about art. I'd like to talk about stuff that interests me, and I don't want to get into debates and arguments and have a million channels, put my face in the thumbnail and go, oh my God, ContraPoints left to left. I can't imagine what it's been like for the last 10 years doing that. I could see what happened to Olayemi. It was very quick. Her rise, and like, I'm on Rising. I had a couple clips go viral, invited to be part of Leftist Mafia. I don't like the live chat, constantly commenting on how I look, that I'm eating, whatever it is, and being like, I'm going to make my own channels. I'm done. Got off social media, only posts on like Instagram, no comments, because I don't give a fuck what you have to say. And that's totally fine. FD Signifier was like, you know what? Instead of tweeting and getting into like Twitter battles, I'm just going to make little short videos, and they're monetized. So I'm at least going to make money for takes that if, you know, somebody wants to watch it and make a response video, okay, go ahead. I'm not going to fucking watch it, or I might, but I'm not going to respond to you and give you clout and blah, blah, blah. I totally understand. And I totally understand Matt being like, hey, I'm sick of this. It feels like some people are kind of big in their heads, like, hey, I'm kind of too big to talk to you, or you can help me out, but when it's time for me to help you out, I'm not going to respond. Shit like that. I totally get it. I just think using whatever voice you have, like, again, I'm going to make these videos one way or another. I'm going to stream one way or another. So if I'm streaming a video game and I'm talking about, you know, DSA or an election coming up, it might help the one or two people who are watching me be like, oh shit, I live in that area. I might go vote in that election. Or, hey, I might be inspired by this guy to join DSA or think about politics in a different way. It's not the end all be all. It's not the end all be all. Hell, I didn't even join DSA until I was talking to Black Red Guard, who was like, hey, here's a waiver. Like, you don't have to pay dues if you can't afford it right now. And look, I just bought the Communist Manifesto, because I did read this in school in like 6th grade, but I don't remember it. And now that I'm like on here and I'm talking, I feel I have responsibility to actually read a book without pictures for once. Okay. I did also buy a Wonder Woman book at the same time, so I'm balancing it out. But that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to get it out because it's a lot, you know, and it's I don't want anyone to like begrudge someone for being like, hey man, I don't want to do this. Like FD Signifier was like, hey, I got some, you know, I'm gonna be talking politics here and there, but also I want to talk about sports. I want to talk about movies. I want to talk about music, you know, Olay. I want to talk about those things too. Sans sports. ContraPoints, her last video was a video about Saw, like the Saw franchise. And I think that's fine. I think a lot of, like, I watched it or half of it, and I think a lot of people, including me, was like, okay, so when is the analysis going to come and how does this relate to politics? But it didn't. It was just about Saw. And I think that's fine. I think it's totally cool to be like, I want to shift gears here. You know, here's an example from entertainment world, like Tom Segura. Tom Segura, comedian, came to Los Angeles to be an actor. How do you become an actor? Well, one of the routes that you're told is try stand-up comedy. You might get discovered, or at least you'll make connections, and you'll practice not, you know, being camera shy or shy in front of a crowd. So there's a little bit of like, all right, there's connective tissue, but he did stand up and he got good at stand up and he continued to be successful as a stand-up comedian, met his wife, got married, then podcasting, and okay, you're doing podcasting. This is just selling tickets. And then actually it turns out maybe you're making more from podcasting than actually selling tickets and doing stand-up. Maybe actually I have a podcast empire now, and I can afford fancy cars and watches, and also the landscape has totally changed, and they're coming to me and going, hey, we're Netflix. Give us a TV show. Give us a movie. Hey, we're a big studio looking for actors to be in this comedy movie, which are less and less made nowadays anyway. Come be in this movie, right? So he's going, look, dude, I have kind of the perfect position now to actually pursue that dream of like being an actor. And he's doing that. He's shifting. Now, he probably is going to still do stand-up. He's definitely going to still do the podcast. But he's also leaving his wife. So, you know, some people, you know, fucking Woody Harrelson put out albums, or at least music. Jamie Foxx put out music. Eddie Murphy put out music. Who knows if they wanted to be Michael Jackson and it just turned out like acting and comedy was the thing for them, or they wanted to be a serious actor, and Jamie Foxx has done some serious acting. It's all like, who knows the inner workings? But if somebody tells you, like ContraPoints has, hey, I'm kind of done. Like this, sure, I might have built my platform on this, and I'm sure a lot of people are disappointed. But she's being forthcoming and being like, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. If you want to keep supporting me and watching my stuff, cool, but understand I'm not going to be talking politics. I'm going to be talking about movies. I'm going to be talking about whatever art she wants to talk about, or gaming streams, whatever it is, you know? So I think that's totally fair. And I think it's appropriate to kind of give that statement like, hey, you know, maybe Matt, the letter hack should have done that in April instead of just disappeared for a few months and then came back just to be like, oh, by the way, yes, I am leaving. Bye. But again, I totally understand it. Also, social media is fucking crazy. It's actively sickening to people's brains. So I totally understand that. And it is weird when you're kind of going like, oh, what happened to my friend? Are they okay? They went off social media. It reminds me of an episode of South Park where a girl decides to quit Twitter and everyone in town treats it like she's killed herself, you know, because, oh my God, how could you not be on Twitter? Everyone threatens to leave Twitter, but they never actually do it. like suicide, you know. So I understand. And I understand just again being like, I'm done. I want to do something else. So that's that. I wanted to bring that up. I thought it was a good avenue to talk about that. And also funny because I think ContraPoints is funny, man. I like her. I like her stuff. I'm excited to see what she does next. And, you know, maybe I'll keep watching, maybe I won't. But it comes back to this thing of like, you know, I wouldn't say she's canceled. Like nobody has been like, oh, fuck her, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, she got some heat for her Hassan takes, but it reminds me a couple years ago, Lindsay Ellis left Twitter. She's done. She's like, I say anything and I get dogpiled. Like, fuck this then. I don't need it. She has a deal with PBS. She's putting out books now. She's still making videos. Probably doesn't look at comments, my guess. Sticks to Instagram like, hey, here's some pictures and whatever. Like, I'm done. And that's it. And I get that. I can only imagine what it's like being on the internet for this long and it being scrutinized in every which way but loose. So I understand. So yeah, let's move on to the next thing here. Okay. First of all, let me say hi, Wanda. How are you? Yes, I am back. Hi, Ella. Sorry. Hi, Ella. What's going on? Welcome. Hello, Paul. What's going on? How are you? And yes, RIP to Dolly Parton. She has passed away today at the age of 80. Very sad. Lived a full life, of course. So, you know, it's bound to happen eventually. But yes, everybody is making the joke that like the wrong 80-year-old died today. And I think we can all agree on that. So I also just wanted to point out, this is the next segment is gaming. A lot of stuff happening in gaming. I actually streamed the Gamescom event a couple of hours ago with my buddy Warhide, who has appeared on this channel. Shout out Warhide. But yeah, this I would just wanted to talk about this because a lot of developers their studios are getting closed because the bigger studio that bought them doesn't have a use for them anymore. A lot of people who work in the games industry work on a game for years and years, and then the game comes out and is very, very successful, and then they're fired because the company doesn't need them anymore. Same thing happens in the movie industry, especially to like visual effects artists and graphic designers and stuff, which they are trying to actively replace with AI, which is disgusting and gross. But yeah, they will work on a Marvel. I actually know somebody who worked on Marvel movies, worked for Disney, said Disney was one of the worst companies to work for. Not only do they not pay you that much, but you definitely know that you're going to get laid off when the thing's done. You know, so it's rough. It's rough. And Lance from the Surfs, shout out Lance, put out this little thing that says, want to buy 100 games for only a few dollars, and also help support every video game worker who has been unfairly fired in the mass layoffs. Check this out. There is a bundle that you can buy. Game devs put together an itch.io bundle of over 100 games with proceeds going to help laid off colleagues. This is part of the United Video Game Workers Union, which is a reminder to join a my not my whole computer, which did crash earlier today. But my what is this? My my Chrome crashed. Add to stage. There we go. Okay. Sorry, folks. Let me see here. Ooh. Let me throw this back up. Yeah. So, anyways, as I was saying, the union, Video Game Workers Union, let's not open Kotaku, I guess, put up this bundle of games that you can buy that help go towards laid off video game workers. Yes, thank you, Latino. Thank you, Johnny. Shout out Lance. And yeah, I just think this is a great show of solidarity. A lot of solidarity is being shown right now. I will make mention of this, but it's not a full segment on it. There is a blackout in Gary, Indiana, and now there is a blackout in, I think, Memphis, Tennessee, or close to Memphis because of data centers, and they're lying. Of course, I saw Trump earlier today or yesterday saying, oh, actually, data centers are creating surplus power, or we're going to actually they're going to have to build their own power plant to power the data center. So that's more land that you're going to need to take up and push people out of their homes, and more loud, obnoxious noise and more pollution. Like, fuck you, right? There is, in this time of darkness and fascism, there are bright spots, and that is people like Kat Abu-Ghazala using her campaign apparatus as a mutual aid organization and to also support other candidates around the country. Angie Nixon, who just won her primary in Florida, has a community bookstore that is, hey, if you need some books and you don't have the money, come here. Like, we are helping each other out because ain't nobody coming to fucking help us, right? Now, Republicans and libertarians would say, oh, this is what society should be like. And communists and socialists, people at DSA, progressives, people like me, would say, this is what government is there for. Otherwise, there should be no government. And of course, the libertarians would say, absolutely, no government. Only warlords. They want warlords. They want fucking Elon Musk and Peter Thiel to have their own armies that control and patrol their own cities, where everyone goes to work at SpaceX or Tesla or Palantir or whatever it is. Every product in every store is made by those companies. So you're buying products, you're giving them money. You're going to work for them, you're giving them money. You get it coming and going. You go to the hospital that's also owned by SpaceX or Tesla, you're giving them money. That's the whole point. So I'm using this video game thing to just frame that and point out that there is a video game archive that has tons and tons of games on here, especially arcade games, because those are really the ones like being lost to time as arcades are less and less popular over the last 30 years. But yes, check out the United Video Game Workers Union. Check out the .itch.io bundle. Again, I will show this on screen. It's a Kotaku article, but you can find this the direct link down here. The Game Industry Hardship Fund is what it's called, by Necrosoft Games and 109 others. So it's 127 games for $10. It's a pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. And again, you'll be helping people who've been unfairly laid off because capitalism. So yeah, there's that. Let me put in the time code for the next segment. Speaking of Elon and data centers, let's rewind the clock a little bit. This was a while ago. I don't even know exactly. This was a couple years ago, and they were about to build a Tesla facility there. And here's Elon with his neckerchief being asked about, hey, Tesla's sucking up all the water from this region. And here's his response.
Critics say that Tesla is stealing water from the region.
This region has so much water. Look around you. No, this is completely wrong. It's like water everywhere here. Does this seem like a desert to you? That's ridiculous.
What do you expect?
It rains a lot.
So, by the way, this is his own fucking robot. Somebody asked, like, hey, is there a lot of water here? Now, this was in Germany. No, the area in the video, Brandenburg, Germany, where the 2021 clip was filmed, has faced documented water stress and scarcity concerns, both then and in subsequent years. And yeah, after this, faces a worsening water crisis driven by climate change, low rainfall, sandy soils, and soaring industrial demand. His factory, once considered water rich, it is now one of Germany's driest regions. Groundwater levels dropping by up to 2 meters over the past 2 decades and intensifying conflicts between residents, agriculture, and major industrial plants. So yeah, he's lying and laughing at people's worries that they're going to suck up all the fucking water. And he doesn't care because he's evil. That's evil. Like that's a fucking Bond villain. Okay? This is how a Bond villain acts. Laughs in the faces. Oh, what are you talking? This place has so much water. It rains all the time. Okay, well then, how about moving it? Now, this is also truly an indictment on the governments of the world who have capitulated to industry, to capitalists for far too long, and at the detriment of their people, who they are in office to protect. That's why you're seeing an uptick in DSA numbers, but also just attitudes. These attitudes of like, yeah, fuck capitalism. It's not helping us. And especially people like in their 50s, 40s, 30s and down, they don't remember like the Red Scare. They don't remember the Cold War or like the word communist or socialism being terrifying, bandied about as this like boogeyman. You know, I see a lot of people calling each other commies now recently to like bring it back. But again, this is a nostalgia that you guys don't even have. Gen Z, millennials, Gen X even. Gen X kind of was the last generation to remember that. And most of them didn't give a shit. Hell, Gen X prides themselves on not giving a shit about anything. So, you know, they're coming for you. We're coming for you. And we're coming for your money. And you can run to another country. Oh, we're going to move our headquarters to this country that's favorable. All right, we have extradition laws. And we can just tax you anyway. We'll fucking put a sanction on that country if they protect you. I don't give a fuck. You want to use the fucking powers of government like Donald Trump is and Dick Cheney did before him and Reagan did before him and Nixon did before him? Democrats can do that too. And when I say Democrats, I mean the new Democrats. Our Democratic Party. The one that we're taking over. President AOC and Vice President Hassan Piker. Vice President fucking Ilhan Omar. Vice President Abdul El Sayed. We're going to fucking make sure nobody can do this again. Because Citizens United was just the tip of the iceberg. Go backwards before that. It's the fairness doctrine. It's the 94 crime bill. It's all this other shit. It's the civil rights movement. It's FDR being like, okay, you can have a little slice, a little sliver, a little taste of socialist policies, but only if only white people get it. No black people, no indigenous people, no brown people, no Chinese people, no nothing. Because racism. You have to be anti-racist because anti-racist will liberate everyone. And that is the goal. Liberation. So that's Elon. In Tennessee County, this is about Flock and the cameras, the surveillance state that, again, they want to keep you in line. You peons, you peasants. Don't you be dare. I mean, I saw, what was it? There's a story now of a guy picked up $30 that he found on the ground in Walmart, and cops are like, here's a picture of his face. Blast this out nationally to find this criminal who found money on the fucking floor, and his crime is not walking to the cash register and being like, hey, I found this $30 on the floor. Please return it to the person who dropped it. As if they would know. You can't find money anymore, bro. They want to lock you up for that. And Flock is helping them do it. Here's a county meeting in Tennessee.
Your CEO recently, 3 weeks ago, he gave a TED Talk called "Can a Camera on Every Corner Make Us Safer?" Do you agree with that statement? Do you think a camera on every corner will make Americans safer?
I'm not here to speak for a CEO.
Okay. I kind of thought that's why you were here. You know, it is the 250th anniversary of our country's founding. One of our founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin, once famously said that those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. And I actually have a problem with this resolution because I think it needs to be amended. It's too open-ended. It says that we shall not renew it until such concerns have been addressed, as laid out by Gary Stidham and written in the resolution. And I have some concerns with what Gary and what Mark are talking about. I don't think we need to renew this at all. I don't think the people of Sullivan County want this. I believe that Flock right now is one of the most hated companies in America. They are one of the most corrupt companies in America. And quite frankly, sir, I don't think we can make America great again without hanging your CEO publicly for treason. Your company is an enemy of the American people.
We're not going to threaten violence to anybody.
Now, from what I understand, those are all or mostly Republicans. They don't like that shit either, right? Privacy. They're libertarians are totally boned up about privacy. And what is Flock but anti-privacy? And Palantir. I want to hear him talk about Palantir like this. We can't make America great again till your CEO publicly hanged for treason. Now, I believe in law and order. I believe in trials for these people. But I believe they need to be going on prosecuted, subpoenaed, possibly face criminal charges. And yes, treasonous charges. Okay? Elon too. Elon, Peter Thiel, and the people whose names we don't know. I don't know the name of the CEO of Flock. I don't know the name of the CEO of Blackwater or BlackRock, who's buying up everything. Blackwater is the military contractor. Why is there a private company whose business is will sell you a mercenary or rent you a mercenary? Why is that a legal business to run in this country? I think that needs to change. I think a lot of things need to change. And I think this guy has the right kind of idea. Maybe he's getting a little overzealous. Probably he's getting a little overzealous. But I don't think his attitude is out of step with the majority of people in this country. especially when you see things like this. I'm going to tie this into ICE a little bit. A 1-year-old baby appeared in immigration court without legal representation in Arizona and received an instruction: file an asylum application before the next hearing or face deportation. Do you think a 1-year-old can understand a sentence? Can even respond? Why weren't they allowed legal representation? Because Arizona made it so that you can't. Or it's a federal, or ICE did that. Like, this is who they're hunting down. Is a 1-year-old a threat to national security? It's eugenics, dude. Elon Musk is from apartheid South Africa. He wants an all-white nation. He wants an all-white world, okay? And don't let him fucking fool you. I also wanted to highlight this. Lana the Bug. I don't know who this is. Amateur entomologist, mother of 3, cinematographer, halfling druid, non-binary. Says, since YouTube deleted all my channels, I'm posting my ICE documentary here. I don't want to lose it. I'm very proud of it. So there's a whole documentary that I'll post in the chat so y'all don't lose it. But I think this is worth watching. Matter of fact, I'll post it in I'll post it here as well. But yeah, this is the coming like censorship, right? They don't want it. They're deleting this because I don't know. Maybe the imagery is too graphic for YouTube, but because YouTube skirts that line where now you can't talk about sexual assault because if you say rape, then you might get demonetized. And so it incentivizes you to not do that. Same thing with TikTok and X and Instagram and Facebook. Censoring bad words ultimately censors discussion around bad words, discussion around maybe heavy topics. Sure, you don't want people posting like gore videos to YouTube. Well, that's why YouTube needs to have people reviewing channels and content and videos instead of just AI or an algorithm or whatever it is. Because context matters. Context matters. It matters if Kendrick Lamar is saying the N-word versus Asmongold or Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes, right? Like, it matters. Context matters. And speaking of Tucker, let's get into that right now. Let me put the time code in here. I am sick to my goddamn stomach of people handing it to Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene or Candace Owens on anything. None of these people are trustworthy. None of these people give a shit about other people. They care about themselves. And to the extent that they care about other people, it's the white supremacy. I only care about other people who agree with me politically. I only care about other people if they look like me. In the case of Tucker and Nick Fuentes, not so much Candace Owens. She doesn't understand what she's a part of. Or she does and doesn't care. I don't know. But Tucker Carlson is a cunt and has put out this 10-point manifesto amid rumors that he's going to announce that they're going to start a third party. Now, as soon as I heard, shout out Vanguard boys do good work, that when he got fired from Fox, the the money to bankroll his like Twitter podcast that he has, Tucker on X or whatever the hell, Tucker Carlson Live, whatever he calls it, was Peter Thiel. So Peter Thiel has connections to now Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, JD Vance, I mean Elon Musk, but is straight up bankrolling several of these. I wouldn't be surprised if Candace Owens' like independent move away from Ben Shapiro was also a Peter Thiel funding operation. But if they do start a third party, I guarantee you, here's what it's going to be. It's going to be the Republican Party. Without the name, the Republican Party. Because the Republican Party is a toxic fucking brand. They know that. Okay? As much Jesse Lee Peterson. Yeah, that too. If anything, JD Vance is their candidate for 2028. Maybe they sit it out and they go, fuck it, let the Democrats win and let them fight it out. They've already got enough problems on their own. It's Gavin Newsom versus AOC. Bah, 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 bah. And then 2032, here we go. Oh, we got a brand new party. We're all super cool. We capitulate on some things like they keep saying like economic populism. We need to make sure we address people's material needs. Oh, you fucking think? You mean the shit you've been lying about, caring about for, I don't know, 50 years, 60 years? That Donald Trump put at the forefront of his campaign in 2016 that got him the election? Right-wing parties in other countries understand that they need to actually like provide for people or else they'll never get voted in again. I think that's what's happening here because there's been an international fascist collaboration happening since at least I've been paying attention to the news in 2012. Steve Bannon on Breitbart made that a mission. We're going to connect with Nigel Farage in the UK, Viktor Orban in Turkey or Hungary, Netanyahu in Israel. Maybe that's a little too far now. We can't touch Israel now. The South American dictators. Like we're going to make these connections and then we're going to carve up the world and go, okay, these are your hemispheres. America is going to take over Canada and South America. It's just going to be America. Russia is going to have the USSR back. Israel is going to do the Greater Israel Project, right? UK will maybe take Europe or just stick to the UK. I don't know. But this is the plan. 10-point plan. Here we go. Number 1, fair. Same rules should apply to presidents, federal agents, and elites such as Jeffrey Epstein, whose impunity Carlson cast as emblematic of an Epstein class enriching itself through a corrupt system. Who came up with Epstein class? Left-wingers. He stole it. He's trying to use it because he knows the QAnon people didn't go away and are like, what the fuck is happening with the files? They're not satisfied. And I think he's going, okay, look, we're going to burn Trump. Like, we don't care about him or the family. They'll all go to jail. We can move on. We did it. We cleansed our party. We're going forward. Or it's a new party and the Republicans are saddled with Trump and whatever. As if he didn't help put him there, right? Number 2, sovereign. Carlson claimed Israel pushed the U.S. into our Iran war through bribery or threat or both. Incorrect. Israel is our attack dog. They don't move unless America gives the okay. While describing foreign lobbying, corporate control of the government, and high-interest debt as forms of slavery. Ain't no way this motherfucker is against Citizens United. Ain't no way he's in favor of taxing companies or CEOs or the rich in general what they should be taxed. He's lying. Productive. America should rebuild farming, manufacturing, craftsmanship while rejecting an economy dominated by finance, real estate speculation, surveillance systems, and weapons. I agree with that. But again, I don't think he wants to get rid of it. I think he wants it to look like, oh, we bring in manufacturing back and farming. All this stuff, put it into the back. People don't see this anymore. People don't know what Palantir is anymore. People don't know what flock cameras are anymore. That's what he wants. beautiful. Carlson alleged that urban planners deliberately uglyified American cities and portrayed brutalist architecture, graffiti, public drug use, and violent crime as deliberate attacks on the public. This is jail, everybody, right? Mass incarceration, any graffiti artists, drug users, homeless people, criminalize the homeless even further than they're already criminalized. And I get to approve every kind of architecture. You can't be an artist. Like, fuck that. Healthy. Carlson embraced RFK Jr.'s food agenda. How's that going? Called for universal sobriety, so banning all drugs. It said widespread use of drugs such as Xanax, Adderall, SSRIs have left Americans half-addled. He's been talking about that for years. So no psychiatric meds. And if you kill yourself, well, maybe you deserved it. Maybe you didn't deserve to live in Tucker Carlson's America. Honest. Government officials should be punished for lying to citizens, and most classified records, including JFK assassination and 9/11, should be opened. This is just red meat for the conspiracy heads in his audience. Again, punished for lying to citizens? How? Should supposed journalists or anchors be punished for lying to citizens? You lied. You lied about 9/11 and Iraq. You said there was weapons of mass destruction. Should you be put in jail, Tucker? Optimistic. Carlson argued that having children is a biological imperative and the foundation of long-term thinking, while blaming aging and childless elites for policies that disregard future generations. Right. So unless you have a child, your opinion should not be taken into account. And what is a child but the property of the father? Going back to what ContraPoints was talking about in that little clip that we played. 8, why schools should teach how the physical world actually works and what he called unchanging facts about human nature, including innate differences between men and women. So anti-trans shit, right? Rather than credentials, screens, and technological fads. So he's saying, who needs a degree to prove that you can teach math? If you just vibe, and I believe you can teach math, then you can teach math. And he doesn't believe how the physical world actually works because he doesn't believe in climate change. Decent. The U.S., I mean, all these words are also very like vague and Nazi-esque. Decent. The U.S. should apologize and pay restitution for killing non-combatants. Reverse Trump's Department of War rebrand. I agree with that part. But also, doesn't matter. And stop funding allies that commit what Carlson called genocide, citing Israel. Sure, don't fund Israel. Pay restitution for killing non-combatants. Are you in favor of reparations, Tucker? Because those were non-combatants that America killed. Are you in favor of land back for indigenous tribes? I doubt it. And united. Carlson called for halting immigration until the effects of AI become clearer. What? Ending benefits for undocumented immigrants and making English the sole language of federal documents and ballots. So poll taxes, right? If you can't read English, you can't vote because you can't read it. Ending benefits for undocumented immigrants is just cruel. It's just furthering the anti-immigrant agenda of the Trump administration, the Biden administration, the Trump administration, the Obama administration, the Bush administration, the Clinton administration, going all the way back until fucking Reagan was the one who actually let a little bit of amnesty happen. And that's all that is. Tucker, so the loose group includes former reps Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and Joe Kent, who resigned as Trump's counterterrorism chief in March. That was Joe Kent. White House dismissed them as an embarrassing collection of mostly whiny turncoats who dramatically overestimate their influence and relevance while declaring Trump the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party. Again, I think that's why they might try a third party, but I think they're just going to go with Vance. And they're fascists. So any fucking Democrats or left-leaning people or people who claim to be left-leaning or whatever the fuck who are giving it up to Tucker, I'm looking at you, Cenk. Oh, isn't this what we want? We can do a red-brown alliance like Jimmy Dore tried to do with Jackson Hinkle. the Nazi Communist Alliance to go up against who? Who are you going up against? The establishment? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck them. Fuck this. And let me just play this clip from legendary artist KRS-One talk about this very same problem. Because, I mean, how much in that was Tucker talking about in one way or another? Immigrant communities, black communities, LGBT communities, marginalized communities. And here's KRS in an interview.
And I say this respectfully, this is the problem with white society, is that they have no control of their criminals. And it's that it's the bully of their community that's bullying everybody else.
Yeah. This reminded me of a joke from Bill Burr. Shout out Bill Burr. Bill Burr did a joke in one of his stand-up specials kind of recently that was like, I walked into the house one day and I heard all this ranting coming from the TV. My wife was watching TV. And the ranting was like, I'm a genius. I'm close to God. I might be the son of God. I'm a genius. Nothing could ever compare to the work that I do. And Bill's heart started to race. He started to get nervous. He turned the corner. He saw the TV. He saw that it was Kanye West. And he said, oh, thank God it's a black guy. Thank God it's a black guy. Because if this was a white guy, he'd have legions of followers. They'd be marching in the streets. They'd be voted into power. They'd be taking power. They'd be building concentration camps. Effectively saying that a black person, you can be as Nazi-ified as you want. White supremacy keeps you down. And that's because white supremacy is the reigning fucking philosophy of Earth right now. Of every country on the planet. It affects everybody. And yes, the bullies of the white people, the people who oppress other white people, they're so powerful in that they can oppress other whites that they're oppressing everybody else. No other group can do that. Let's let him continue.
I say that too. I say, white community, people in the white community who want to like talk about any type of marginalized community. Like y'all got a Nazi problem in the white community
straight up.
that is threatening and endangering all of us.
Right.
So before you talk about any other community,
right,
that's an existential threat.
Well, see, this is now you're touching on the culture of white supremacy, where it's clear you're wrong. Let's say if we reduce ourselves to races, I'm black, we're black,
the social construct.
He's white, okay. If we reduce ourselves to that, and you see that one of these groups, the white group, let's say, is at the head of the world's corruption, imperialism, and out of control capitalism. If you see that, now you as a white person should say, my group is not ready for this. Let us step down. Let us step down from power. Let us allow others who might have a more ethical or moral approach to the situation, let's let them lead, because that's going to be better for all of us, including us.
Now, I don't think this is like happening explicitly, but you see the election of Zohran Mamdani, the wins in New York of Daria Liza, Clara Valdez, Melet Kiros in Colorado, Angie Nixon in Florida, Abdullah El-Sayed. I think a lot of people are like, look, maybe these are just the candidates that happen to win, because we also got Brad Lander here in New York and a whole slate of state senate and council people that I don't remember the names of. But a lot of them are not white. Some of them are white, majority of the country is white, just so happens to be numbers. But a lot of them aren't white. And maybe implicitly, subconsciously, these candidates are winning because it's like, yeah, we got to try something different. Now, it's the progressive label. It's the policies that are all DSA adjacent or progressive adjacent. Angie Nixon calls herself a capitalist. So does Abdullah El-Sayed. It doesn't matter. They're going to label you a communist, whatever. They've been calling Bill Clinton a fucking communist, Joe Biden a communist, right? Doesn't matter. So I don't think you should run away from that. We'll talk about Abdul tomorrow with his letter, his Hassan letter, whatever. But like, I think generally the mood is kind of there. It's kind of what he's talking about. Now, it's not strictly about race. It's about policy. It's about changing it's about age too, a lot of the time. But it's also, let's fucking change up this establishment, right? The Red-Brown Alliance to fight the establishment. Oh, we got to get after them. Why? You don't want to get after them, Tucker. You are the establishment. Hillary Clinton's the establishment. Fucking Donald Trump's the establishment. You're not being anti-establishment. This is anti-establishment. This is change, real change, progress, if you will, progressive, if you will.
It's going to be better if we let the right people lead. But what's happening is white supremacy.
What do they say, dude? The Muslims. Oh, do you condemn Hamas? Are you really a secret jihadist? There's talking about there's a word. What's it? Taiki. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like, oh, there's this like rule in the Quran that it's okay for Muslims to lie so long as it advances Muslim supremacy on the earth. Same shit with Jews. They said, oh, Jews have this dual loyalty. Now, the guy that Hassan is criticized for talking about, which we'll talk about tomorrow on American Wasp with Dieter, he actually said, I am more loyal to Israel than I am to America. Israel is my homeland as a Jew, and in America, we've been discriminated against. And I will tell you, as a Jew, I have no fucking connection to Israel. I am not Israeli. I don't identify as Israeli. There's no reason for me. I had to ask my parents growing up, my mom. And she's like, no, dude, Israel's bullshit. It was created fucking after she was born. And her father was like, fuck that shit. She was like, fuck that shit. It's one of the only good things about my mom is like, she hates Israel. She hates the police because they recognized it for what it was. It was supremacist. It was just another version of what the Nazis were doing, but now we can do it. And now we can do it to a group of people who are less privileged than us. And we can feel like we're in power. We're getting revenge. How much do you see the Israelis trying to make connections of Palestinians with Nazis so that they can enact their revenge fantasies? They're fucking crazy. You either, Yakov. I appreciate that. A proud American Jew here. Hell yes. Fuck Israel, dude. Fuck that fucking white supremacist state. It's apartheid, like Elon Musk came from. Of course he loves it. Of course they all love it. Of course, white evangelical Christians love it because they think Jesus is going to show up there. And even if they don't, they just love it because it's a fucking mostly white society where they can actively persecute the brown people in their society. It is their fantasy land. And they want to turn America into Israel. That is Tucker's fucking plan. That is Tucker's fucking plan. With a social credit score like China has, but actually like we're fucking doing right now. With this like flock camera, picking up a guy who picked up $30 that he found on the fucking street or on the floor in Walmart and didn't return it to the cashier. He is now public enemy number one. Fucking crazy. And yes, I love Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton's a treasure, an American hero. Lefty, by the way, because she remembers where she comes from in Appalachia. But, you know, made nice with everybody. She will be missed. And again, the wrong 80-year-old died today.
Refuses to have the right people lead. It wants the white people to lead. Right. So if you can't get the right people in office because of this white supremacist culture, then deal with it. And this is now the second piece. For those of us that seek truth, we only see truth. Mm-hmm. For those that seek the lie and the gossip and the scandal, well, that's what you're getting. Yeah. Lie, gossip, and scandal. For me, this is a time right now of such great learning.
Yes.
Every history teacher should be euphoric.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put that. Every history teacher should be euphoric because they can actually, be like, hey, here's the parallels to Nazi Germany. Here's what's happening now. Here's the timeline that we're on right now. And I think that's a great statement. A great piece of wisdom from one of the greats, KRS-One. That's going to do it for me today, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. You need a few? I got you, Carlos. No problem. But yeah, that's the end of that clip. So if anyone's making clips, I also public service announcement to any This Space hosts who might be watching. Hey, Pinkerbell, how you doing? Welcome. No. I'm vibing for a couple minutes. If you want to put in time codes for different segments for your show, I've been putting them in the private chat here on StreamYard, which was wrong. There is a channel which I did not know existed called Clips and Timestamps. So literally, I'm putting in my timestamps there now. So it makes it easier for our clippers, our mods, our producers here at This Space, who are all fucking wonderful. We love them. And again, special shout out to Jet, who's going through a hard time right now. We love you. Take your fucking time, Jet. We're trying to look for other people who can help edit. Okay? Do not stress yourself about This Space, man. Fucking whatever you can do. Whatever you can do is fine. Do not stress yourself. A shout out all the mods. Pinkerbell, Latina Mufune, Johnny, of course. Everybody, man. Nick behind the scenes, holding it down. But yeah, man, like I really, really appreciate this space. I want it to grow. We have plans, and I hope it works. I really think, like, to tie it back to the beginning of what I was talking about with like ContraPoints and letter hack and whatnot. Like, I totally understand. Like, this is not the end all be all, right? We got 14 people watching. How many people are those same 14 people who've been watching since day one? I don't know how much reach we have. I don't know how much growth we're going to have. I hope we keep growing throughout the rest of this year. I hope we grow next year and the next year and the next year. I hope we only keep fucking growing. Keep fucking growing. Yes, W. I'm stretching, boy. I know how to do it. I can talk. I can run my fucking mouth, dude. But yeah, I think, look, the way, we'll talk more about Hassan tomorrow with Dieter, but the way Hassan is being targeted, and I mean targeted they want him to go out like Charlie Kirk, man. If the right wing was mad that Roseanne got fired by Disney, so much so that they created a whole false smear campaign to get Disney to fire James Gunn, which ended up working out well for James Gunn. What do you think they were going to feel about Charlie fucking Kirk and Hassan getting more popular than ever the last year? Which is the fault of Andrew Cuomo and the New York State Democrats, who wrote a letter after Philip Staley went on his stream and co-wrote a letter together saying, fuck you, don't ever associate with Hassan, he's a bad person. And then it's been this fucking news cycle for months. I shared you, and I'm a kind of new viewer trying to do my part. Yakov, you're not new. You're from Boston Brian's community, man. And shout out Boston Brian. I love Boston. I hope he sticks with us here at This Space. I know he's kind of pissed about letter hack. Like, I understand. I never really knew who Charlie Kirk was. Yeah, same with my mom, dude. Like, I knew because I'm like an internet monster, but like my mom, the first time she heard his name was that day. It was September 10th last year. You know what I'm saying? And it's ridiculous. And now they're constantly saying the name Hassan Piker. They're trying to do this stochastic terrorism to him. They're trying to get him killed. Like I am convinced. And the whole reason I even brought that up is like, it shouldn't just be him. It shouldn't just be him whose name is out there. You know, it should be Majority Report. You know, Sam Cedar goes on MSNBC. Emma Vigeland goes on MSNBC and CNN. They need to push as much as they can to keep going on those shows. Hell, I want Sam Cedar to push to have a fucking show on MS Now. I think he should have a show on MS Now. Make it so, hey, it's not one target. Because, God, I can't, like, ContraPoints is like, I'm quitting talking about politics because I'm sick of getting, like, harassed by people online. Forget people online. What if they were talking about you on the fucking news every day for months as the biggest threat to democracy, the biggest threat to the Democratic Party? I wouldn't be surprised if a centrist takes a shot, dude. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. So I think I want people on Leftist Mafia. I want their names out there. I want fucking Vanguard's name out there. Kyle Kulinski, Crystal Ball. Crystal, you have connections in MSNBC. I was watching, when I was on vacation, I was watching a lot of politics stuff because I was having withdrawal from not being on camera. And I was watching Wajid Ali talk to Jennifer Welch. And their discussion, it wasn't so much what it was about, it was how they talked and what their energy was like. And like, I get that kind of like, it is kind of just, you're trying to get your name out there. You're trying to be famous. You're trying to like, what are you doing to actually advance stuff going forward? Now, I don't know. Maybe they're organizing. I think what Kat Abou-Ghazal is doing is great. I think what Cori Bush and Angie Nixon and Stacey Abrams did in Georgia is amazing. Building these bases of power. Oliver Larkin, Elijah Manley, who lost in Florida, but they built that infrastructure that the Democrats had abandoned since 2000. They lost the election in 2000. They said, okay, forget Florida. Florida was a swing state. Florida went back and forth, blue and red. It was purple. And then they were just like, fuck it. We're not going to fucking try anymore in the South at all. And who was the president in that election? Clinton. Clinton, who came from fucking Arkansas. So why give up on the fucking South when the active president is from the South? No, Wajid Ali is cool. I totally get it, man. I like him. It's just this like, look, here's the thing. Are they helping smaller channels? Are they bringing on smaller channels? Are they helping lift all boats? You know, Majority Report does that to an extent. Leftist Mafia does that to an extent. I think it should happen a lot more. I think we should all unite. That is my goal for this space. You know, like my goal is this space is the like pool. And out of the pool, you get Leftist Mafia, you get Majority Report, you get Vanguard, you get me, you get Carlos, you get Pep Talks, you get Dieter. But you want to have a conversation? You want to have an internal, on-camera, fucking leftist like debate, all in good faith? You come to this space. I heard about what was it? Fuck, I don't know what the show is called, but like people Dieter tells me about that I've just now learned the names of Pisco and Hutch and these guys, is like liberal guys who just went on like Vanguard, I think last week or something. Pisco did, because he got yelled at by Destiny for like, oh, Hassan's like the number one enemy in the world. And Pisco's like, I don't like him, but I don't think so. I think he's actually helping. Exactly. One drop in the ocean, but a few of us can make a flood. And we need to flood the zone. We need to flood the zone. We need to build this up. And I really think this space is that place. I really think it could be that place. So, folks, thank you again for indulging my little extra rant there. I'll be back tomorrow with Dieter at 7 p.m. Eastern. And and I'll be on the space station this Thursday, I think. Yes, I will. Check out my videos, by the way. I am Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube and Twitch. You can see all my fucking links there. But these are the last 2 videos I made. Rhapsody, God Got an Afro and Gold Hoops, the new album. It is fantastic. It's the first time listening to Rhapsody. And today, this album came out yesterday. Jason Amaru, who went by Jalopy Bungus on YouTube for a while. He's using his real name now because I think he's probably going to focus more on making music. Again, someone came up on YouTube and is like, hey, I'm actually a rapper and I want to focus more on this stuff. Put out an album yesterday. It includes the single that I reacted to a couple months ago called Fuck Ice, which you should definitely check out, definitely for this audience. I think I even played it on this audience, on this channel. But yeah, go check out these. I'm also going to be doing a little bit more shorts, I think, and like on TikTok and whatnot. So go follow me on TikTok, Devil's Advocate C, much like Twitter and Blue Sky. But Lanterns is out, and I can't stop talking about Lanterns. So, you know. But anyways, folks, thank you very much for watching. I leave you now with Carlos and a difficult truth for some real news. Bye-bye.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and how we can survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another, complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, with the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to go through.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Thank you for that, Alex. Appreciate the content. Always, please go check out Devil's Advocate Productions. Appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Just to kind of start getting in here, welcome. I hope everyone is having a good day. Just to get the things out of the way quickly, folks, if you want to support the channel, do all the things, hit all the buttons. Please, it really does help us out. Even if it's just a like, a comment, a share, subscribe, all of that stuff really does help us out. One of the best ways to help the channel out directly is to spread the word far and wide. We are here Mondays through Thursdays. Every Monday there is a news day, so if you want to catch up on the news and things happening, check out the Monday stream. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, you have live and syndicated content just like this one here on this space. There's something here for everyone. Appreciate all of you guys hanging out. Johnny Too Late, Pinkerbell, welcome. Yakov, welcome, welcome, welcome. W, welcome. Latino Mafoon, Nadia, welcome. Ghost Dog, appreciate it. Good to see you. Welcome, everybody. CM, appreciate everybody being here. Hello, hello. So I guess we should get started. In today's insanity of the day, I guess, of which there are several. Apparently, Trump is trying to rename Lake Ontario to Lake America. Yeah, because that makes total sense amid this ridiculous trade war, economic war that we are waging on the Canadian, on our Canadian neighbors, and quite frankly, this is not something that we are going to win. It's just simply not. We rely heavily on all our trading partners, and Canada is a very big trading partner. This is not a good idea, and the more Trump tries to push this, the more we are going to learn the difference between nice and polite. President Trump said on Tuesday today that he was considering changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America, and denied that a rift over French language requirements contributed to a breakdown in trade talks between the U.S. and Canada. We'll get to the response in just a moment. The United States is giving serious consideration to changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America, in that we don't expect doing much business with Ontario any longer. So that's great. Of course, in a post on Truth Social, because that is how we do things. One of the 5 Great Lakes of North America, Lake Ontario borders both the Canadian province of Ontario and the U.S. state of New York. Asked about Trump's comments, Canada Minister responsible for U.S. trade, Dominic LeBlanc, said that Canada would not respond to social media posts by the U.S. administration. How embarrassing and how ludicrous of a situation do we find ourselves in, where this isn't parody. This isn't some kind of sitcom that we're watching here. It's happening. It's happening in real life. We have a president who is delusional, who has lost his mind, who does diplomacy by social media posts. I'm not going to call them truths. I'm sorry. This is yes, embarrassing and ludicrous. We've decided as a federal government months ago to not respond to sort of the daily social media posts of either the president or his cabinet secretaries, said LeBlanc in an interview on CNBC. Such a move is unlikely to have any practical impact on resolving the trade war started by the president. I mean, yeah, good framing here. Yes, this was started by us for absolutely no reason. Who has long cast himself as a master deal maker, cherry on top, is also struggling to end the U.S.-Israel war on Iran, again, perfect, that he launched earlier this year, which has driven up global energy prices. Yeah. Art of the deal, folks, being played out here. Art of the deal. Ladybug, welcome, welcome. I think it's a lot of rhetoric because we're the number 1 customer to 17 states, number 2 to 12 others. Ontario alone, if Ontario was just standalone, would be the 3rd largest trading partner in the world, said Ontario Premier Doug Ford in a CNN interview. Trump's threat to rename Lake Ontario comes after he issued an executive order in January of 2025 to rename the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. Here, everybody else calls it the Gulf of Mexico. Trade talks between the U.S. and Canada collapsed last week, with each side blaming the other for derailing 3 days of intense negotiations. So most likely it's just our fault. In a separate post on True Social, Trump said disagreement over Canada's French language requirement did not contribute to the collapse. I would never interfere with Canadians speaking French. In fact, I've never even thought of doing such a stupid thing. No. He just thinks of other stupid things. That's all. Etchbox, welcome. Indeed, it is me. America's in the business of claiming bodies of water now. Gulf of Mexico, Strait of Hormuz, and Lake Ontario. Lake of America now. I've never once called it the Gulf of America except as a joke. Yeah, I specifically have a shirt that says Gulf of Mexico. Because that's literally what it's known as everywhere else. This lie was made up by a weak and ineffective prime minister in an attempt to gain political support, which he has totally lost from the people of Quebec. I love French Canadians. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to laugh a little bit, because this is just asinine. This is wild. Like, this is the president of the United States of. That this is the president of any country, to be honest. It is just wild. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said at a press conference on Monday that the trade deal faltered after U.S. negotiators proposed changes that put Canada's French language rules at risk. The U.S. has demanded that Canada roll back new legal requirements for streaming services providers to prioritize French language over content for Quebec. The U.S. Trade Representative had listed the requirements as a trade barrier in his 2026 National Trade Estimate Report. English and French are the official languages of Canada and have equal status, rights, and privileges under its constitution. I love the French Canadians! In Quebec, where 80% of the population speaks French, Trump is more disliked than anywhere else in Canada. Ooh. Yikes. According to August data from the pollster Angus Reid, only 10% of the people of Quebec have a favorable view of Trump, and even a deal to lower tariffs would be unlikely to reverse public opinion. Yeah. I mean, seriously, what is there even to say about this? It's just nonsense on top of nonsense. But this isn't even like remotely important. This is more just to show how delusional this man is. But these things have real repercussions, as we see here. Canada has announced retaliatory tariffs on U.S. products as trade war deepens. These have real-world implications. This clown show has real-world implications. Don't expect inflation to go anywhere anytime soon. Not just with this whole illegal war in Iran, but now this nonsense. Canada struck back at the U.S. on Tuesday today, announcing new tariffs of up to 50% on hundreds of American goods, and deepening a trade war between the two longtime allies that has been simmering since President Trump returned to the White House last year. In other words, this is compared to Reuters' framing, this is extremely milquetoast. The catastrophic trade war that was started by the president has now caused Canada, one of our not just the neighboring countries, but one of our extremely important trading partners, to now have to retaliate. As I said, we're about to learn the difference between nice and polite, because we have a deranged pedophile loser felon in the office. That's the state that we're in right now. Beginning September 8th, Canada will double its tariffs on American steel and aluminum from 25 to 50%. It will impose tariffs ranging from 15 to 50% on about 700 other products, including fish, milk, food products, plywood, plastics, aluminum foil, appliances, agricultural equipment, motorcycles, and electronics. Yep, a trade war with the neighbor country. Indeed. The move promised Saturday by Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney came in response to the imposition of last week of 50% tariffs on about $20 billion in Canadian goods, including whiskey, dairy products, toys, clothing, and hockey sticks. After talks in Washington to avert those levies unexpectedly collapsed. Unexpectedly collapsed? I mean, let's keep it a $1.50. Let's keep it a $1.50. How is this unexpected? Jack Daniels is no longer a hot item. Quote, when you're at war when you're attacked, and we got attacked, he told Canadians on Saturday, we're going to hit back. On Tuesday, Canadian Prime Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne, I guess, provided the details, saying the new counter tariffs are designed primarily to provide protection for Canadian industry impacted by the U.S. tariffs and allow them to compete against U.S. products in the Canadian market. With 2 weeks until the tariffs take effect, the two sides have time to prevent a further escalation in economic hostilities, but it was unclear Tuesday whether any further meetings had been set. In fact, Trump spent Tuesday morning targeting Canada in a series of social media posts because, again, as I showed earlier, that's just how we do things now. Champagne? Is that for real? Champagne? I don't know. Champagne. You can roast me in the comments. It's okay. He complained that Canada's been ripping off the U.S. for decades. You know, they're so bad. He wrote, I deal with many countries, and Canada is easily the most difficult and unreasonable. They feel entitled, but they're not a state and will be entitled no longer. Jesus. So the guy, is this all about him being big mad that Canada doesn't want to be a vassal state to the United States? I'm being silly? Okay. I'm terrible at pronouncing names. So you can pretty much sure that if they want it, they can get it. That goes for about everything. It is like a black market price test. How much is it worth to you? I mean, sure, but that's not the point. You know, the point is we have a delusional president at the helm causing all this problems for everybody, going to a trade war that is economic suicide. All of this. There's not the 51st state shit again. I mean, is that not what this reads? It sounds like he's still salty about this. This is a direct quote from the social media posts. It sounds like he's still salty that Canada doesn't want to be a vassal state to the United States. Larry Donnie won't be around forever. His power will be drained next January. Maybe, but you're right. Maybe it won't be Dirty Donnie. Maybe it'll be JD Vance. You know, the problem still persists. And he wrote, and I'm not even confident that this dude's gonna just give up. And he wrote that he's giving a serious consideration to changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America, and that we don't expect to be doing much business with Ontario longer, which you talked about in the segue to this one. Trump was also posting about Canada on Monday when he threatened a new round of higher tariffs on Canadian cars, trucks, auto parts, and steel to affect January 1st. The new trade war between the U.S. and Canada is a marked change from long-standing close relationship between North American allies, which annually extend more than $700 billion in goods. Tensions between the Trump administration and Canadian officials have been simmering since Trump upended the country's traditional trade relationships in an effort to reduce U.S. reliance on global imports and increase exports. I mean, yeah, but like we're giving him too much credit here. We're acting as if this has like some kind of rationale. Okay, I mean, granted, we're dealing with the Washington Post, but it's my job to make sure that we keep it. It's my job to make sure that we keep it $1.50 here. This makes it sound like there's actually like a potential like a plan here, like a rationale as to why we're doing this, when there really isn't. None of this makes any sense. Trump himself does not know how tariffs work. He doesn't know how they work. Canada, China, whoever aren't paying these tariffs. This isn't money coming in to the United States like that. Doesn't work that way. Not in the way that he thinks. And we're gonna pretend as if there's like a rationale here. Nope. Trump officials have repeatedly expressed frustration that Canada has been the only nation besides China to retaliate for Trump's tariffs. Oh, boo-hoo. Yeah, boo-hoo. Carney has presented himself as one of the few world leaders willing to stand up to Trump's demand, unlike other longtime U.S. partners. So in other words, the rest of the world is as spineless. Meanwhile, Canada, and frankly, China doesn't really care. China's bigger piece of the bigger piece on the board here. But Canada has shown more spine than the rest of the European so-called allies, because they should be doing the same thing. The only way to stop the playground bully is for everybody to stand up. The European Union and Britain have both cut deals with the administration in the face of Trump's tariff threats. Carney did say they were going to take the sign out of the window. Last week, Carney told reporters that he would end trade negotiations with the Trump administration rather than accept a list of concessions. We cannot accept what they offer and we will not give what they've asked. The U.S. Trade Representative Jamie Greer said in a call with reporters Friday that Canada rejected a deal that would have offered the best treatment of any major exporter to our market. Nope. I don't believe them for a second. I do not believe them for a second. While the U.S. tariffs that took effect early Saturday were not expected to have a significant effect to the American consumer, U.S. farmers rely on Canadian suppliers for nearly 80% of the potash fertilizer they use each year. Yeah. You wanna talk about food prices? You want to talk about food prices? Northern border states such as New York, Michigan, and Maine run on electricity produced by Canadian hydropower, and Midwestern refineries are optimized to process heavy sour crude oil from Canadian wells, which keeps the U.S. gas price lower than they otherwise would be. Man. We all thought this inflation thing was going to go away, right? 0% inflation. You know, they said it couldn't be done, but I'm doing it. The strongest economy in the country's history, by the way. That's what we were told. Can we stop being gaslit by this? Sort of pun there, but can we stop being gaslit by all of the lies and the delusions? And I'm saying we as like a general populace, right? This is more of a call out to the country, you know? Can we collectively open our eyes here? I wish, me too. The new generation is losing the ability to think critically. Yeah, and that's not a mistake or not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. all of this was in response to all of this was in response to the tariffs and the tantrum that Donald Trump has has done against Canada for no reason, zero reason. All generations are new to me. I'm a boomer. Yeah, but that's not how that works. Speaking of economic warfare, Treasury Secretary and professional ghoul Scott Bessent unveils new economic sanctions for Iran. Just put it out there. It's unclear how much of this actually is going to work. And you can guarantee that this is not going to bring an end to the war any faster. At all. Scott Bessent unveiled a new round of U.S. economic sanctions. Sanctions on Iran and what it calls its enablers on Monday, calling it an economic onslaught against the country's global financial connections. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime. Yeah. Does this guy own a mirror? I'm just curious. Does he not own a mirror? Until Tehran stands alone, the administration is calling the measures Operation Economic Outcast. First name generation was Lost Generation, born from 83 to 1900. The administration has been calling this D-Day for the Iranian economy. The Treasury said it's mapped out networks, facilitators, and financial channels that enable Iran. Yeah, something about pots and kettles. Exactly. A statement from the Treasury Department said that among the targets of Monday's sanctions is a network of brokers, companies, and a shadow fleet of vessels operating across the UAE, Hong Kong, China, Singapore, Switzerland, Europe, among other regions, to transport Iranian oil and channel revenue to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Quds Force, and other regime elements. But unlike D-Day landing in France during World War II, the U.S. is giving countries time to change their ways before it takes major action. The president is making phone calls to world leaders with specific requests to cease their interaction with the regime. We're giving everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. He wouldn't spell out a timeline for when Iran's biggest trade partners, including China, could face secondary sanctions, which again, yeah, let's get into another trade war with China. Another economic suicide mission. Okay. Why would I want to blow up the financial global system, he said. Dude, you tell me, bro. You tell me. You get Donald Trump to answer that question. Yeah, sure. Who needs trade? Especially the United States, yeah. The consumerist country, right? The consumerist economy. Who needs trade? China is Iran's biggest oil customer, but criticized the country last week for historically buying about 90% of Iran's oil, which, again, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. He did not name China in introductory remarks on Monday because he's a coward, and he knows that these are empty threats as far as China is concerned, okay? When a reporter asked whether Chinese banks would be targeted by the administration's new measures, Bessent said, "We want to make clear here that no one is above the reach of U.S. sanctions." That's not true. That's not true. That is so not true. Not anymore. Not anymore. The U.S. already has extensive sanctions on Iran, some stretching back to almost 50 years, and as recently as June, the U.S. imposed further penalties for entities that helped Iran evade existing financial restrictions. There's also been a months-long naval blockade of Iran, which has cut off most goods to Iran from the outside world. The Trump administration now appears to be focused on putting more pressure on countries and governments, not just the businesses that host entities providing cash flow for Iran. But some analysts question the actual utility of fresh economic sanctions. Amazing. Amazing. Alan Ear, former American diplomat who was part of the U.S. negotiating team over Iran's nuclear program until 2015, told NPR's Emily Fang that the U.S. had already targeted the low-hanging fruit, the mid-hanging fruit, and the high-hanging fruit, the tree, and that there's no new sanctions that are effective. Fantastic. You're blowing up the U.S. and cashing out as it goes down in flames, high plains, drifter style. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it, 1000%. Bessent was coach, he looked really fake in his bravado, like he knew that couldn't pull it off. I mean, yeah, he knows. He knows this is all a show, because he's a clown, he's a ghoul. He knows. People like Bessent know. People like Bessent absolutely know what the deal is here. It's unclear if people like Donald Trump actually know. But definitely people like J.D. Vance are very aware. People like Bessent, Miller, as dumb as they may be, they are very aware of what they're doing here. You don't threaten China. Exactly. Not in this position, you don't. Not in this position. We're a consumerist country. We get all our stuff from China. We have nothing. Zero leverage there. Iran's new security chief, Mohsen Rezai, said in an interview on state TV over the weekend that Iran would retaliate in a seismic manner to Trump's latest attempt at economic warfare. Rezai, a hardliner who used to lead Iran's Parliamentary Revolutionary Guard, is now a military advisor to Iran's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. Rezai warned Gulf states that any countries partnering in these new economic restrictions would be considered an enemy of and a target for Iran. Since the U.S. and Israel launched their war on Iran nearly 6 months ago, Iran has attacked... the special military operation, right? How long was this supposed to take? Weeks, right? We were told it was just weeks. Now we're half a year into this. China holds enough U.S. bonds to really rock our economy. Yep, not to mention they hold all the manufacturing. They hold all the manufacturing. The amount of manufacturing that the United States actually does is nothing in comparison to what we get from other countries, including China. Since the war that the United States and Israel started 6 months ago, Iran has attacked U.S. bases in Jordan, Gulf countries, including United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. Several of the attacks have led to serious injuries and fatalities. And just to be clear here, we attacked them first, and we killed thousands. Thousands. Rezai said Iran would retaliate by further targeting oil tankers that are transiting the Persian Gulf, warning that not a single drop of oil will leave the region, and is not currently interfering in these routes, so such action could further hamper oil supplies. Yeah, you thought those gas prices were coming down anytime soon? Nope. Between the shenanigans in Canada and this, those gas prices aren't coming down anytime soon. Not by a long shot. Also, that being said, that means the rest of the prices of everything else downstream are also gonna maintain their rates. So does China not want our money or not? They don't need it, technically. No. They hold most of the manufacturing. China can just go somewhere else and provide their services somewhere else, like Europe, like Canada. Last member of the Lost Generation was Japanese and passed away in 2018. China has been financing Russia for decades. I mean, maybe. The world is about to turn on the U.S. At this rate, it's only a matter of time, right? We keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. It's gonna suck. But I don't blame him. Energy exports to the Gulf region have already suffered the biggest disruption in their history because of the war and Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Gulf countries that have invested billions of dollars on pipelines that can help them avoid the Strait of Hormuz have not yet commented on U.S. plans for fresh sanctions. Iran has weathered some U.S. sanctions for almost half a century since the Islamic Revolution of 1979, with ordinary Iranians bearing the brunt of subsequent economic pain. The Iranian economy was already struggling with double-digit inflation and currency devaluation when the U.S. and Israel launched its war against Iran in February, according to the Iranian government's Statistical Center of Iran, which inflation is now at 90%. Global solidarity now, welcome. Jose Vega confronted Hakeem Jeffries at his Q&A. Good. The Canadian border is wide open. I don't know about that, but in anticipation of fresh sanction, Iran's real currency plunged, hitting more than 2 million reals to the dollar, according to online currency exchange trackers. Jesus. NPR spoke to a 30-year-old Iranian woman, said most ordinary Iranians are now buying food using a credit system because they don't have enough cash. Since I'm in debt to the grocery store, I can't even buy tomato paste to cook pasta. She did not want to be named for fear of retaliation from the Iranian government. She said life-saving medicine like insulin have become expensive for many, and daily life is becoming increasingly difficult, with frequent power cuts and unemployment rising. Economic pain and a high cost of living were among the factors driving Iranians to protest in the streets earlier this year, and demonstrations that were met with deadly government crackdown. China's been cashing out of US dollars for a while, and as of others, gold pressure has been coming from central banks, not the usual gold bugs. Gotcha. It makes sense. It makes sense. Where was that? Arizona? Where? What do you mean? Okay. Before we get to the main story, we're just going to go through this quickly. Trump administration to revoke visas from potentially hundreds of thousands of asylum seekers. Seeking asylum is not legal. The Trump administration is moving to revoke visas from potentially hundreds of thousands of foreigners who have applied for or are seeking asylum, a legal process. I might add. Power cuts and no insulin. That I think that was Iran. The plan. Sorry, I was confused for a second there. Yeah, that was that story was on the new economic sanctions that we're placing on Iran. The planned action would go after people who came on the U.S. To the U.S. on temporary visas for reasons like tourism or business, and then sought asylum to remain in the country long term. It comes as the Trump administration has aggressively sought to both prevent immigrants from coming to the U.S. and remove those who are already in the country legally. A source familiar with the matter did not dispute the action could impact 200,000 foreigners, as was first reported by the AP, but said the revocations would not be done in one fell swoop. As the process will be ongoing, the number of revocations remain dynamic and will be done on a rolling basis, said the State Department spokesperson Tommy Pigot? I don't know, whatever. An immigration lawyer and former State Department consular official described the planned deportations as largely symbolic and meant to play into the administration's claim that the visa system is being abused. It's pretty obvious that at this point, the administration went through immigration laws and regulations with a fine-tooth comb, and they're just doing everything that they have the authority to do, said Camille Mackler, an attorney and immigration policy consultant. I think it's mostly the message that it sends. She and the former consular official said that visa revocations would likely not result in immediate deportations. Pidgeot, whatever, said the State Department is coordinating with the Department of Homeland Security to identify and revoke the non-immigrant visas of foreigners who have come to the United States claiming to be short-term visitors, but then file for asylum to stay here permanently. These type of visas are issued with the clear understanding that they're for those who intend to return home. Obtaining a visa in order to seek asylum is fraud, which is grounds for visa revocation. I mean, seriously. Seriously. Well, yeah, it's true, Nadia. To seek asylum, a person must be physically present in the U.S. and be fleeing political, racial, or religious prosecution in their home country. Mackler told CNN that asylum seekers who have had their visas revoked would, at a minimum, have to be given a hearing before an immigration judge before they could be deported. She said she does not expect the revocation policy to deter people any more than the administration's other immigration restrictions. People are going to move because when they're desperate enough they need to seek asylum, then they're just going to look for safety wherever they can find it. CNN reported in April that applicants for visas to the United States would have to affirm that they do not fear persecution in their home countries, as the Trump administration sought to further restrict potential asylum seekers from entering the country. At the directive from the State Department instructed consular officers to ask non-immigrant visa applicants 2 questions. Have you experienced harm or mistreatment in your country of nationality or last habitual residence? Or do you fear harm or mistreatment in returning to your country of national or permanent residence? Visa applicants must respond verbally with a no to both questions for the consular office to continue with visa issuance. Instructed a cable which was sent to all embassies and consulates. The State Department announced earlier this year that it revoked more than 175,000 visas since President Trump began his second term, marking a significant jump from December. Yep, so cruelty is the point. The cruelty is the point. All right, folks, we have the last story here. I talked about this yesterday, but this one is definitely worth repeating, especially given that the repercussions of this, or at the very least, the message here. The Supreme Court clears the way for Trump mail voting order to advance midterms, in advance of midterms. So the Supreme Court has sided with Donald Trump against the Constitution. The president, the executive, should not have unilateral way to make or enforce election management in any way, shape, or form. It's not how that works. It's not how that works at all. The Supreme Court on Monday yesterday cleared the way for President Trump to move ahead with the executive order restricting mail-in voting, though it remains unclear how much his administration can implement before the fast-approaching midterm elections. The decision appears to, again, the whether or not all of it or none of it gets implemented, that's not the point. The point is, this is highly unconstitutional. U.S. Constitution was crap anyway. I agree, but that's not a reason to scrap something as important as the executive having not having the authority to do this. According to what Constitution? Supposedly the U.S. Constitution, but I don't know if that's in existence or in effect right now. The decision appears to leave room for additional court challenges that could further slow Trump's order. The U.S. Postal Service laid out how it would implement the order last week, but its time is running short to impose major changes, with some states beginning to send mail-in ballots to voters in just a few weeks. The Supreme Court's 3 liberal leading justices dissented from the unsigned order. Mail balloting has been a long favorite target of Trump, who has claimed that it breeds fraud despite strong evidence on the contrary and his own use of voting method. The case could be one of multiple voting-related challenges before the Justice's Department has filed an emergency appeal asking the High Court to allow work on implementing the changes before the midterms. Trump's executive order signed in March called on his administration to create lists of eligible voters and order the USPS to deliver only to those people. So in other words, your mail-in ballots will only go to approved voters. Trump's executive order signed in March, Democratic officials in 23 states and D.C. sued to block the order. They argued the Constitution gives the state and Congress the power to run elections, and Trump's changes could lead to chaos and partisan abuse, which is the point, right? That's the entirety of the point. It's entirety of the point. It's to sow chaos. It's to cause confusion and cause a chilling effect. Well, LGBTQ plus people are people, so yeah, we the people. They're people. They are we the people. The Rushdoony side Constitution of Biblical Patriarchy of the Confederate Cleverance of KKK. America, KKK, no doubt. Yes. A judge in Massachusetts blocked the plan for midterm elections in those states. An appeal court upheld her decision. She later granted a second order, blocking it nationwide. The Trump administration appealed to the Supreme Court on procedural grounds in late July, arguing that states sued too soon. They also pointed to another ruling of Washington where a judge allowed Trump's order to proceed. An appeals court backed that decision while still leaving room for future court action if the changes are implemented. Federal attorneys argued that Massachusetts' order blocks the government's ability to finalize and implement the president's proposed policies to promote election integrity and for the upcoming federal elections in November. The president has no business promoting election anything. The president, as part of the executive, has no business anywhere near the managing of elections. Point blank, period. No one knows first written, Carlos, only white property owners. Oh, you mean like the original Constitution or the original Founding Fathers? Yes. Yes, that is true. A dozen Republican-leaning states supported the federal government in their own appeal before the High Court, saying states would have input on the final voter list. The Supreme Court has previously ruled against Trump-backed arguments on mail-in ballots, finding in June that states can count ballots that arrive after Election Day. That case was decided after a full briefing and arguments rather than the court's emergency docket. Trump has blamed mail voting without credible evidence for his loss to Democrat Joe Biden in 2020. 6 years ago. He has promoted the proposed changes in executive orders, safeguards to keep non-U.S. citizens from voting, which is ludicrous because this doesn't really do anything with regards to that. Like, first of all, it's not a problem to begin with. It's not a problem to begin with, and this is not a solution to the non-existing problem anyways. Okay, so you probably got good grades. I just like to goof around. He also repeatedly pressed for the passage of legislation, the SAVE Act, that would require citizenship to vote. Non-citizen voting have been shown to be rare and is a felony that can be punished by deportation. Using mail ballots has become increasingly popular with voters of both parties, with about 30% of all ballots cast that way during the 2024 presidential election, according to federal data. There's also the process is also secure. 2025 Brookings Institution found only about 4 cases of fraud for every 10 million ballots cast. Yep. So a statistical rounding error, essentially. So make no mistake about it, we're going to keep track of this. This is a 5-alarm fire as far as whatever semblance of democracy, using that word very loosely, but this is a 5-alarm fire where you have the Supreme Court blatantly going against the Constitution. Blatantly against the Constitution. The president cannot dictate how elections are done. Asking the USPS to only deliver mail ballots to the specific pre-approved list of voters that the state has mandated as deemed okay is, in fact, a direct manipulation or a direct way of administering elections, right? What is the problem we were talking about? The tariffs earlier? Yes. Read what they say about Haiti. I think someone even used the N-word, being surprised by they spoke French. Oh, the founding fathers? Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I mean, keep in mind, slavery was it was already pretty well established. So, yeah. So yeah, definitely we'll keep paying attention to this. I'm not sure how much of this is going to end up being implemented or how quickly they can even get through making this a reality. But the story here is that the Supreme Court, the highest court of unelected, unaccountable, essentially, law wizards have decided that the president can affect the administration of elections by way of, using the departments such as the USPS, such as the Postal Service, under his directive to do X, Y, or Z. In this case, not deliver mail-in ballots, which is wild. In any other situation, in any other circumstance, this would have been laughed out of the Supreme. This wouldn't have even reached the Supreme Court. But these are the times that we live in. Nah, not just law wizards, legal grand wizards, indeed. 100%, indeed. Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness was promised to little people, but never delivered. Yeah. Well, when they talked about at the time life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, they weren't talking about you and I. They were talking about wealthy landowners, obviously, the people that mattered. Anyways, folks, it's time for me to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of your support. You guys are what makes the channel go. Thank you all for being here. Folks, again, please, if you want to support the channel directly, do us a solid and spread the word far and wide. Bring a friend, share, subscribe, comment, hit the little emojis. Anything that drives engagement is really helpful. Thank you all for being here. We are here Mondays through Thursdays. Mondays is news days. Tuesdays and Thursdays are live and syndicated content like this show. My show is on every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You can also catch me on the space station every Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time here. Everywhere else, it's just a difficult truth. Thank you all for being here. There's no way that this could be implemented before the midterms. I mean, maybe not. I don't think that was the point. Maybe not. Maybe not. Thank you all for being here, folks. As always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all. I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
Tonight, we're moving away from Batman one time to talk about Andrzej Zulawski's On the Silver Globe. Originally filmed from 1976 to 1977, the same year as America was about to be taken by storm by Star Wars. The Polish authorities suddenly stormed it on June 1st and seized the film, ordered it destroyed, and all the costumes and sets which had just been made destroyed as well. Members of the crew kept as much of the film as they could hidden, and in 1985, Zulawski was finally able to go back and start editing the old film and adding extra footage and narration to cover the fifth of the film, which had not been completed at that time.
Film sprzed 10 lat. Strzęp filmu. 2,5-godzinne opowiadanie, któremu brak 1/5. Ta 1/5 z 1977 roku, gdy film unicestwiono, nie zostanie odtworzona nigdy.
He shot streets and crowds in Poland and narrated scenes that would have been there if he had been able to finish them. And in 1988, was able to show On the Silver Globe at Cannes. On the Silver Globe was based around a trilogy of books by Zulawski's great uncle, the Lunar Trilogy, written in the pre-Soviet era from 1903 to 1911. The trilogy has been hailed as starting the polar science fiction genre. It revolves around an expedition to the moon, which goes horribly wrong. After the rocket crashes, killing the captain and the doctor of the ship, leaving the doctor's fiancé and two men who fight for her affection.
Tak. Ty umierasz, bracie. Przecież we wszystkim, co mówię, jest prawda. Skoro umiem ją wypowiedzieć. Wolność.
Luckily, the moon has limited oxygen and water, so they're able to survive, creating a new generation of humans called the Selenites, who are physically stunted due to incest and lack of resources, and who also age and grow much faster than on Earth. They also create a religion that posits that a savior is coming to bring them back to Earth one day. However, the moon is already populated by strange telepathic winged beasts called Sherns, and for centuries, the Selenites and the Sherns war with each other. The Sherns also realized they could rape Selenite women, creating a race of human Shern hybrids.
Ty jesteś zwierzę i ja. Ja jestem zgodny, ty nie. Ja jestem odbiciem tego, co w tobie. Ty nie jesteś odbiciem tego, co we mnie.
Finally, another astronaut named Mark arrives on the moon. It is assumed that Mark is the long-lost savior, who might be able to finally defeat the Sherns and bring back the Selenites to old Earth. Andrzej Zulawski tried to adapt all three of his great-uncle's books into one long film and succeeded in getting two of them mostly finished on screen before the Polish authorities shut his filming down. On the Silver Globe has been called the greatest science fiction film that never was. It's actually not even totally clear why it was stopped. The Deputy Minister of Culture for Poland stopped the film. It could have just been a show of power. He was seen as the most likely candidate to be the new Polish Minister of Culture before dying in a plane crash in Bulgaria a year later. But others have said it was just too subversive or too religious. Mark, the astronaut, is literally crucified by the Selenites at the end of the film. On the Silver Globe was supposed to be the biggest Polish film ever made. It cost 58 million PLN. And the filming was famously fraught, including Zawolski stealing a hand from a medical school to use for the crucifixion scene, an actor catching on fire, and Zawolski just continuing to film. The filming process has been compared to Apocalypse Now, starring Andrzej Severin, Jerzy Trila, Iwana Bielska, Jan Fraisk, and Kristina Janda.
Zaś mały dramat tego filmu i wielki, oby szlachetny dramat naszego życia będą splatać się dalej we wspólną sieć wzlotów i porażek. Nazywam się Andrzej Żuławski. Jestem reżyserem filmu na Srebrnym Globie.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Our show gets simulcast, or if we're not on it at regular time, played later on This Space. This Space is a working class independent media collective. YouTube.com/ThisSpaceTV. Subscribing really helps out, or even more, sharing content from This Space and encouraging others to do the same. By working together, we can break through the algorithm. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of Protonic Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Renee Ruin is a blogger, writer, host of the Night Shift podcast, head of Ruin Agency, and her work can be found at reneeruin.com and patreon.com/Renee Ruin. I, of course, am the host of this Sherncast, Forrest Miller, here on the old earth.
You are an animal and so am I. I am consistent. You are not. I am a reflection of what is in you. You are not a reflection of what is in me.
Fantastic. No notes.
What do you think? I made myself blue. On the green screen.
Yeah, it's good.
Now I'm on the moon. I have that stuck in my head, just that beat of the on the beach.
Yeah.
Just dancing like this.
Yeah.
I was gonna go blue jacket, but I broke my blue bow tie that would match with it, so I went with red instead to contrast. So I'll be the only one that is not in the blue this time. Welcome back, Renee.
Hello.
I think this is going to be the second ever podcast of on the Silver Globe. Yeah, this movie is absolutely crazy. So I can say, why don't you tell us about how you discovered on the Silver Globe, and then I'll go after that.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I actually found it through, I guess, obviously everyone who knows me or has seen me on even this podcast, I love Possession, right?
Mhm.
So when I found Possession, became obsessed with Possession, and then obviously went back and forward, looking at everything I possibly could with the same director. And then, yeah, that's how I originally came across it. And the first time I watched it, I was like, holy mother of fuck, this is cool.
Natural reaction. Yeah, absolutely.
And I've watched it, I don't know, I can't even say how many times I've watched it since, and every single time I watch it, I find more things in it, or it blows my mind even more, and there's more shit that like starts spiraling out of my brain from it. So it's a movie that's stuck with me for a really long time. And then recently I watched the documentary Escape of the Silver Globe.
Yeah.
And that was when I was like, wow, I forgot about how good this was. And then, of course, I reached out to you guys and was like, can we do the Silver Globe?
And I've wanted to do it for years. So I was like, hell yeah, we can. Because it's so unique and strange and bizarre and like so forward in many ways. And also like a crazy, almost cautionary tale of filmmaking that is very big, like going really big, especially if you say don't have like a huge Hollywood budget and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what this episode's going to be like, but I'm sure it's going to be interesting, just like the movie. For me, I've got an interesting one that when I first started up on Letterboxd, shortly into the pandemic, after all tours were canceled and whatnot, I was the only login stuff. I had like my separate account that I like posted everything to, and I can't remember if it was on Letterboxd or on that Instagram account, but some guy who just like followed me and liked the kind of stuff that I liked also was like, hey, have you seen On the Silver Globe? I think you'd really like it. I'm like, I don't know what that is. And it's like, oh, it's the same guy's Possession. I'm like, oh, well, I love Possession. So I'm all about that. And
one of those cinephile deep cuts on Letterboxd, I think, that has like a small but like incredibly like passionate follow.
Well, the two movies, and so I saw it and I loved it, but like in that same way of like, oh my God, what did I just watch? Like, what was that? This is crazy. And then one of the sort of bonding moments with me and friend of the show, Marta Jovovich, Marta McFly, was World on a Wire and On the Silver Globe. I'm like, oh my God, you like these two incredibly bizarre niche sci-fi movies that are like for complete freaks? That's amazing. You know, no one likes that.
I remember when she first came on, like it came up a lot in our conversation.
Yeah. And so that was like, that blew me away. That's like you find your people kind of thing. Because there's so much here in the story, but just like the circumstances.
There's no way in this episode. There is absolutely no way in this episode we can even touch on like 50% of what goes on in this film. That's a preface for everyone who hasn't watched this film.
Well, we have. We're gonna try with the. We're gonna out the old plot summary.
We're gonna give it a big college.
We're gonna do our best as we always do. And anyone who's seen our now classic
I do notice in at least the Wikipedia one. I have not checked out the IMDb one. It disposes of the entire. It disposes of the really like 2/3 of the movie in like a very short like paragraph, and then the first third of it, you know, like just the first astronauts arriving on the moon and like attempting to colonize it and realizing they're like way in over their heads, and you know each one kind of just dying or whatever. Like that part of it gets a long like treatment on Wikipedia, and then the like the entirety of everything that happens in the 2/3 of it, like the part after that. It just gets like a paragraph and disposed.
Well, we'll do it. Good job. So what I was gonna say is just like how we did our big deep dive on Possession, which I am unfortunately told may or may not have started the boulder rolling down the hill for this alleged remake that is in progress, and we are deeply sorry for that. But we're not sorry for doing a great episode on a cool unhinged movie.
I mean, just like a lot of people have watched our episode on Possession.
Yeah. Which is great. I mean, that's very flattering. And so okay. So I said before we were going to start, because we were talking about remakes and like, they're talking about remaking this too, which is absolutely insane. Like it would have to be like a series, I think, at this point. And I say that as someone who prefers movies over series, but there's just too much. There's just too much to cover, as evidenced by a complaint on the plot summary. We haven't even started yet, but this is one that I actually think would be a great example of a biopic of the making of it. And I say that even before I saw the documentary, where I was like, wow, like, because I knew that the thing about like him like writing the monologues and like handing it to him like the day of and things. And that's just, it's strange credulity that any of this would happen. But then when you have like such amazing visuals, this is such a visual movie. I mean, I could see this becoming like popular in memes and stuff like along those lines with the right circumstances, because there's so many just like, whoa, what am I looking at? Well, that's crazy. And like ahead of its time too. again, this is Star Wars. It's getting made this same year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So,
And it
which
would
is-
have been the first. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure somebody out there will take the documentary and go, actually, but it's kind of considered like one of the first major European sci-fi.
right. Well, because there's the Tarkovsky Solaris, right?
Yeah.
Too, but that's 72, but that's Russia.
Yeah.
But also, like, the source material itself is pretty much widely, thought of as being the first published sci-fi publishers. So, like, it's not only
it's Zawalski's great uncle who
Correct,
who wrote that.
which that as well. Like, there's so many little facts and tidbits in this whole
It could
story.
just be that. Yeah.
like that goes down a rabbit hole, and I feel like those things are what like make this film even more incredible and why it can't be remade, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
like,
I agree with you, and it
like
he put a lot of his own thoughts and feelings, just like with Possession, into it as well.
It's literally his
kind
blood.
of a lot of the same thoughts and feelings because it's the same divorce. He's going through his gorgeous model.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'd make a couple movies about that too.
When you think about the when Possession happened, and then what kind of like he's come from this, right? He's come from
this comes before Possession. Yeah, you're right.
Possession he films after everything turns to shit, and he goes away, and he's going through the divorce. So it's like Possession is so angry and like aggressive and violent. There's so much going on in that film, and you can clearly see that a lot of Silver Globe is carried over from that. He's this amazing project, this passion. He's spent 600 days of filming, and they only did 80% of the film. And then being told 2 weeks before it's going to be finished, 2 weeks they had left, that's it. No,
which is really like it's the Polish Soviet authorities really like shooting themselves in the foot, because this movie, if it had been finished, would have been so massive, especially Poland not being known. I mean, Poland has like some great directors, but like it's not known as like I think this could have taken
not on this scale
into a real film hub, because it's like it's the Hollywood grandeur, and there's no real what really pissed me off about the documentary. Like what really pissed me off. There's no reason, the reason that this fucking guy, the deputy culture minister, who they had some defenders in the documentary, which was kind of weird. Like he had his subordinates. I mean, rest in piss or whatever. He died from Zawalski putting on a jacket that was cursed. So I love that so much. But I gotta play that. I gotta play that clip later because it's so funny. But no, it's like there's no rhyme or reason. Like he's just like, I'm gonna put the film industry under my boot, and I forget the name of the other director.
I saw that in your intro, and I was like, I have to tell Forrest, because there's also talk as well that the deputy so he did not get along with his boss, right? And he was replacing the boss. He made the decision to cut this film the first day he took office as well, mind you. Right. And they said it was a bit of a kick in the ass because he fucking hated his boss. And he wanted to kind of kick the boot in. And so it was kind of like more of a, what do you call that? Like a competitive, I don't know. He just hated the guy and kind of
like a flex.
A flex, yeah. That's who knows whether that's the truth or not, but that's a lot of the kind of talk is around,
So, and just to give some context, because remember, he starts filming this June 1976, right? So basically, it's not that there isn't genre picture. Sci-fi is, whatever. Close Encounters also is only about a year away, right?
Yeah.
But especially Empire, we talked about that. We did Close Encounters earlier this summer, but you have things like Logan's Run, right? So the worst case scenario is that you, for Silver Globes, ends up being a cult movie like Logan's Run, where it's oh yeah, it made money. I mean, it doubled its box office, but it wasn't a huge monoculture hit. But it was it was coded for the youth in revolt, nascent punk rockers, what have you, to be culturally important. in a way because it challenged ideals and things like that. Same thing, Man Who Fell to Earth, Nicholas Roeg too. So also came out that year, same way, right? So in a lot of ways, if you think about the sliding doors of it all, right? If he'd able to get it done, like the worst thing, the worst outcome for it would be like this incredible cult movie that attacks religious hypocrisy and like all these like high-minded concepts, and would come across as like, look, man, I'm not a hallucinogenic person, but I'm sure it would be wonderful and or terrifying to do hallucinogens and escape.
Well, I barely made it through this film on an edible. Like I watched it edible. Let me tell you, I watched it at least twice under the influence of edible. And let me tell you, I suggest people do it because it gave me something else. But like seriously, the film is like it's a hard slog. You got to lock in. It ain't fucking around. There's 3 hours. You can't like. You cannot look away for a second or you're going to miss shit. You know what I mean? You're going to miss everything. Like you need to be completely locked in to watch this film. So don't try and watch this film when you're not in the mood or whatever. You need to.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say before we move away from the the shutting down of the production, Wajda, who's like was like the biggest.
He did Blood and Diamonds. It was on my Criterion Challenge this year. Like he's very notable.
I feel like it's definitely but Wajda was Zawalski's mentor essentially. Like he was his second AD on like a bunch of his films in the 50s and 60s, and then I think with The Devil and like a bunch of other like movies like that, he kind of moved away from Wajda, but he was like untouchable essentially. And the whole thing is that the culture ministry got like very upset about Man of Marble in 1977, which is his movie that like is an inherent critique of like Soviet Polish, the kinds of workers that are in there, and like they showed workers slacking off and destroying shit rather than working hard. And they even had like, I think that they had the guy, they had a guy that looked just like the culture minister too. So they were like they were really getting close to that line. But he couldn't shut down Wajda's thing because he was like an Oscar-winning director at this point, and he was huge. He was like internationally known. So, but like he could fuck with Zawalski. He's like, because he's like big, but he's not that level. So like a big part of shutting everything down is like, well, this is someone at least that I can bring to heel that is also, mentored by Wajda, but also like kind of a renegade filmmaker. And what they really want is to bring those renegade filmmakers to heel. Because it's like it's
you get them in line, right? Yeah.
And this was a time too, I reckon, like this was a time too where government was funding films and like it happens, but not in the same level. You know what I mean? I feel like they had so much more involvement, and like governments and like bodies and stuff were actually, like,
but that's why Man of Marble was such a slap in the face, is because the Polish culture ministry was the one, and they like they believed that it was going to be this like high-minded Soviet style, like workers propaganda film, and it turned out to be the opposite of that, and it just and so it was this real slap in the face for the culture ministry, and of course the deputy culture minister was like angling real hard for the main culture minister's job. And he's such a, like, when you look at him, he's such a slug looking character too. It's like he is somebody that, like, just by his face and those giant Coke bottle glasses, it's like you want to keep this guy.
So that's what I'm saying. Rather than attempt to remake On the Silver Globe, make a movie about him making the Silver Globe and like all of this intrigue and craziness, because people would think it'd be like the freaking Confessions of a Dangerous Mind or something along those lines, where people would be like, whoa, this is nuts.
And it was also like there's just these, I feel like in the past couple of months I've been going back and like going crazy in like all of these international, world cinema from like 60s and 70s, and it's actually like it's kind of infused me a little bit, like really like giving me oomph about like cinema. Just I miss when films were like greater than a film, if you know what I mean. And I feel like we've lost that. Like we're more about like entertainment, and there's nothing wrong with entertainment. I love a good film that's just for entertainment, but like films like this is like, I don't even know. It's otherworldly. Like this is about something much bigger than just a film.
I think
And-
also like just the invention of I mean, not to sound like a Luddite, I guess the invention of like CGI kind of made it a lot harder to like do something like this because it's expected to be done with CGI. Like your world building is expected to be done with CGI, and it's so much harder to kind of create. Like when you watch the documentary, they put mines out on the beach and they blow up the whole beach.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and it doesn't even make like it doesn't necessarily even make. I mean, I guess it does because this is the first time they're kind of being attacked by the bird people. But it's like you don't know that at the time, and it's like the beach is just.
That's what I'm saying.
The moon beach is just exploding.
Like the practical effects of it all, putting those telephone poles, burying them in the sand, and going into the caves and what. I mean, this is like it's crazy. The making of this is as much of an adventure as the actual movie, which is saying a lot.
Yeah,
but
I think it mirrors the film though. Like the actual,
Absolutely.
you know, when you're looking at looking at the, like you said, the props, the locations, the costumes. The crazy shit that goes into the dialogue, like all of this stuff that compounds it is just as physical and grueling as the film itself. Like,
well, and you said earlier. Well, hold on, let me get this in because it's not going to be time for it later. You said earlier, you got to pay attention, right? This is definitely not a second screen entertainment. Is that what Netflix calls it, right? Like you have to be on this movie's vibe, and if you are not, you might as well turn it off. But like if you stay locked into it, it's like at no point ever is it boring. I mean, it is a wild. It's like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. You're just like, oh my god, what are we doing now? What is this? Okay, and everyone's got these crazy monologues, and everybody has these back and forths that are just like so momentous, and like it's like okay, now we're dealing with religiosity, but also
everything is epic. Like
everything in this movie is epic. Well said. Yes.
They dispose of the Sharon City in 3 minutes or something.
Which is crazy.
Like I made the mistake at one point of looking down for a second.
Don't.
You can't.
I do, for the show, like I always take notes, which then I never check my notes. Like it's a really bad habit. I always just go in with a notepad and then take a bunch of notes and then never end up checking them again. But at least I remember stuff when I do that. Like I feel like it's rote memory.
Yeah.
The idea when you write it down, it kind of reorients your brain to think about it differently. Yeah.
I mean, even if I do it on my phone, which I think you don't remember it as much, but it still kind of works that way. But no, it's when I looked down for 1 second, and then he's like in the Sharon City, and I was like almost done with it with like a bazooka or whatever, and I'm like, wait, how the 30 seconds ago he was on a boat?
There's rewinding. There is you need to there is rewinding in this film because if you miss half a second, you're like, what the fuck? Whoa! And it's
I'm lost.
You have to go back.
Rewinding and reviving in this film.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Marta. That's right.
When you type in like facts about this, the AI summary thing or whatever, which I don't really I don't really check, but like sometimes I'm like trying to find something really fast while we're doing this. A lot of it is linked to Marta's podcast.
I mean, this may be the second podcast ever to cover this movie, as far as I'm concerned. The first one would have been Martin McFly's. Yeah.
Yeah, I've only seen like little sections, like 5, 10, 15-minute sections of like one person being like blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But I've never really seen two people like
I don't. Every once in a while there'll be like an Instagram carousel that just has stills from it, like you'll never believe this, the lost sci-fi movie that was never made.
Oh no, it was banned and like.
I saw one that was like, you'll believe why this film was banned for 11 years. Yeah. All right.
I mean, it's pretty horny. It's pretty horned up.
Well, it's also like we can talk about that a bit later, but I mean, the sex and violence in this film is like.
Yeah,
there's moments
that's epic too.
Yeah, and let me preface this by saying there's no love in this film. The only love bit is literally when the astronaut arrives and she's pregnant with her fiance. Say goodbye at that point because there's no love after that.
Forget it.
There's also like I don't know exactly how to.
There's a lot of rutting.
There's like Zawalski. When I was trying to like pronounce it perfectly, and it's like it's Zawolski essentially, but I'm like I can't, I'm not doing that. But they're like put an F in there. I'm like I'm not doing that. So Zawolski basically has this thing that like he does these contortions across multiple films, and it's like it's definitely here, like similar ones to Possession, like, you know, just in different scenes, like especially like the sex scene with, you know, between Mark the astronaut and, you know, his bride or whatever. Like there's these contortions that I remember seeing in Possession, but also in The Devil. Basically his ex-wife, you know, acting, and Possession's obviously about his marriage. Like, you know, he's the Sam Neill character, and his wife is the Isabel Ashby character, and so it's like, but in The Devil, his wife is acting and does the same body contortions
Yeah.
Isabel Ashby does in Possession, which is like, it's just crazy to see that across things. So it's like, I don't know, like, do you measure that out? Do you like
right? Because when you first see Possession, I mean, look, it's his most commercially available one. You know, it's the one most people tend to watch first if you're not from Poland, maybe. But like, then you're like, oh, these are like just traits that in his directorial style that like show up in other films, you know, and that's wild to think about, because there's something so unique and unremakeable about Possession that you know, it's hard to imagine that like any of those stylistic trademarks would show up in other movies, but they totally do.
Yeah, they do. I think, because I think whether you like, each of his films to some degree talks about you know, it's sex and the politics of sex and dominance and power and status, and this film probably goes in depth into those aspects much more than the others, but in a kind of more unflinching, uncomfortable kind of way that you can't look away, and it is quite confronting. There are scenes in this film with the, like, when it comes down to kind of like, you know, even the reproduction, the birthing scenes and stuff, like it's very violent. Even
that's epic.
One thing I want to say with this, you know, pull it up on screen. I was fascinated. I mean, I'm so used to the image of like the Possession and like later era Zawalski, where it's, you know, he's fat, he's a little fatter, his face is fatter, he's old, he has like the jowls, he has the gray hair, and I'm so used to that be like in my mind, right? Like, because I've watched a lot of his interviews at random times, and so it's like, you know, especially the ones at Cannes, and it's like, so I'm so used to that, and it was so fascinating to see like how handsome, like he was miles above, and they don't even like hide it in this. They're just like, oh no, like he did not look like a Polish person, and it's like, what is? But then you see like, you know, all these Polish faces throughout it, and it's like, and then he's I don't know, he's like
suave, he's got the like, you know, he's got like a look that and they're like, what, you think you're better than us, you know?
But there's the one quote where he's like, you know, he wore like amazing clothes. He spoke French more than he spoke Polish a lot of times. He has this suave thing. He has this beautiful girlfriend, and the guy is just like, he was like E.T. And I was like, E.T. That's, out of all the stuff you came up with, E.T. That's the
that's what you came up with. Oh, hey, Emo Dragon, thanks for joining us.
By the way, first heard of Possession from the show.
Fantastic. All right, well, that's good to know. We're doing the work.
So did the guy from Smile.
So did Parker fan, exactly. Yeah.
I fan. Do like, there was like
not a patron, but a fan.
Yeah. They had a I don't know, like shit post or something somewhere, like a meme where they were like, oh, the reason that Margaret Qualley just divorced her husband is that she was getting ready for Possession.
Method acting. Yeah. Check the other room for a tentacle. Thank you. Tentacles, everybody. Possession. Watch the movie. It'll make more sense.
No, but it's I don't know, like there are these like through lines through all of this stuff where it's you know, like his obsession with like kind of creatures. There's something like, so I kept thinking about, like, because it's in our banner folder, the Skeksis violence, like something about the Cherns are very like what Jim Henson would come up with for the Skeksis, like that kind of bird, but it's like not even bird. It's like it has its own. I mean, it clearly has its own like lineage or evolution or whatever. Like it's clearly not like a bird, but it also is a bird, which I think in the his great uncle described it more like demonic, like it wasn't supposed to be in his
Right.
book. Which obviously, you can do whatever you want, you can adapt things however you want. And I'm not, but it was less, I think, about it was less birds and more giant black winged, definitely bird was in there, but like black winged demon, like demonic entities.
It seems like to me like how Terry Gilliam would depict those kinds of things. Yet, except for Holy Grail, this came before any of those Terry Gilliam was. Like it has like a Time Bandits-esque nature kind of to it, like, you know, and especially with camera work as well. And it's fascinating. It's like, yeah, this was before there was that. I mean, he wasn't doing that in Holy Grail. He hadn't developed that until the 80s.
What about the I was when I was rewatching, I rewatched it again last night, by the way, and then watched some of the doco part again for the second time this morning. And one of the things I clocked it but didn't clock it, really think about it too much. But obviously one of the astronauts is filming, right? And apparently, like if the film had have come out when it was meant to have come out, it would have been one of the first sort of like films of that time to have found footage in it, and to have something filming, and have even the way they shot him filming himself was something that hadn't really been done before. Apparently, I think Cannibal Holocaust was the next film that had that kind of footage.
That's right. And this is years before like your Blair Witch projects or anything along those lines, right? Yeah. So that's another thing. And again, when I first watched this, I definitely was like, oh, look, a lot of Peter Jackson stuff, especially the early stuff, like that was like more low budget. But this is years before that also.
Yeah,
so he's doing
and
all
also
of that.
And not only that, but this is in Poland. I think people like forget, this is not like some big,
it's not LA. It's not like
English, whatever. This is Poland, right? And if you're one of those people, and you're definitely not one of those people if you're watching this podcast, but there are those people that don't like watching world cinema and all of that kind of stuff, and you're missing out, because seriously, there are films out there that, and this is definitely one of them.
Absolutely. And, there's a lot to be said for, the Polish New Wave, Krzysztof Kowalski, and like all the stuff that happened like in the late 80s and 90s. But even in the earlier stuff, I mean, I forget the director's name. I'll have to look it up real quick. But the Cremator is an incredible movie. And that's a from 1969, Gerard Hers. It's probably butchering that. But like it's a dark comedy that's sort of like about, so it's this guy, he's like a cremator of the dead, and he basically becomes radicalized into the Nazi party. And it's funny. It's funny. Yeah. I mean, like you hear that description, like say what? But it's really funny, but it's like super dark. It's very expressionistic. It's a part of that new wave that like was happening at the time. And it's interesting that like we have well, I guess he's Czech, I'm sorry, but like it's the same, whatever, Eastern Bloc, get over yourselves, everybody. But like but the thing was mentioned earlier, mentioned a couple of times, like his the one who he worked with, like his mentor, watched it, like Canal, the one that I've seen is Ashes and Diamonds, which is the last one. These were like pretty controversial movies. Like these were like movies and then also became controversial in a different way when they, cause it's about like, stuff that's like places like the Warsaw Uprising. And then when there was the revolutions of 89, right? That like people got mad on the other end of it, because after the fall of communism, people were like, oh, you're making like, you're not depicting this like how it actually was. So it's like, you couldn't win either way. Politically, like if you like made anything abjectly political. But he used a lot of these films to express complicated ideas about things that were important to him, as well as things that were important to the people of Poland, through the narrative of these war pictures, which is probably something that Zalewski was like, oh, I'm all about that, because apparently everything is like him trying to work through religiosity, trauma of having to leave his wife and kid.
Just like a lot of it is to do with the self, and I think that's as well. Like this film was not and that's in all of his films pretty much. But this film is, it's not an easy watch, and it's not easy to comprehend. And I think so you got to kind of there's so much philosophical stuff going on here, and there's it's a whole meditation on humanity, and there's just so much going on in this film, and you can go on for endless I can't even put it into words. That's how many.
What do you guys think about? I'm trying to make sure that I say it right. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
The Velichka salt mine of it all, where it's and that mine apparently is located right outside of Krakow. So it's where, a big part of where the Polish variety of the Holocaust took place too. But it's that there's something very Apocalypse Now.
It's also got these winged beasties running around and
yeah. I want to say it again. Velichka. That's apparently how you say it. I listened to the guy say it on Wiki. But I was kind of really fascinated by the description of that, because I understood it's a large open space. It's essentially a mine. I kind of got that, but didn't really process that was a real,
a real place that had history to it.
Yeah.
And that, which is just crazy to think about, but that's because it's Poland. It's there's a very rich history there that some of which they tried to erase through media. And then a different set of people tried to erase it. So it's
that one guy. I think he was an actor. I don't think he was on the crew. But the one guy that was down there, he might have been, if I'm remembering, he might have been the guy that doesn't trust Mark. He's the guy that's this guy is not this Brian is not our Messiah. That guy, I think, he had that I haven't even really heard of this, but he had such a crippling nicotine addiction that. And you can't smoke down in a mine because it's still a working mine. You will explode if you try to smoke a cigarette. So they were doing those 9 to 12 hour days of just shooting down in this mine, and nobody was allowed to have a cigarette. And this guy is just going out of his mind because he's I want a cigarette so bad, freaking out. And he's still and when was it? I think it's 2021. The documentary came out, so it's he was still very animated about that 5 decades.
Yeah, exactly. He's not over it.
So many of the actors and just the crew in general carry extremely, these stories on for the rest of their lives about what they went through on this film. After it ended, there was quite a few crew members that went into extreme, had depression, went into mental hospitals and shit, because the extreme work as well, no sleeping and extreme hours, and
it was so Apocalypse Now. That really is. If you could compare it to one American movie, it's Apocalypse Now has to be the
which is similarly largely shot on site, practical physical locations. And
although I think Coppola would have literally blown his brains out if they had stopped him from finishing it.
Oh my god,
he almost did more than once while making Apocalypse Now. I imagine they're if they were all right, we're shutting this down, he would have just been oh, guess we lost Coppola.
We never would have had Megalopolis.
We're never gonna have our fantastic wine cellar.
Exactly.
The chaos, the chaos behind it, obviously, in the personal relationships, the logistics, the time, the money, the politics. The film, throughout it, especially when you watch the doco and you hear all of the stories, the film itself begins to resemble the civilization that's depicted in the film itself.
That's right.
They had this, a really ambitious utopian project, and it just gradually collapses under its own weight, which is essentially a big part of the film itself. That's why this film can't be remade.
In the 1970s was peak for that kind of dystopian sci-fi, right? So it would have been something where I think it would have struck a larger chord, big time. On one hand, because of the incredible visuals and all the filmatic pieces that we're talking about, the practical locations, et cetera, but then also, this idea of it being this very salient critique of religiosity and governments and self-governance and just being kind of chaos goblin about it. You know, Jack. That's right. Forget about Jack.
Yeah, it's the very message, I guess, the very message that he was trying to tackle. You know, this kind of, I guess, very depressing, like that. You know, no matter how we try to escape what we are, we keep bringing that shit back with us. Like that, you go to another planet to escape that, but what ends up happening is that you end up all the things you wanted to leave behind, you actually brought with you. And I think
teaching them to your weird little half-breed children.
Yeah. But it also happens with the creation of the film itself, in a way.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, that's something you can't replicate.
Well,
everything in the film
at the same kind of time as this too, like, and I doubt Zawalski had you know, I mean, obviously the book came out, you know, way before. I wonder if it did inspire Frank Herbert with Dune Messiah, like in 1969, right? That's like less than 10 years before this. He's writing like I feel like there's similarities between kind of the idea of like this messianic religion that kind of springs up that has like pretty much like 90% of the similarities to, you know, religions that we have now, but has like these quirks to it. And I feel like the religion in this, that's like a mixture between like what these, I mean, they're like Polish like cosmonauts too, so it's like it's not.
Well,
I mean,
he wrote this also in like 1903.
Yeah.
Like that's another thing to remember.
He's writing, between like 1901 and 03, I think. So it's like
he's writing this
and
at
also,
the same time as L. Frank Baum is writing like Wizard of Oz.
Yeah,
Like,
that's how far back this goes.
Like we're getting like Wizard of Oz stories, and you know, the Polish are getting like people went to the moon and had inbred children, and the inbred children have more children, and everyone, and because of the atmosphere, there is air and there's water, but you grow mad fast.
And it's crazy. And I think one of the reasons why, as a story, and we will get to the plot summary such as it is, I think one of the reasons why the story kind of hits differently is because it comes from that. I mean, you know, this is pre-Depression. This is like assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. I mean, this is like, you know, like this is a different world than what we're used to for speculative fiction, other than Wizard of Oz. Really, I mean, I can't think of anything that's like been adapted that would be more, because even Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe is you know, C.S. Lewis's stuff is like later on. Tolkien, same way, you know.
That's the same time, right? Like it's the 30s and 20s and 30s. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's like, I don't know, but it's also like in the meantime, I mean, you know, like we went to the moon. Between, you know,
right.
Like, you know, and we were able to walk in the moon to see what's there, and it's like, but it's amazing to see what like some random like very smart, like he wrote a whole lot. Jerzy Zawalski, like he wrote a lot of stuff that wasn't sci-fi, and like, you know, he was constantly writing, and Andrzej Zawalski's father was also like a prominent writer. It was like, and that's what he was going to be, I think, if he wasn't a film director. But I mean, I'm glad he was a film director and not a writer. But there's enough Zawalski writers apparently running around Poland. But no, but it's fascinating to see what like a guy from that period believes it would be on the moon, because it's like, you know, we didn't even know, like for all he knew in like 1903, you know, they're really like, and because of, you know, I mean, you look at the moon and you look at like the dark side of the moon, the shadows and stuff, like you can completely see why someone who's writing like kind of a speculative science fiction story would be like, what if those are like demonic birds that are up there? Like, what if,
I mean, why not? Sure. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into the plot summary such as it is. Understand that we're going to be probably stopping every other sentence or so.
Yeah.
And then what we will do is we will also suspend, which is my thing, is attacking the plot summary writer, because in this case it's like they're doing a service, is doing it all, right?
Anyone trying to write the plot for this movie, like I applaud you for trying.
Exactly.
Like, you can't rip anybody for like giving it the best shot here.
Yeah,
exactly. Give the best effort.
In the prologue, in the far future, 2 researchers are resting in a derelict palace, which is also occupied by a tribe of indigenous people. Kind of. A horse rider brings the scientist technological item, which he says has fallen from the sky in flames. Already there's I mean, it's not
okay,
but there's such an interesting blend of like in my head at least like Siberian kind of like this like when you go to like an archaeological museum and you see like the old kind of Siberian like half Russian half Native American, because kind of like the Bering Strait is obviously where Native Americans came across, so they had a similar culture up to like a point. It's like their costumes in the beginning of this are like halfway between Native American and like Siberian in my head.
Right, it has that feel. Yeah, agreed.
And then you got that desolate, like the building that they're in. That's very shot really widely, so it's very barren, and like. But also, one of the things I noticed when I rewatched it again last night was like I was staring intently at the building, but like the roof, it's got that kind of like Parisian, like like the painting and the like little like all of that detail in the ceiling, and it's so out of place, but like contrasting to the indigenous people and the guys, and then but it makes sense.
It's just there's so many like when you think about how fragmentary everything is, right? Like they're getting they're getting old Earth culture, but like in such a fragmentary kind of like just deeply strange way. Like everything in this movie, it's like it's been it's like you're looking through one of those refractor glass things where it's like you see like the light or whatever, and it really changes because it's going through this like glass thing, like prism. That's how I feel about like the religion in this, the architecture.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's prismed out for sure. I mean, it's a feature, not a bug, right?
The scientists realize it's an old, obsolete, small transmission module. And in their underground laboratory, they find it contains the video diary of an astronaut whose spacecraft crashed at least 50 or 60 years ago.
Okay, so this is where we're getting, like we got like the backstory here of like, okay, so like these,
and the guy's like,
they came from somewhere else.
The guy's like,
yeah.
There's like sounds in this that I didn't even like know like a human mouth could make. Throughout this part. There's just something like the indigenous people in the beginning, they have like it's like a mixture between like a grunt and a squeak, and I was like, and I was doing it with like I've come to the conclusion that like I've I don't know, either my ADHD is worse or I have like autism or something, but it's like when I hear like weird sounds, like I end up like not even thinking of it, just trying to make those sounds with my mouth while like sitting there and then realizing I'm doing that. And there was like multiple times in this movie where I was like making the same sounds that I saw in the movie, and then I was like, "Oh, that's me doing that." Like,
you should be a linguist.
In a lengthy flashback, that's one way to put it. A group of Disney crash land on an unnamed Earth-like planet after escaping from a degraded and vaguely dystopian Earth.
Okay, so in the book, of course, it's the moon, right?
Yeah.
Like, the unnamed planet is the moon, but this is happening in the 70s. We know what the moon looks like. People
don't look like this.
Exactly. You already have at this point. You not only have 2001. You have Arthur C. Clarke, right? Writing the sequel and what have you. And the idea of there being intelligent life somewhere else is very much in the zeitgeist. See, Close Encounters of the Third Kind that comes like the next year as being like one of the more huge examples of that.
And there's the I think it's a very proto version of it, but like the theory of like the Goldilocks planet.
Right. Yeah.
You could very much see that in this, where it's like they're theorizing that if they take the helmets off, they're going to be able to breathe. And it's like it's a very speculative theory.
Right, exactly. It's a very trusting theory. Yeah.
And this is like one of the parts where Zawalski's like over the top kind of directing of a lot of the stuff like works out really well, because I mean, of course there's the shots and they're very up close shots, which is the same thing he does in Possession and the same thing that he really likes doing, where it's people's faces and it's as if, and he has like the rationale is like found footage essentially. So you're watching through a camera, but throughout this whole thing, right, there's these really interesting, like right up against the camera shots, almost like you're watching like a nature documentary or something. And it's such an interesting like use of that. And then but the over the top kind of acting in this, even before they become the inbred half human, half God knows what else, Skeksis. No, but like
Skeksis, yeah.
But it's like Deathlings or whatever. Like even before all of that kind of stuff melds together, it's like there's already this capacity acting, and it gets transmuted again through this prism. So it's like, you know, the guy screams at the Martha, the woman, like seems dance.
Yeah.
And so eventually, like, she's afraid of him. And afraid of him, and afraid of, like, you know, whatever. So she starts dancing, and then that same dance is transmuted through these people. Like even centuries later, they're still doing these same moves that she did on the beach that time, because her son sees it, and then he brings that into, like, you know, this is what people do.
Well, and that goes into the whole them making new myths and new gods, and you know, turning, you know, rather innocuous things into rote and histrionic culture. Because the
more they pass it on, the more like crazy and far-fetched and distant from what the truth was it is. So
it already feels like that, because it's like, you know, we're looking at like this. I mean, it's supposed to be like the distant future, but there's the very kind of Soviet era sensibilities where it's like, I don't think religion is like this huge part of people's existence, you know, like behind the Iron Curtain or whatever. I mean, like, the people are still religious, but, you know, it's like I don't think that if you're if you're a cosmonaut, I guess is what, you know, more of what they would call it. Like, I don't necessarily think that that is like a huge part of your life. And so it's like these remembered fractal images of Christianity that get transmuted into this lunar world kind of.
Which is interesting, because the same principles are applied in the comedy sci-fi series Red Dwarf, with the cats who evolve into a human-like race, and they establish a whole religion around Lister, and like the room that he lived in with his cat that was the ancestor of their race and what have you. And so it's the same sort of thing, but it's done for, you know, comedic purposes. But this is very much not so here.
We also get and it hadn't come out yet, so it's not like he's inspired by it or anything. The whole marketing, like the whole, like, a large part of this movie is very Life of Brian.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Where it's like everyone's like, he's the Messiah, and he doesn't even have a chance to be like, I'm not the Messiah.
Yeah. Exactly what a Messiah would say.
Yeah. Like,
I love
the Messiah
they call him old man all the time.
They're like, the Messiah's going to land in a ship, and he's going to walk down the mountain, which is the only place you could really land with the ship. So it's like anyone that comes there, the second guy comes to the same exact spot. So it's like the big mountain, and it's like, oh, well, the Messiah, we're told, is going to land his rocket ship on the mountain and then walk down. And it's like, that's their big thing. And it's like, well, you did that. And it's like,
it's kind of hard not. That's what anyone's gonna have to do. I mean, it's like that's your parking spot on this planet, right?
There's I think it's a lot more homogenous. Well, the names aren't, I guess, because he keeps the names from the Lunar Trilogy, but it's in the original Lunar Trilogy, it's like supposed to be like a future where, like, a very Starship Troopers kind of future, where all the, you know, there's no like nationality, and like everyone's kind of from different parts of Earth, and whatever's happening on Earth, like they're all in this ship together. So there's the Irish guy is like the captain that dies, and there's like a Brazilian guy, and there's like, so it's like all these people from different parts of Earth kind of traveling in this like international thing. All right, so in a lengthy flashback, a group of distant astronauts crash land on an unnamed Earth-like planet after escaping from a degraded and vaguely dystopian Earth. One succumbs to his injuries shortly after. As a result of the accident, only 3 astronauts remain. A woman named Marta. That's why she likes it. That's why Marta replies is so into this.
Oh, yeah. She exactly. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. That's hilarious. I didn't think about that.
And her co-hosts, Peter and Jersey, which Peter and George is kind of the
would be the analog, sure.
Communication with Earth is lost, and the survivors decide to settle on the seashore. Say that 3 times fast. And there they give rise to a new human race.
Okay, that sentence is doing a lot of heavy lifting, but
one of the things I thought is like, so was there a disclaimer? Did Marta sign a disclaimer when she got on this ship that, like, when we get there, y'all, like, any of the women, like, you're going to be in charge of, like, propagating this place? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Like,
exactly. She know that was part of the deal.
Yeah, there was this little, like, interview with all the female astronauts, letting them know that, like, this is what, you know what I mean? Like, and then poor old Marta gets stuck with the lot. You know what I mean?
Well, the guy that the guy that dies that is getting monologue to for like 20 minutes while he's dying. And it's like,
a lot of monologue you do.
Yeah, but I even he goes, "You're dying, brother." That's like one of my favorite lines.
Yeah.
It's like, this is not what I want to hear. I'm just let me fucking die. And then it floods, and he's still like barely alive. He's like, oh.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
It's definitely not the mood. No, but like that guy is supposed to be her fiance.
Fiance, yeah, and she's pregnant with him, obviously. So it's like
He's not-
she's
I guess
taking.
he's-
Like, I'm thinking
they're,
like there's all these women, who have.
They're polyamorous, I guess.
Yeah. No, but like they've obviously, that's a part of the mission, right? Is that like
Yeah.
when we get there, like there's only, the women that are involved, like you're putting your body forward for the beginnings of the new thing.
I mean, it was written in 1903, to be clear.
Well,
So,
I'm
I
just
mean,
saying, like,
But Earth is also like Earth is somewhere between like Clockwork Orange and Mad Max. It seems like.
yeah, it looks like it's a rough outfit. Yeah.
Like the guy just jumps on the motorcycle and he goes around in circles around the parking lot. That's like their
I like,
entertainment.
even like the image you've picked here for the podcast, I'm just like, it's like Rob Zombie mixed with Waterworld, like kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you had no frame of reference, like what is this movie? Like, what? I'm like, brother, how long you got?
I will say though, Renee, there's something about the face of the girl with the eyes that kind of looks like you. a little
Yeah.
bit.
What's that?
Oh.
It looks like that
Oh, the
actress
eyes.
kinda looks
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you, like her face
It's
a little
so cool.
bit. It's
Mm,
yeah.
I love that scene, the scene with the eyes, and then yesterday, like I saw some people making comments about that, and like obviously Pan's Labyrinth and the eyes, and they're like
Mhm,
the shot's almost identical when you go back and like look at it. I mean, I don't think that
really
it's in any way connected, or that like Pan, like that Guillermo will like this film even. I'd love to know if he liked this film. If he's seen it. I'm a fan.
I'm
But,
always
like,
I also like it's interesting what I mean, like I don't know, this might have like some racial physiognomy, whatever you call it, like a connotation to it, but I'm always kind of, when it's like a Polish movie or something, like there's a facial structures in the like of a lot of the actors that look like people that I kind of like vaguely know, but then there's also people that look nothing like anyone I've seen.
anyone you've ever seen.
In a lot of
the actor character, that character is mesmerizing. For some reason, I feel like he's like Brian Eno in the 70s.
okay, sure.
Someone else,
Yeah.
like doing
That's
the
one,
dance and
that's
stuff,
one
you
of the
know?
ones that I don't like. I don't have like a what do you call it, like a
Like a frame of
analogy,
reference?
I guess, in life that I've like seen of a person who looks like that. Like that's a good example of that.
Yeah, all I was thinking was I think it's like a Brian Eno-esque chameleon type guy. Like
It's
when the
funny to
moves and the
see-
dance with
Yeah.
she puts on lotion. She
The documentary though, where everyone's kind of older, I'm like, okay, this is like people have more recognizable faces as like older gentlemen than they did in like the 70s, where it's like, I don't know, like there's a craziness to it. Like I feel like the Mark guy looks like anybody you'd see now, but it's like when he filmed this, when he filmed this in the 70s, I feel like there's a kind of 70s guy that is always playing an astronaut for some reason. A movie that
right.
Well, there's like three of them. There's three of them in 2001: A Space Odyssey, and it's like
that's right. Yeah,
which you
That
know,
look.
all of them lived for like a really long time, but that look I feel like disappeared at some point, and it was both American and Russian. But it's like, I don't know, if you look at pictures of like like the cosmonauts, like they have the same kind of thing where it's like you don't see people that look like that anymore.
Right. That's interesting. I wonder what.
it's like a real distinguished kind of like
Yeah.
I don't know, like specific look.
I mean, I'm sure, you know, if you actually like talk to somebody that's like very into aesthetics or something, they'd say that we're all becoming kind of homogenized, and it's like that wasn't necessarily the case at that point. Like people
Definitely not. At least in the Eastern Bloc, it wasn't. Yeah.
So that might be more of the
Like
case. Where
later-
it's like the
Matt
actual
Damon's
like
in
the actual diversity, I guess, of looks between people
That's right.
is kind of blending. Which the same thing's happening with like accents. Like the accents people have in America are like blending together. There's no more like regional accents as much as at least there used to be.
That's right. Okay, so after the birth of their first son, Marta notices that the child is growing much faster than on Earth. That's an understatement.
There's that line though is great. It's great because I made sure to like mentally. He's like, oh, this is a. It's only been 6 months, but he's the height of a 1-year-old. In my head, I'm like, how do you know? Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Like, if I would see like a 1-year-old, and I'm like, I can't picture it. You know, like
that looks like a child, all right. You know,
that looks like a child born between 1 and 3 years ago.
Yeah, nobody in this show has children, by the way. So every parent is now going to be yelling at their device about this. But sorry, none of us.
Well, I have this thing where it's like, because I've never really been around children. It's like whenever I see a child that can put a complete sentence together on TV or something, I'm like, wow, that must be like one of the smartest children I've ever seen. But it's like the
smartest childs.
but I'm like, that must be a really. And then I'm like, no, you could like. They're like, oh no, that's like a 9-year-old. I'm like, oh, all right. Like I guess I have trouble. Like I have trouble distinguishing like what the
you're age blind.
Yeah, well, just what the milestones are supposed to be.
People are face blind or age blind.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. In movies, they always make children like talk like adults. Essentially, like they'll have like a child like soliloquying, and I'm like, there's no way they could do that.
That's KT's problem with most child actors. There's a dialogue their child would never say, and that is a definite thing.
Later, the one child that talks to one child who gives Leo a mental breakdown in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Later, an unseen enemy kills Peter, and Marta dies in childbirth. Okay.
A lot of stuff happening on
there's a lot of shit going on. That Marta dies in childbirth. That alone, that scene.
Yeah, it's heavy.
There's a lot of shit going on in that scene. That's not just her dying of fucking childbirth.
And she already has like 10 grown ass children by then.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing else to do on this planet.
How much is this like? Are they running on like dog years, where like every year is 7 years or something?
Well, like I mean, primary force of entertainment is all I'm saying. It's like
I still find it.
Ocean.
I find it.
Figure out too, how old is Marta? Like before she has the last baby, and she goes, I'm going to give you your last child. And I'm thinking, how old are you now? Like, it feels like a really long time, but obviously it's like probably 5-6 years later after they after the.
But she like several adults. Like, is time speeding up on this planet? Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe it's not explicitly stated one way or the other. You're sort of left to figure that out on your own, which is bold move.
Also, all of like literally every after the first generation, every child, every person on that planet is inbred. So you're already getting like these combinations of genetics that are like.
What could go wrong?
I'm pretty like full eugenicist and stuff. So, but you're already getting like these combinations of like genetics that it's like. How much of the rapid cycle and like strangeness of these characters is just incest that's happening between everyone because it has to, because everyone's kind of like there's only one woman, so it's like so it's like how much of that is that, and how much of that is the atmosphere, which you age faster in different like when astronauts go up to space, right? Like, they can't be there for that long. Because of the fact that they age, like they not actually, but like their bodies rapidly go through the aging process.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like the inbreeding, like for example, the kid, like the first child is born, like, and he's not, he comes from Earth, so he's kind of like half. But then the other ones that are being born, like each time they breed together, they're probably like speeding up times 2.
Yeah. The last guy on the planet is gonna live like a day.
It's like a.
He's like, I've had the greatest day of my life.
It's an aging multiplier. It's like a video game.
And that music too. It makes everything go like even more fast.
Decades later, Jersey is in his old age, but has not aged as quickly as the new humans. The new humanity is now a tribe of several dozen people with whom he could no longer communicate. They're partially feral and view the old man as a demigod. So yeah, that's a lot to parse, even for just like half of that. But it's like, there's a whole another generation. Like
he's not doing himself very many favors when he's trying to communicate with them either, though. It's like
he's not trying that hard.
He's like,
it's like, I'm gonna speak.
They're all like, oh,
monologue.
Yeah, and then somehow they get transmuted to old Earth. I think in the book, it's like he says, "Oh, Earth," and it's like they're like, "It's old Earth. This is where we want to get back to."
Yeah. Before he dies, he sends a video diary to Earth containing recordings from handheld video cameras, which, of course, pretty advanced stuff for story that was written in 1903. But
yeah, Witch Project.
Exactly.
Well, also that the video camera lasted over for like 5 years.
Yeah, that's built to last. Definitely before the age of purposeful obsolescence. That's for sure.
Can you imagine how
no charges.
I have to replace my phone every year and a half.
I was gonna say if you brought
Like
an iPod,
that SD card or whatever, like whatever he's working with there.
Yeah.
If you brought an iPod up there, your iPod would last like a week, and then it's like, oh, it's been through its year and a half.
So yeah, so there's a break here. I can only imagine that this is a break between one of the books. I have not read them, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I will say they are in English now, and you can get them on Amazon.com.
Oh, okay.
I want to read them
They
because
seem really good. Like
Yeah.
I was parsing through like the whole synopsis, and there's a lot more to the well, I mean, it's very hard to transmute this into a film and like build a full civilization. But this is essentially two of the books. The third one, I think they would have finished up. The third one, they're just like, we're trying to get back to Earth. They're like,
okay.
Because that's the whole thing about the Messiah, I guess. Which it's a lot. The Messiah is promised because the old man is like wants to go back to Earth and wants to send a thing back to Earth. So all of the inbred weird lunar kids all get the assumption that they're going to go to Earth with him. So they believe that the Messiah is going to walk down the mountain, and then he has a rocket ship, and he's like, I'm gonna like you won't
take them. You'll all ascend into this greater place that is.
Yeah, but also they won't have to deal with the Shern, like the birds anymore that keep raping them. So it's like it makes sense why they would want to get off the planet because the birds are like the
Did we mention this movie is nuts? By the way, this movie's nuts.
what's up with them birds?
I mean, first time you see one of them, you're like, "What the what?
Yeah.
What is going on? What is this?"
But it's like reference that the birds rape people in the movie, but in the book, I think the birds are just always like picking up women and just like fucking them and then dropping them. And you see this, they don't really explicitly talk about it, but the deathlings are the half Shern, half selenite, which is they don't use the term selenite in the movie, but selenites are like the inbred human kind of things.
Yeah,
so
that's like the offspring. Yeah, I mean, like it's and the thing that you're not getting with us explaining this stuff is the visuals of this kind of thing, where you're like, there's a whole lot of what am I looking at? What is that thing up to? Like, I mean, and the answer is normally no good, by the way.
And then and then like soliloquies that have nothing to do with what you're
and then like just the whole monologues about that, like wow, this is heady. Okay,
there's like these repetitive like things that I just find so fascinating. Like the repetitive I like whatever, like I am an animal. Like, but like I am not like of an animal, but we are the same, but we are not the same because I am like an animal all the time. Like that's what the Shern
Yeah, I'm consistent. You're not.
Yeah, I live honestly because I'm like an animal essentially, and you're only like like you act like an animal sometimes, but you're not really an animal. He's like, so I am of you, but you're not of me. And I did the speech. I mean, I did the speech in our when I did my intro or whatever.
That's right. Yeah.
It's like it's a Zalowski thing too. I feel like.
I feel that shows up in his other movies too. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's obsessed with this kind of the notion of like me, myself, and the other.
He also tries to Reddit guy the tries to Reddit guy the Shern when he's like, I'm feeling a star, and he's like, a star? You think Earth is a star? And he's like, well, I'm trying to star. And he's like, you think it's a planet, bro? Like,
yeah, and
do that to the bird creature I'm tied up. He's doing the same thing as like the mentalist, where he's like, all right, I'm getting like
it's a name that starts with an it starts with the R, and I'm just staring at him.
It's a planet. There's a solar system. There's a galaxy. Am I right?
Yeah,
I bet I'm right.
Many years later, a planetary scientist named Merrick travels to the planet. When he arrives, the priests in power believe him to be the returning old man and declare Merrick to be the Messiah, who, according to prophecy, must free humans from the power of telepathic bird-like humans called Sherns, the planet's native inhabitants. Yeah, I mean, every word of that is what happens. that is in fact true.
Every rose has its churns. There's they kind of very slowly introduced the concept of bird people, like
to the point that you're like, is that just a weird dude? Like, what is happening here? Is like, what's this guy up to? And oh, damn, it's like full on bird dude.
It makes me wonder if Dan Harmon came up with the idea of like the Birdman. It's like Rick from Rick and Morty is like best friends, like half man, half bird.
Yeah, well, that's the DC the DC character Birdman as well. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he Silver Globed at one point or another. Seems like the kind of guy who would. America accepts the role and leads a military campaign against the Sherns. So they're
because he thinks the Sherns are not like, he sees the guy like, I mean, it's clear like guys in costumes, like
like whatever, we can take these guys.
I felt really bad for the guy. Guy clearly didn't want to be there when they were doing the scene where he's splashing around in the water and he's in his bird costume, and they're like Zawalski basically used some kind of like charismatic hypnosis almost to be like, you will go into the water, and the guy clearly didn't want to go in the water.
Well, it's probably cold as hell, and he's like, it's gonna be soaking wet.
Like,
yeah.
You want me to go to the beach so you just blew up and go in the water? Yeah,
that's exactly.
Also,
I was
wasn't
trying
it
to remember
cold when they were filming?
Yeah, I think that's why. I think
the temperature was also cold.
But he's in this giant, like that giant bird costume too, and it's like
it's getting wet, and that's gonna really well. In that same way that like when they had the telephone poles buried in the beach, they had those dudes scuttle up there because he wanted to get all close shots of them, and so they'd scuttle up there and be like impaled through the butthole on these poles, and then like after they took their shots, they would like hustle back down and take like big drinks of vodka to warm up, and then they would have to go back for like more coverage, have to go back up the poles again. And do you see what I want to pitch this movie about the making of this movie, because that's hilarious.
The filming locations in this are kind of insane. Of course, Crimea is part of this. They're in Crimea at one point. The desert of Pustina, I can't even pronounce it. Pustina Blauska, the Polish desert. I guess I didn't know that was a thing. But then they go to the Caucasus in Georgia, the Gobi Desert in Mongolia.
The Gobi Desert is where all that, which has yet to show up in any of these synopses, I might add. But what an evocative visual that is! Talk about the dune of it all, right? I mean, it's like, oh man, this is like
in my head, like I don't know, like I always feel like in my head, I'm like every desert is like either Arizona or like the Sahara, but then I remember the Gobi Desert. That is not like the Gobi Desert's more like it's way farther up than anything like that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, and usually you can high versus low desert, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, they're very different kind of deserts, and it does look very otherworldly in the same way that like Joshua Tree does, right? Where it's like if you've never been there, you're like, what planet is this? I'm like, oh, it's Southern California.
Yeah, this is crazy. I'm looking at locations or whatever.
Yeah.
This is the Gdynia City Beach. That's like the beaches that they were filming on for a lot of it. But it's like it's so interesting with people on it, like just regular people on it.
It just looks like a beach. It looks like people's having a day, right? And it's like, oh man, it was a wild ass dude.
There's a whole lot of shit going on.
It was like an alien war happening here.
If you're based in Gdansk, I'm not based in Gdansk.
It's the closest stop. Oh, here they are. Having a beach day.
It's Brighton Beach, but it's
watch for the Sherns.
It's like Brighton Beach, but it's just the actual Polish one instead of like the Russians that just hang out there in New York City.
I imagine like a Tim Robinson bit that has that like pastoral beach scene. Then you have like dudes dressed up as Sherns coming in, just like wrecking the place, like knocking over the beach umbrellas and whatnot. Oh no, it's a bunch of Sherns.
They're actually indigenous. That's their beach.
Yeah, it's their. They actually have a right to be there. It's their land. Stolen land. Back on Earth, we learned the reason Merrick was sent to this planet was because his actress girlfriend was sleeping with a fellow officer.
He gets cuckolded, which is a big. It's a big thing for.
I'm like, so I'll skip.
Yeah, more cuckolding. Yeah, I know. It seems like it's a always common theme.
He's very frightened about that. He's like, and like, because he felt I don't even think he did get cuckolded. Like, but like he had.
But it
the
was like,
first-
but if I did, it would feel pretty bad. I bet. Let me write multiple movies that have that as a plot
I
point.
mean, I found that documentary like, going into his mental state, like his son going into his mental state, so interesting.
Yeah,
because it's like they had broken up, and then the real cuckolding for him was that the guy stayed and had no interest in making movies. Like, while his, he's like he has this really hot model wife, and he's like, I'll hang around the house and like help take care of the kids. Unlike your husband, who's like, now stuck in France and can't come back to Poland, and it's like, he's livid about it, and he's like, that guy stayed, and it's like, yeah, but you clearly weren't going to, like, even if you were in Poland, like,
like Zwolski, like I feel like he's like, so like someone could make just a whole movie just about him and every film.
Oh yeah,
like he's like insanity. And like kind of like the way he is, I almost feel like is very much.
It made so much more sense. Right. It made so much more sense that everyone's like, oh, he was just like the most handsome guy in Poland, and it's like, and it's like, okay, that makes a lot more sense why this guy is like this, like,
and of course his lady is like just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, and he has to like leave the country for
like
again. All of this will be in my screenplay about the making of this movie called Silver Globe, which maybe I'll pitch that to Adam McKay. You'll see what he says.
Everybody on the crew looks like a potato, like essentially, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
He's wearing like this bright orange, like French French jumpsuit or whatever at one point, and everyone else looks like, I don't know, like 19th century peasants, and like
they're getting ready for their potato. They're getting ready for their potato allocation. Thank you.
But no, but he's like a foot taller than them too, which has to add like such insult to injury. Like, that's why it's why they're like, this guy's like ET to us, but it's like that's
right. Yeah, and of all things to say,
I laughed so
you
hard.
couldn't pick a hotter alien. Okay,
like as a guy that's had like a friend, like close friends that are like incredibly like handsome and like kind of arrogant about stuff, like knowing some of those, like, I don't know, I just laughed so hard with the guys, like, yeah, he's like ET to us, and I'm like, that's not what he looks like, but that's amazing.
Okay, so actress girlfriend asleep with the fellow officer. They wanted to get rid of him to continue their affair.
Such like just direct cuckolding too, because it's like, you're his actress girlfriend, really?
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's real, exactly, real subtle there, bud. Okay, and cool, but is that super relevant to the plot? I guess. I mean, I guess that's why he's here, but like it does seem a little bit like, all right.
It comes out of left field. Kind of like the shot back to you. It's kind of
I like that the guy.
It's weird to spend time on that. Yeah.
I like that she ultimately sends the guy to the planet to help out her ex-boyfriend, but he gets there too late. I like that. He's like, I'm here, and the guy's like on a cross, and he's like,
too late.
They're like, you're the Messiah.
At first, the humans succeed and capture the Shern leader, Avius. Good name for a bird creature. But the subsequent landing in the Shern city ends in disaster. Certainly does. That's one way to phrase it.
They create like the massiveness of the Shern city, but it's only for 3 minutes.
Yeah. It's
and he runs in with it. He has like a rocket launcher at one point. He's like running into the Shern city with a rocket launcher.
Consider how much time spent in the car in the middle of the desert and like running around in the cave monologuing. You think they could spend a few more minutes on the Shern city
in the salt mine?
Yeah, exactly.
I think Kristina's
interesting decision.
Kristina's creating Shern City right now on The Sims.
Yeah, exactly. So that is one of those. You have to pay kind of close attention to this movie.
There has to have been
into it.
There has to have been probably more that he was going to shoot in the Shern City, though.
It probably one can imagine that was footage that.
But also, it's like they're living in like I kind of felt bad for them. They're living in like huts, and they're like, there's like a city over there.
Yeah, an actual city.
At one point, and then they get there. Like I think like they don't show it because I think another thing that they probably would have shot if they had more time. But it's like they get to the Shern City and obviously get slaughtered by these bird creatures. Like that's their first contact or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like they're living on the beach in huts, and they're like, dude, it's like a city over there.
Yeah, you don't have to live on this beach.
Like a really big city. Like
we're living in these shitty ass huts and just
I saw a city over there, and there's a lot of there's nests. I see some nests.
Well, yeah, they're thinking that, and meanwhile, like they're doing Send Help with Rachel McAdams and Sam Raimi on their in space.
That, but like with eyes on there.
Right, sure, yeah.
They're doing the Guillermo del Toro Send Help.
It's important to note because we have not mentioned on air that
I thought that would
that was good. That was good. That was good. I saw. I didn't mean to railroad you on that. That scenes that he did not get to finish, they're replaced by him going around the city and telling you what he would have shot.
Would have done, yeah. That's exactly I was going to.
I am very handsome. I am.
So if you haven't watched this film and you don't know, like, if you haven't watched the film and you don't know any of the backstory, you're probably going to be like, "What the fuck is going on?
Why am I in a subway suddenly? Like, what's happening?"
Yeah. So suddenly, and then you hear the director's voice telling you essentially, this is what was meant to be shot in this part of the film, and he kind of like tells you. So that's kind of
I got very distracted by the Polish people going down the escalator.
Yeah, on the escalator. Yeah, like it's kind of a weird detour throughout the film as well, because you're watching all.
Maybe it was French people. I don't know where he ended up shooting, because he lived in France by that point. I know, but I think it is Poland. It's like
it is Poland. Yeah, like he went back and got like B-roll. Essentially parts of
all Polish people's faces, and he thought that would be less distracting somehow than like because at one point he goes into the woods and it's like I can pay attention to what he's saying, but the second he goes down the escalator, I'm like, this guy's interesting. Like, look at this guy.
When I first watched it, I thought the visuals were. I was like, oh, is this important to the story somehow? Is this like the world back on Earth and we're supposed to pay attention? No, he's just literally running around the subway. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
He's just
he didn't get to shoot.
Which is kind of a weird. It's kind of a weird, like comparison that you suddenly we got modern Poland.
Right. Yeah. It's very jarring. After being
as modern as Poland will ever get.
But it's also kind of it's also kind of voyeuristic, and there's something enjoyable. To me, there was something enjoyable about watching that and actually hearing like that side of him discussing what this should have been and that should have been, and like. I felt like I was on the journey of the film with him, even though.
Yeah, some of the stuff. It's like, all right, now imagine like a rocket hits.
BTS before there was BTS.
I think it works though because it's so dialogue heavy, and there's this visual intensity that happens for so long, and everyone's monologuing to this one, this one's monologuing back to that one, and then suddenly like, all right, so this is what it would have happened, and you're like, whoa, hey, so it's jarring, but like in a way, it's kind of a break.
It's just breathe up for a second. Like
there's certain moments where there are things that I'm like, I really wish I would have enhanced the experience to actually see that. Like the rocket ship crashing into the mountain is a perfect example. Or he didn't get to shoot. I mean, it's not like obviously it's not his fault. Like he didn't get to shoot Mark actually coming down the mountain and like the monks. So and I feel like that would have like you wouldn't just be thrown into this thing where it's just like, oh, all right, now we're on a battlefield. You would have had more like space to actually watch this kind of ascension down the mountain or whatever. And it's like, I don't know. It just a few of them made me kind of wistful. Where I'm just like, I really wish I could see the thing he's describing.
So, but in order for him to like, he wanted to do that to finish it the best he could because it had been this great like unfinished thing that was like loom large in his mind, and so he did so in like May '88, and so it premiered at Cannes, and it was nominated, didn't win for Uncertain Regard. So obviously it was something where
you did win.
I don't. That is a good question.
I mean, how could it not win something? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
What is it up against?
Well, it won. There's a Polish film festival award for the Museum of Cinematography. It won for that.
Yeah, because inside of Cannes, they had this thing where it's this guy was bringing the Polish band films, like a bunch of them. So he was playing a lot of them, and he was doing it because it's like they were like I mean it's still kind of the end of the Cold War, so it's obviously like very, like it's controversial. We're doing Cold War shit where people stuck their films out of Poland, and we're like breaking down the Iron Curtain.
Of him at Cannes, like introducing it, kind of broke my heart a little bit.
Yeah,
like when he's like introducing it, I'm kind of like, oh man, like this, like it's such a monumental like project.
The Palme d'Or was Pelle the Conqueror by Billy August.
All right, sure, I believe you. I don't know what that is, but I bet my money would have been on Silver Globe. But
Yeah.
I mean, they might have won other stuff. I was just this is the.
Okay, so the
Willow closed out the 1988 Con Festival.
Oh wow. Okay.
Willow.
Willow.
It's in Willow. I mean, hey, I like Willow.
I like Willow too, but yeah, it was okay. All right, Shern City.
Oh, Shern City. Yeah, I'm gonna be your landlord.
The priests start to believe that Merrick was an outcast from the earth rather than a messiah who came to fulfill the religious prophecy. Whoops! How quickly they turn.
We heard this. Did you get cuckolded? Look. I don't.
Can't have a messiah who gets cuckolded. Sorry, it's the law.
I don't believe it personally, but this rumors were flying around that I had to ask.
It's a Shern thing, but like we kind of need them to be on board with this.
They do know everything that's going on in your mind. I'm surprised they weren't like, hey, your girlfriend's fucking the guy who gets to he gets to just be on the cozy job where he gets to be on the big computer screen and he's like, I sent the other guy to the planet.
To my romantic rival to a different planet. Great.
And then his girlfriend's already tired of him too, and it's like clear they're not it's clearly miserable. She's like, yeah, I'm tired of this. And he's like, let us fuck, and she's like, I do not want to fuck you. No, go back, and then she sends him to the planet, and it's like, maybe he's wanting to be alone on this planet.
It gets too late. Merrick is stoned and then crucified. So true. I mean, this is some pretty, heady religiosity, religious overtones. Not since Kenneth Anger, has there been.
Oh, he fucks it. Like the whole thing is he's supposed to defeat the that's his whole you're supposed to defeat the Sherns, and then he shows that everyone's been people have been I think some of the most jarring shots in the whole thing are the men put up on those pikes that are stabbed because they're birds, so they can drop people down. The first time I was like, wow, they really put them up there. And then I was thinking about it, I was like, oh right, they're birds. They dropped them onto the pike.
They're like.
But there's there's I don't know. There's 15 of them, and they all have people on it.
And they were going up on there, filming their stuff, and then sliding down, and then drinking a bunch of vodka and trying to warm up, and then he had them go back up afterwards, they get more coverage.
One guy was miserable.
Yeah. So a lot of this kind of pairs with the Ken Russell The Devils, which at this point would have been 4 years earlier, something along those lines, relatively recent.
We should do that, by the way.
Do The Devils? Oh, I'd be way down to that. Yeah,
I'm keen as a bean. I rewatched it 3 weeks ago.
Eileen did a episode of it on Film Suck, and I was like, oh yeah, that'd be a really interesting one to cover. That'd be interesting.
We gotta close out our Zalowski thing by doing The Devil and his.
We can do The Devil and The Devils. You Devil extravaganza.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's actually, I've heard worse ideas. I pitched worse ideas. What am I saying? This is all very affecting. I think doubly so if you. When it was I have no idea why I was targeted. Maybe he saw all the crucifixion stuff. I don't know. That's maybe that I don't. Maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe it didn't. But it seems like when you're
chill up, Ryan. What they say. Some things in life are bad. It can really make you mad. I did have a thought that the end of it, you cut out the sound in the end of it, and you just put always look on the bright side
always
of life.
Look on the bright side of life. You could do an edit of it, where you do that. That would be for 4 people, 2 of which are on stream right now.
I have on the Silver Globe downloaded to my computer in the full HD now. So it's I was thinking about doing that, but then I was like, there's so much I need to do for the show. So
I know we have too much going on. Yeah, that would be
and for the 5-6 hours of election coverage that we did the other day.
Anyway,
there was I had one other thing that I wanted to say. Oh, even the crucifixion is weird because it's not a cross, but it's like a cross. It's just different enough that it's they had it explained to them. I'm assuming at some point like the Christian, the story was explained to them, but it's like they didn't really know what a cross was, so they crucify him onto like this thing that's vaguely kind of cross-like.
Right.
And
Well, and that's interesting too, because it's
hand,
like
too.
that. It's a generational game of telephone of
Yeah, it looks like
changing.
it's like a telephone pole with a U kind of thing.
Yeah.
They had bought like a synthetic hand to do this with, and it just didn't look realistic. So Zawalski and like a couple of the special effects people went to an actual like the morgue hospital, like one of those medical schools, and they got a literal hand, like
You got an actual hand. Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
So when you see the hand getting pounded by the
Oh yeah,
nail,
that's
it's an actual like
actual.
hand.
Also, the visual of that scene, like with the crucifixion, like now we've got like we've gone through all of these different people, the different we got the bloody tribal kind of thing, we got the churns, we got all this stuff, and now we're at the crucifixion, and they got blonde bulb cuts and kind of green makeup on. You know what I mean? In the scene, it's kind of like there's so many like polarizing like visuals and the colors and like everything. But yeah,
and again, this movie never lets up with like the arresting visuals. And we mentioned the the methodology that was used later for both Peter Jackson, Sam Raimi, like in the early Evil Deads, like that sort of fast moving camera. That's like it's just these technological marvels at the time that just wasn't done in film. But like a lot of the visuals just have to do with them just like being in these places, these crazy places that look like otherworldly. If you weren't like on a beach holiday like those people in that earlier picture Forrest put up, you're like, wow, that does look indeed like an alien planet, or it's a beach.
That's probably the best day that any of those Polish people have ever had.
Right? Yeah. It's a beach, but it's like, yeah, they got beaches in space too.
I got to go to the beach once. It was fun. I had a good day at the beach. Okay, that's the best day a Polish guy's ever had.
All right,
so many extras as well. Like just
I had to look at this to be like, am I just being racist right now? But something about Polish, the way, like at least in the kind of the hysterical tempo of this movie, it almost sounds like Japanese, or like it sounds like an East Asian language to me a little bit, like the way that the Polish was being spoken at least. And I ended up like getting down a rabbit hole where it's like there's these weird connections between Polish and Asiatic languages. You're like, no, that's not something that's like just in your head. Like there's actual similarities there between some of the early Asian languages and Polish. And I'm like, okay, good. I'm not just, I don't know. There's something about it that reminded me of like it reminded me of like a Kurosawa movie or something. Like
yeah, I could see that. And like Zalowski even like said that like the books themselves were like incredibly sad and depressing, which is like what he like vibe with on them, because like
he was sad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because he it fit his mood, right?
It probably is a great feeling though. Like if your great uncle like wrote these like crazy books or whatever, like bleak books, and you're like going through like massive depression, and you're like, my great uncle felt this too. Like I bet there's like a transcendental feeling there where you're like that. I bet there's like a feeling that it's like that feels like kind of good, where you're like this is like a melancholy of the centuries or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that holds true.
Did you also get cuckolded by your actress girlfriend? And his uncle's like, yes, I did. And he's like, whoa.
There's also a there's also like a cool link between his great uncle. What do you? I can't like reverse it. It's like, you know what I mean, like great nephew and great. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Look at all that shit.
Grand nephew.
Yeah. Like he had like all these like really cool people stay with him, like at the time when he was like writing this and stuff, and he had like a really influential anthropologist like staying with him, and like they were kind of talking about how like the documentation and all that kind of stuff kind of like mixed with that, with him hanging out with this guy who was like one of the kind of pioneering guys.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. By the way, the Wikipedia entry for the books it's like Ghostbusters level. Like it's like there's so much detail. It's like the other end of it. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
That's why reading 5 hours from now.
That's why I said like I got all these details from that, like reading through the entirety of it. I got fascinated by it. Which I don't know. My ADHD kind of gets me down these crazy. Does Polish sound like Japanese? And also
I feel like the books are like going into like Reddit, even though it's not. You know what I mean? Like it's like for this film, the books are like going into like the deep dark like Reddit, but it's like the lore and the like stuff,
which is insane for like 1903. Like, I mean, I guess like you can go back to like Odyssey and Iliad or something. That there's just so much that they kind of give you in like a short amount of space. But it's like I don't know. It just feels like the world that they're kind of trying to build, at least well, maybe it's not a world because it's the moon, but the moon that they're trying to build is very detailed. They're doing a lot of like real world building.
This third book sounds insane. So like I guess they first of all they have a civil war, no big deal, and then they take Merrick's two like subsidiary Selenite characters like fly back to Earth.
Yeah,
and they land in the Sahara Desert.
The Messiah thing where they were like this guy will take us back to Earth.
But they land in the Sahara Desert, so they think the Earth's uninhabited because they're in the Sahara, and then they find the Sphinx, and then they like with an Arab trader. Like this is like. There's no way you could. I mean, I'm amazed you fit the two books into one movie. You know?
I can't believe you predicted Israel like that.
Oh, come on. And then they ban books and like
it really is a Ghostbusters level. Although the third one is not as long. The other ones are like paragraph. They said the second one is the most complicated out of all of them.
Well, and then the whole thing ends with like anti-intellectual authoritarian regimes consolidating their hold on power on Earth and the moon.
You didn't need to go to the moon for that.
Yeah, exactly. You got that at home.
You live in Poland in the 1910s.
They abolished science. Anyway, whatever. It's crazy. None of that's in this movie, which has plenty of plot. But
it just sounds like Tsarist Russia. It's like you didn't have to go all the way to the moon to find that.
Well, it's interesting because if you think about the source material, who did you have? You had like H.G. Wells, right? Jules Verne. That's about it, right? I mean, if you think about it, like in terms of this,
it's funny that the interpretations part literally just says has likely been influenced by H.G. Wells, Jules Verne.
Who else would it be? I mean, like there was nothing really of its like in that way, and the
only other person the only other like which is kind of funny. The only other person that they've kind of compared him to in the thing is Stanislaus Lem, who wrote Solaris.
He did, but that was way later. Stanislaus Lem wasn't born until 1921.
But I'm saying, like in the interpretation,
this guy was
the only other one that really come up with.
Yeah, I mean, Lem which I've read Solaris. I like it better than the movie. Either one.
But yeah, that was the 60s. But it's just funny that like that's the next thing that they could really come up because they would have to do like 3. They're like, oh, what else can we throw in there?
Anyway, on the Silver Globe, that's the plot summary, such as it is. We're trying to give as much context as possible. This is a movie you really have to see.
It's on.
I firmly believe it.
You can't. You can't like just say, "Hey, this is a film about blah" to anyone. You have to. It's actually one of those situations where it's like you must see it yourself.
This is a movie about poles on the moon.
For the arresting visuals alone, for the filmatic technique, with the crane shots and the handheld stuff that is just literally decades ahead of its time, and for the sort of sliding doors esqueness of it, that this was being filmed the same year as Star Wars, the same time. It's crazy. It's crazy how ahead of its time this was. But how different it feels than literally anything else. But I mean, to say that it's like Dune, before Dune had ever been adapted is kind of true. And literally the books were written before Dune. So Herbert, got some words for you.
They have on YouTube, if you type in On the Silver Globe English sub, the one I saw was Arcanum Naturae. They managed to preserve like the quality a lot more than the other ones. But and they had the actual they had the subs, I think, on the actual thing instead of like because I was trying to download it for the
as separate files or something. Well, so here's my question: where's Criterion? Where's Criterion for this? You know, come on, this is the perfect
it wasn't
Criterion.
it was put out by another one of those companies that got the right, or I don't know if it's got the rights, but it's they had a release, a Blu-ray release, and it's a different
Yeah, it's
these are one of those companies.
Well, I think that whoever has the rights should absolutely positively make sure that it's available, not through a website that feels like you're going to download a Trojan, a virus, and it's 17 pounds of cookies that are going to track everything you do for the next 15 years.
Yeah, I think you can internet. What's it called? Internet Archive. They do have. I think they have a copy as well. That's not all funky, but yeah, there's. Why isn't someone streaming it? Yeah, that like yet makes no sense.
I don't know. There's a bunch of them on YouTube for free. And,
yeah, there is.
But why isn't there like a good like?
Oh,
so
movie.
here's what I would do.
Movie's playing it, guys.
It was on Netflix.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Movie, yeah,
Netflix,
movie has it.
Netflix had it at one point, but it's one of those ones where they have a page for it, and then it's just like
disappears.
Yeah.
I would say right. So the one you talked about, Forrest, there's at the time of this recording, there is that Arcanium Nature account has a decent rip of it that's like the full thing, but this should have a nice physical release. You get the documentary with it, you get all the attendant, because there's so much. We could just do a podcast that doesn't even.
So Mondo Vision released 4K Blu-ray edition with over 5 hours of extras.
Yeah, I think they got it. I think they got it
Okay.
before Criterion. I couldn't remember the name of the. They got it.
Yeah.
They got it before Criterion could.
Yeah,
somebody-
and then there's
all right.
someone called Eureka Entertainment, Masters of Cinema, who did it prior. But yeah, the Mondo Vision version seems to be the most elite one.
Okay, well, good on you guys, Mondo Vision. That's it.
They have a I didn't get. I only saw a couple minutes of it. They have a doc. They have like an extra documentary. That's like a long conversation with Zawalski that somebody made in like the 70s or 80s or not. I don't actually. Might have been the early 2000s. Somebody made this documentary a while back about the making of it, but it's like a 47-minute documentary. It's not like the the one where it's everybody. So it's mostly Zawalski. I think they're talking about it with.
Right.
But there's like 3 minutes of the documentary on YouTube, and it's interesting. He's like just kind of bitching about stuff.
Yeah. As one does, yes. Yeah, cool. So there's a 4K UHD of that, and then all right. So yeah, I mean, go get that. Went to the Mondo website, and I got a certificate warning. So I was like, that doesn't bode well. But yeah, on the Silver Globe. All right. So of course, Letterboxd. I can't believe I'm doing this bit for this movie, but here we are. Letterboxd, of course, is a film site for film lovers talk out within to each other about the movies that they love, maybe the movies they didn't love.
This would be more a Letterboxd paragraph because they're always more.
Yeah. Yeah, again, you're stepping on the bit because I was gonna say maybe the movies that you just either write a 4-page essay on or just say, "Bro, I was so confused," and. Of course, this is a bottom-up democracy. Everybody gets to have their say. Everyone gets a time and opine about the movies, not just Siskel's and Eberts of the world. And these are collected weekly by yours truly for Forrest and the panel, which in this case is Renee, to react to in real time. That's what this bit is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners, believe it or not, for On the Silver Globe. Let's go. Guys, it's really hard to be a god. Like, so hard.
Guys, it is really hard to be a god. Like, so hard. You're getting cuckolded left and right. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. The cuckolding alone, it's not worth it. It's like you think you'd be a god, you wouldn't have to worry about that kind of thing. But here we are. Even in a truncated form, or maybe because of it, this goes hard as hell.
Yeah. There's a couple of things though, like, oh man, I wish they shot it. But for the most part, I think we got like the meat of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Fred Willard in a mighty wind voice. What happened? That's my favorite, by the way. What happened? Did I understand this? No. Did I thoroughly enjoy it? Yes.
Someone had a really good I don't know, I was reading like a Reddit thing or whatever, and they were just like, look, just you pick out like just a few thematic points and just continually pay attention to those throughout. And it's like you have to read it that way rather than like trying to grab it all at once. And then obviously you're probably watching more than once, but it's they're like, just pick out some thematic elements that like come across the film and then kind of put them into a patchwork. And I was like, that makes a lot more sense than trying to digest all of this.
I needed whatever the fuck Polish filmmakers were on during the 70s and 80s.
Probably a beverage with a lot of C's and X's and Z's. All their words.
Hashtag release the Snyder cut.
No.
Snyder's on the Silver Globe. Can you imagine?
He just takes all the blue and all these like all the cool colors and just they're gone.
Yeah.
They're gray.
Exactly. Well, washed out. I've never been so confused in my whole life.
Look, I like the first time watching this through, that's how I felt. And I wrote something on like Letterboxd where I was like, look, I'm gonna have to watch this again and then give like a longer review because right now I don't know.
It takes a while to like, yeah, when I first watched it, I was like, I'm gonna think about this for a little bit before I type anything.
Yeah.
Like the Books of Jacob, but with weird space turkeys. I think you need to watch this 10 more times to figure out what's happening. There you go. Space turkeys. Being God sucks.
Yeah. They never tell you that.
Yeah. Rarely is it mentioned. Those are the Letterboxd one-liners, believe it or not. For On the Silver Globe, you can follow the show at our Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra, where we have all the attendant short-form content from this very show, as well as long-form write-ups and lists, theme months, all the various things that we do.
I don't have like Letterboxd or otherwise, I don't have the self-discipline to like write something as short for a movie like this as just Being God sucks. Like it is a good summation, but it's like, yeah, I just don't have that. Like, I'm just like, I want people to know, like, I really watched it.
Yeah. Well, it's not. Yeah. I mean, there's a longer story to that as well. One of the reasons why that bit exists is it's extremely not my thing.
Yeah.
Like, extremely. I am the dead opposite of that.
It's Kristina's thing on Letterboxd.
I
don't think she wants to be on there that much. Just
I can't go either way. I'm like torn. I want to write an essay, but I can't because it'll keep going. I'm like a thesis type person. If I write one thing, it's got to be super funny, but it's not enough. So I kind of just don't. I just do the numbers.
I just end up trying to say something that like maybe other people like that I haven't seen yet or something, and then it's like I end up writing a bunch of stuff, and it's like, I don't know, like, what the fuck am I trying to prove? I'm just logging movies. Like,
please follow your host, Man on the Moon, at Always Flacco, so you can see exactly what he's talking about as being Hamlet on the app over there.
A lot of Batman.
a lot of Batman these days. Yeah. I'm the Astronaut Messiah at Conan Neutron. Follow me along for the highbrow, the midbrow, the populist fair. Literally just watched the new Spider-Man movie. Very good, by the way. Very good. Of course, I'm a Spider-Man fan.
Eileen likes it, and she does not like such things.
Yeah, it's the best live action Spider-Man movie since the first two Raimi ones.
Where
and I say that very seriously.
When I don't think I'm gonna watch it in theaters, but when it's streaming, I might have to watch it.
And then follow me along as well for the Criterion Challenge 2026. I'm most of the way through it, but still going through a couple. Though I just watched Breaking the Waves, the Lars von Trier movie. Which was about I knew what I was getting into. I know what Lars von Trier does, like I knew it, but I was like, this is going to be quite the stunning contrast between Batman Begins and Spider-Man and then Breaking the Waves in between. Like, okay.
And on the Silver Globe, it's like
on the Silver Globe. Yeah. Rouge too. Yeah. I'm all over the place.
This was like a much needed, I think, breather, because I watched way too much Batman in a row.
I suppose this is a safe enough space. Doing blockbuster month and then the Nolan Batmans. I am so exhausted from that type of movie. Like I all I want to see is like art house stuff right now. Like I have no desire. Like the only reason I want to go see Spider-Man is every time I logged into Facebook.com, I saw 15 different spoilers like 8 hours after it came out. Where I'm like, why is this? I never asked for this.
Spider-Man goes into the metaverse.
Yeah. When he does this, and like you're saying this, like we all have seen this movie. Some of us like don't watch things the day it comes out. Sorry.
I kind of like binged the entire. I don't know why I did it to myself. I should have just paced myself, but I binged all three Nolan Batmans in a row.
And then
I went and saw The Invite.
Oh man!
And then I watched Then I watched the first Tim Burton Batman, and then I watched On the Silver Globe.
Oh man!
Oh god!
Yeah, I'm super excited for Teenage Sex and Death of Cat Miasma.
Oh wow!
I'm super excited for that.
I'm dying.
It's not playing anywhere near me. I may have to watch it on the drive out to tour. I'm not even kidding, because it's not playing anywhere in the state of Wisconsin that I'm aware of, which is sadly very on brand. But I'm really looking forward to that.
They put out this video of like Hannah Einbender like looking hot as fuck, but she had like blood all over her, but also like her ass was kind of out, and like you know like, and she's wearing like this really like skimpy shirt, but also covered in blood. And I was like, I don't know, I have conflicting feelings right now.
Well, it had me at Gillian Anderson. So.
Gillian Anderson is the other lead. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I thought very highly of I saw the TV Glow, and I'm very excited for this. Let's put it that way. We'll see. I'm very excited for it, and I'm very excited it's a different kind of movie that's not a gigantic blockbuster. Because I'm just getting sick of this crap, frankly. If I had to do this for a job, man, I'd be getting paid good, and I wouldn't be. But I've enjoyed every episode we've done. Proud we are of all of them. I'm just saying. I'm
Batman shows up at Camp Miasma.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like, you know,
I'm Camp Miasma. Let me in.
You know what helped make this Lars von Trier movie more interesting? If Batman showed up. Yes, we got Spider-Man swinging through.
There's
Samantha Morton whores herself out to a subway command.
Nymphomaniac in Batman.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. Yeah. Exactly. Where's that crossover? Anyway, at Renee Bruin. Renee's on your Letterboxd as well. Please follow her. She doesn't do the long form reviews, but please follow her because I said so. God damn it. That's why I say to do it. She's one of my favorite people. Let's hit it with the plugs.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going, since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra, where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Jesus Christ. I mean, we're so earlier today in our current timeline, I had Michael Hampton of Parliament Funkadelic on.
Nice.
The guitar player, Kid Funkadelic, the guy who took over Eddie Hazel's. Great conversation. Super cool. Really good stuff. And then earlier this week on my normal slot.
I never could swim.
The normal slot, I have Blog Dolly of the Dwarves on, which also was a great episode as well. Both those are up patreon.com/ProtonicReversal, $1 a month advance access in the main feed next week, ProtonicReversal.com for the archives. Dave Ketching of my friend Dave Ketching from Desert Sessions, Rancho de la Luna, Queens of Stone Age, Eagles of Death Metal, Earthlings, what have you. Going to be on for the first time since I want to say 2018. I didn't realize it had been that long, but like he launched his mezcal brand and so many other things like since then. We recorded the Household Gods record at his studio. I mean, there's so much stuff has happened since then. A whole pandemic has happened. So that'll be happening Monday because I'm just going nuts with those Protonic episodes before I leave for tour with Conan Neutron, The Secret Friends. Of course, West Coast tour coming up with the Null, playing San Francisco, Sacramento, Portland, Eureka, Portland, Seattle with the Null, and then the Caterpillar West on September 4th and 5th in Los Angeles, Permanent Records with Mike Watt, Gay Atheist, Elephant Rifle, so many great bands. Caterwallwest.com for advanced tickets for that. Those are up and selling now. Not a big place, people. Not a big place, people. So if you're looking to go, you should buy advanced tickets. And Jumpstart Plowhards are playing on the Friday, which also has Mike Watt, and it's Todd from Toys to Kill and FYP and whatnot. And Mike Watt and the Second Men are playing Our Day, which is the organ band. So it's the Missing Men, which is like the power trio that's with guitar. This is with organ, and it's pretty cool. So check that out, CaterwallWest.com. And then Detroit, Milwaukee, and Minneapolis, the 11th, 12th, and 13th of September. That's everything. It's confirmed. NeutronFriends.com, NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com for the new record. We have a new Brian Walsby t-shirt that is going to be unveiled. You would have thought it would have been yesterday for Bandcamp Friday, but no, it will be out probably next week for pre-orders, and we'll also have them on this tour coming up. So check that out.
Nice. Are you gonna see Tony? Apparently it's we just got like the because we're all the A24 mailing list thing. Talking about how
the one Matt Johnson's Tony.
Yeah, but Jay McCarroll is doing the soundtrack, and it's like
and Dominic Sessna's playing.
Yeah.
I'm interested in it. You know how much I feel about biopics.
I heard like it's.
But I hear this is good. I mean,
I've heard it's interesting. It's like a small slice of a kitchen confessional. So it's like
so that's doing the right thing, not trying to do something.
The very first couple chapters, and after like they did the whole thing with BlackBerry, like so it's kind of trying to follow along.
I like BlackBerry, and Matt Johnson directed that too. So
that's why I said it. But they're talking about how like he kind of takes that same. Not same approach, but it's like just trying to do something more interesting, I guess, than it usually. But then there's all these things that are like, I don't know if a kind of cheery, like kind of fun one of these biopics. We all know what happened to Anthony Bourdain, and it's like, yeah, but not then. Like,
yeah. Well, look, I've been a fan of Dominic Sessa since Holdovers, and I'm excited to see him do anything. Again, without knowing the people involved, like that would be a pitch. I'm like, miss me with that, frankly. But I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it should be good. I'll give it a shot.
Of I definitely buy what this part of Bourdain's thing, whatever. This period of his life or whatever, he was kind of playing hooky from Vassar. So it's like, he ended up going to like the Massachusetts kind of seaside because he just didn't want to be in Poughkeepsie, stuck there. And I'm like,
picking his feet.
Yeah, but I'm like, I feel your brother. Like, it kind of sucks. The Vassar campus is kind of nice, but it's like, I don't know. He was going for like English lit or something, which is not what you think like Tony Bourdain. I mean, it's like a.
Anyway, stay tuned for that. Apparently,
I like Bourdain. So
I'll
watch. I don't know if it'll be a good film, but I like Bourdain, so I'll watch it.
Saying like it's. I don't know if anyone's saying like amazing, but it's like they're saying that it's decent. It's a small slice of like kitchen confessional, so it's like it's a very small period of his
life.
Chef.
Well, that dude's lived a lot of life, so or lived a lot of life. All right.
Well, the whole thing with him too is that like,
oh my God, we're over 2 hours. Can we wrap this up, please?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Renee, what do you got for plugs?
Look, I'm not going to plug much. Come follow me on everything as normal. Renee Ruin on absolutely everything. In 2 weeks. on night shift, I'll be doing Suspiria, which is also one of my favorite evers. So I'm really excited for that one. So come watch that. That'll be fun.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'm
a huge, I'm a
in,
huge Argento fan. So
when I was
Somebody
in
asked me if the night shift was a spin-off of Movie Night Extravaganza.
Oh, there you go.
And I said, let me think about that. And I was like, not really, but you could make a case, I guess. I like saying it's like our sister cousin.
On our cocky days, you can make a.
Oh yeah, exactly. Depending on how
when I was in Italy in May, I watched Suspiria on like a big TV at one of the Airbnbs.
So you got that coming up when now?
Yeah, so that is on the 22nd and 23rd. So yeah, I'm pumped for that. I'm really excited for that one because
that's gonna be great. You got the ladies back, got the coven back. The coven's back.
Yeah.
I'll drop another mixtape soon. It's nearly ready.
Nice.
And
I see you've been going kind of going ham with those like music reviews and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I should mention that. Yeah, I set up a Substack to just read other people's Substacks. And then
that's what I did too. Yeah.
We have a movie night one that we've never posted to.
Yeah, and then I noticed people were checking it out. So
I just use it to read other people's Substacks.
Yeah, people were checking it out, and then I realized
then I judge them. I've never seen a Substack that I really like, so I just kind of feel judgmental about whatever I've read on Substack.
Yeah, well, there's the notes and stuff, so it's kind of like Twitter.
I just think people need an editor. Like people need editors. Like it's just, hey, we've taken away editing as a thing now, and it's like, no, that's the thing you should keep. You you guys need that.
You're telling me this episode's 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 59 seconds. You're telling me we need editing.
But yeah. So if you can check out Substack, Renee Rue on Substack. I've got such a backlog of amazing content, and a lot of amazing music interviews, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm I'm actually going through and repurposing, bringing a lot of that back, flashback, so you can.
Well, because that's how I know you. Which henceforth is why you know the rest of us and why everyone from this world knows you is because you had the homie Paho on. And then then we just became friends after that.
Yeah. Paho will be in Australia soon, actually.
Which is funny because we recorded that at Rancho de la Luna, Dave Ketching's place. Dave Ketching's on Monday. So it's all connected, people. It's all connected.
Renee, let's hear some final thoughts.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I summed it up, I guess, at the beginning of the show. This is a massive.
Forrest should just be judgmentally looking at you while you try to get your final thoughts together.
You need an editor for response.
No, I love this film. This every single time I've watched it, it just is something epically amazing. The way it looks, the way it makes you feel. As I said earlier in the show, it's completely unflinching. It's agonizing at times, shit you can't look away from, but I feel like the story and the way the film was made is part and parcel of the whole thing, and just it's this kind of dark, meditation on humanity. I feel like it's kind of like our inevitable tendency to create structures and hierarchy and religion and violence and mythology, all of that stuff, power. And when given the opportunity to start again, we do the damn same thing. So it's kind of depressing. But it's for me, every time I watch it, I get something else out of it. And I love being able to talk to other people who've seen this movie and appreciate it as well. And just the way it was made, the visuals, everything about this film. I could talk forever about this film. I could talk for another 2 hours on it. So for me, it's a great film. If you haven't seen it, you should see it. As I said, you got to lock in. I think it's becoming very apparent that I'm really a Zworsky fan.
We gotta finish our trifecta with the devil.
Yeah,
trifecta with the devil.
That could be any number of things.
Yeah, I mean it's bleak, it's physical, it's aggressive, it's violent, but kind of exactly how life is, exactly how humanity is. So I think, I love it. The monologues are crazy. the philosophical side of everything is just, yeah, love it.
Conan, let's hear those final thoughts.
Yeah, so I mean, there is no movie like this, period, full stop. This is, I called it ambitious non-Euclidean geometry sci-fi. And I stand by that. But it doesn't, what I like most about it is it doesn't try to tell you how important that it is. It just is.
Yeah.
I mentioned that aggressive handheld style that later emulated by Peter Jackson, Blair Witch Project, Cloverfield, all that. Some really thrilling and kind of dangerous seeming cinematography going on a lot with the shots. It's crazy to think of an entire world in mythology as complex and far-reaching as Herbert's Dune, but like filming in like random forest deserts, caved, and like disused military bases, and landing it, like totally landing it. And then like to have your own government, in this case, the Polish Communist Party, fighting and sabotaging you, hiding and destroying and ruining your footage. Like, it's like cops busting up a transcendental basement punk rock show. We covered the plot as best we could with what we have. Books worth of wild stuff happens in between each sentence. Like Renee said, we like 3 more hours on this, and it would be a totally different show, right? And that's kind of one of the things that's really cool about it. I mean, this is a film that relentlessly swings for the fences at every moment, and it connects more often than not. It's very symbolic. So I think if you're capable of filling in the blanks with your imagination and any of the missing parts that are sublimated by the narration, that you'll find it very rewarding, especially in multiple watches. And the first time I thought it was Buñuel's Exterminating Angel, where it says you basically have a very compelling film with actors like stuck in a room. So Zulaski made like a pretty stunning humanist existential sci-fi masterpiece that definitely more thrilling than any of the Star Wars prequels, or anything Michael Bay's done. Even in recent examples, Prometheus tried to do some of this with exponentially more budget, but it came off as like tiresome and joyless to me. And what I would, to sum it up, I'll say Zulaski does more with Tom Baker era Doctor Who costumes, blue filters, and chemicals that turn fire green than any of those. People like to invoke Jodorowsky a lot, who I personally think is wildly overrated. But this is, Eastern Bloc ennui that transcends over and over again. There's a lot of acting histrionics and melodrama, but in a good way. It's deeply melodramatic. It's epic in scope. It is so horny. This movie is so horned up, but it's fascinating. It pulls you right along.
That was gonna be my joke. I was gonna say Jodorowsky's doing like maybe this is what it was gonna.
Absolutely. So go find it if you're possible. Get that release. Find it if you're someone that watch things on YouTube. Apparently, there's a pretty good rip of it on YouTube. Once again, there's no movie like this. And if you're someone that's interested, if that sentence excites you rather than like annoys you or fills you with ambivalence, then you need to check it out on the Silver Globe. And also, if you haven't seen it, if you listened to this entire episode, you're welcome. / I'm sorry.
Couple things. So instead of doing a Tuesday episode, we're doing Wednesday. Tuesday on this space, we're going to be doing election coverage again.
Oh yeah, for our governor's race in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
right.
for old Wisconsin over there, and I think there's a couple other states I want to say doing it on Tuesday as well. So yeah, we're going to be doing another thing of that. Last time was 5 hours and 45 minutes. I hope it's not as long this time because that kind of killed my brain, and people are yelling at me because of some of the election coverage, because we played annoying music and they got mad at me, and I had someone yell at me and say I like you guys, why did you do this to me? We played 3 weird Charlie Kirk remixes that people were pulling up. And we were just bored because we were just waiting for fucking stupid Kornacki to call it, and he didn't even call it. We finally gave up, but we played 3 remixes of Weird Charlie Kirk, and people got very angry at me and us.
Oh man, I would have been pretty angry too. To be fair.
So I just like the comment of, I was like, I like you guys. Why did you do this to me? On my Instagram, and I was like, I don't know. I was trying to carry the thing. But yeah, so Dark Knight on Wednesday and Dark Knight Rises on the Tuesday after that.
What a change up. Yeah, boy.
And after that, we're kind of going on tour. We're taking a little bit of a break for a couple weeks, which much needed, I think, at this point.
You're fucking telling me.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
not a break
I'm
for you.
gonna
You're touring, but
take a break by touring across country. But
Yeah.
okay, yeah. No,
But,
but I mean,
yeah.
it's we had a good look. I'm glad we did the Blockbuster month. I'm glad we did the Road to Disclosure Day or whatever the hell we called it. I'm glad we did the Nolan Batmans. But yeah, it's enough.
Lars von Trier's The House That Bruce Built. Bruce Wayne, you know.
Oh, there. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I got it. Yeah. That goes back to the Lars von Trier movie with Batman. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So thanks for hanging out. As
Lars von Trier's the Batman.
On the Silver Globe. Fun times. Glad I saw this. I hope something happens to the Possession set, and they're just like, you know what?
We can't do this.
All the costumes got caught in a fire or something. No one got harmed. I'm not advocating harming people. I'm just saying maybe the costumes all burn up and then they can't make the movie anymore. I would feel like that would be the best outcome for all of us.
And Renee, thank you as always. We love to have you.
Yeah, thanks for being on.